legislation regarding Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Bishop David Jackson. Bishop Jackson serves as pastor of Magnolia Baptist Church in Tuskegee and is a member of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Inc., and guest of Senator Singleton.
Let us pray. Eternal God, we come before you with gratitude for this day and the privilege to gather in this place for leadership and legislation. Bless the leaders of the great state of Alabama. Grant them clarity in decision-making, unity in purpose, and a heart for justice that serves all people. Lord, lift up every man of Omega present today. Grant us wisdom as we engage, integrity, and as we represent, and humility as we serve. Let our presence here reflect not only advocacy, but accountability, standing as examples of leadership rooted in purpose and principle. May this day be marked by meaningful dialogue, impactful service, and a renewed commitment to uplifting our communities. Let all that is said and done bring honor to you and continue the legacy of service that both the state of Alabama and Omega Psi Phi fraternity represents. In your mighty name we do pray, and all agree saying amen.
Amen. Thank you. Today the pledge will be led by Mr. Clinton Chisholm, Jr. Mr. Chisholm is a member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Inc., and is a guest of Senator Singleton. All right, thank you. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams, Mr. Woods.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 27 senators present, which is quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, I would like to ask the body to go in recess so I could be able to present a resolution to the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity and possible.
All right, any objection?
On the floor.
Hearing none, so ordered. We stand in recess. Call the chair.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
President.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Yes. Could I get the body, Mr. Can I get read the resolution?
Can you read the resolution? And did you want to invite your guest to come forward now?
Yes.
All right, if y'all could come on forward to the front here. All right, Secretary, if you could read the resolution, please.
Stand right there.
Resolution recognizing March the 17th, 2026 as Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated Day in the state of Alabama by Senator Singleton. Whereas we are pleased to recognize March the 17th, 2026 as Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated Day in the state of Alabama. Whereas a nonprofit, social, and service-based organization, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated was founded on November the 17th, 1911 on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. There are now more than 700 chapters located in the United States and around the world, with Alabama having 33 of those said chapters with 18 graduate and 15 undergraduates. Whereas Mr. Darrell Sinkfield of Montgomery, Alabama serves as the Omega Day Chair. Mr. Barrington L. Dames of Huntsville, Alabama serves as the 21st State of Alabama representative of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. Mr. Christopher A. Brooks of Birmingham, Alabama, serves as the 25th 7th District Representative of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and Mr. Ricky L. Lewis of Los Angeles, California, serves as the 42nd Grand Basileus of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. Whereas Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated has continuously played a progressive, cooperative, and constructive role in the civic and political life of our communities, the nation, and worldwide for more than 100 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that we take great pleasure in recognizing March the 17th, 2026 as Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated Day in the state of Alabama. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to Brother Barrington L. Dames, who serves as the state representative of the organization, with the highest praise and sincere best wishes for all future service endeavors. Signed, Patrick Harris, Secretary of the Senate, and Will Ainsworth, Lieutenant Governor.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hold up, Jim. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, body. Now I would like to make this presentation to Mr. Barrington Dames.
All right, thank you.
Mr.
Great to have you.
President, we can go back.
All right, Senate's back in session. Senator Kitchens.
Mr. President, I move for the introduction of bills at any time throughout the day.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Senator Kitchens.
Yes, I'll move that we allow committee reports at any time throughout the day.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, Senator Roberts.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask for a moment of personal privilege.
All right, you're recognized.
As we all heard, we had a fatality of an airplane where we lost 7 members total. One of those was a Trustful native, Alex Klenner, 33 years old, and resident of Trustful. And I was wondering if we could take a minute to pray for him and for his family, and then the families of the other service members who were killed. That be okay? All right, let's pray. Father, we come before you, and we give you the Klenner family and ask that you would surround them in your loving kindness and that you would bless them. And then the other members and whose families or who's received this news. I thank you for the way our state is responding by lowering flags to half staff. But Lord, would you comfort and encourage them during this incredibly difficult time? And may we always be reminded that freedom is not free. So we commit them to you, and Lord, ask that you would go with them and keep them, fill them full, and comfort them in this terrible moment of grief. And we commit them to you in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, amen. Thank you, Senator Roberts. All right, now move on to House messages. All right, Secretary, call the first House message.
Message from the Governor. Confirmation number 91, appointing Bonnie Temple to the Alabama Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund Advisory Board is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 92, appointing Alexander Atwater to the Alabama Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund Advisory Board is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 93, appointing Charles Dean to the Alabama Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund Advisory Board is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor. Senate confirmation number 94, appointing Jim Massey to the Alabama Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund Advisory Board is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation Number 95, appointing Steve McKinnon to the Alabama Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund Advisory Board is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation Number 96, appointing Jason Wyndham to the Alabama Dry Cleaning Environmental Response Trust Fund Advisory Board is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation Number 97, appointing Gloria Watts to the Alabama Agricultural and Mechanical University Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation Number 98, appointing Tracy Dowdy to the Alabama Agricultural and Mechanical University Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations.
All right, this time I want to recognize some special guests in the gallery, the guests of the entire Senate. From Right Side Radio, we have Amy Beth Shaver and Allison Sinclair. If you could please stand. Welcome to Alabama Senate. Great to have you today.
Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation Number 99, appointing Kevin Ball to the Alabama Agricultural and Mechanical University Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation Number 100, appointing Joe D. Briggs to the Alabama Agricultural and Mechanical University Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation Number 101, appointing Troy Skipworth to the Alabama Family Trust Board of Trustees is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Governor, Senate Confirmation Number 102, appointing Alicia Bennett to the State Ethics Commission is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the Lieutenant Governor, Senate Confirmation Number 103, appointing Dwayne Jenkins to the Board of Heating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Contractors is referred to the Committee on Confirmations. Message from the House, Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill Number 529 by Representative Drummond regarding Class II municipalities with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Mobile County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill Number 432 by Representative Hassel regarding Montgomery County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill Number 335 by Representative Datcher regarding Jefferson County with notice and proof is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Jefferson County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill Number 606 by Representative Fidler and others regarding Baldwin County is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House, Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 612 by Representative Hammett, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Covington County, is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 587 by Representative Wood, R., regarding Talladega County with notice and proof, is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 576 by Representative Brown, regarding Mobile County with notice and proof, is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Mobile County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 569 by Representative Smith and others, regarding Autauga County with notice and proof, is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk. Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and passed the following House bill and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate without engrossment. House Bill number 564 by Representative Gavan, regarding Jefferson County with notice and proof, is referred to the Committee on Local Legislation, Jefferson County. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
All right, this concludes House messages. I'd like to welcome some special guests in the gallery. We have a guest of Senator Chambliss, county commissioners, part of the leadership program from the Association of County Commissioners that are in their second term. Would you please stand? Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, now move on to committee reports.
From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill number 366 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays. From County and Municipal Government, House Bill number 468 receives a favorable report by a vote of 6 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills have received their second reading to be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Education Policy, House Bill number 511 receives a favorable report by a vote of 5 ayes and 0 nays. From Education Policy, Senate Bill number 364 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 1 nay.
These bills have received their second reading to be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Banking and Insurance, House Bill number 415 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Banking and Insurance, House Bill number 55 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Banking and Insurance, Senate Bill number 81 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 abstentions. From Banking and Insurance, House Bill number 372 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Banking and Insurance, House Bill number 361 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From Banking and Insurance, Senate Bill number 308 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills have received their second reading to be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, please call the next committee.
From the Committee on Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 348 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 363 receives a favorable report by 14 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 362 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 358 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 381 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 259 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 393 receives a favorable report by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, House Bill number 399 receives a favorable report with one amendment by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays. From Fiscal Responsibility and Economic Development, Senate Bill number 187 receives a favorable report with two amendments by a vote of 14 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Health Care Committee, Senate Bill number 367 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From the Health Care Committee, Senate Bill number 368 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From the Health Care Committee, Senate Bill number 350 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays. From the Health Care Committee, Senate Bill number 351 receives a favorable report by a vote of 10 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on Local Legislation, Senate Bill number 357 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 522 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 536 receives a favorable report. From Local Legislation, House Bill number 537 receives a favorable report.
Okay, these bills have received their second reading and will be placed on the calendar for the next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions.
Mr. President,
Senator Albritton,
have a resolution.
desk read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 88 by Senator Albritton expressing support for the United States Department of Energy's nuclear life cycle innovation endeavor.
Mr. President, send this to committee.
All right, sent to the Committee on Rules.
Committee.
Thank you, Senator Albritton.
Senate Joint Resolution number 88 is referred to the Rules Committee.
Senator Wagner, you recognized.
Mr. President, I have a resolution from
Desk
Rules.
read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 189 by Representative Holt Jones, funding career and technical education and support for additional funding, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the resolution is adopted.
Mr. President, I have a resolution from Rules.
Desk read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 206, extending the Joint Interim Study Commission on expanding access to high-quality out-of-school education programs, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I have a resolution from Rules.
Desk read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 211, recognizing March 17, 2026 as Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated Day in the state of Alabama receives a favorable.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, all those opposed? All right, the resolution is adopted.
Mr. President, I have two resolutions from rules.
Desk, read and receive the resolutions.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 197, commending Roger David Perkins. Also, House Joint Resolution number 209, commending Paul H. Reynolds, receive a favorable report.
Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, all those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Resolution is adopted.
Mr. President, I have a resolution.
All right, desk, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 199, honoring Captain Ted Johnson for his outstanding service to the residents of Mobile and the Mobile Police Department, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Mr. President, I have a resolution from rules.
Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 196, commending Representative Terry Collins, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the resolution is adopted.
Mr. President, I have a resolution from rules.
Desk, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 200, recognizing Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Day, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Resolution is adopted.
Mr. President, I have a resolution from rules.
Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 207, commending Houston County Schools, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Resolution is adopted.
Mr. President, I have a SJR.
All right, desk, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 89. Hold on.
All right, Senator Stutz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a resolution.
All right, desk, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 89 by Senator Stutz, urging the governor and relevant state agencies to recognize the value of spent nuclear fuel and take state actions toward its development.
All right, Senator Stutz.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there's no questions, I move passage using the previous roll.
All right, is any objection to immediate consideration? All right, hearing none. Voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Resolution is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stutz. Senator Woods, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I have a resolution.
All right, desk, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 90 by Senators Woods and Kitchens, commending the Alabama State Chiropractic Association on the occasion of its 100th anniversary.
Move for immediate consideration.
Any objection to immediate consideration? All right, hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you. I have another resolution.
All right, desk read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 91 by Senator Woods, naming both bridges on Interstate 22 that spans Mulberry Fork in Walker County, Alabama, the Senator Greg Reed Bridge.
Move for immediate consideration.
All right, any objection to immediate consideration? All right, hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, ayes have it.
Ask that all senators be added as co-sponsors.
Any objection? All right, all senators are added.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Woods. I'd like to recognize some special guests in the gallery. The guest of Senator Bobby Singleton, if you'll please stand. The brothers of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated and the Omega Sparks. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Senator Singleton, you recognize.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I have an SJR.
All right, desk read and receive the SJR.
Senate Joint Resolution number 92 by Senators Singleton and Allen, honoring Sue Thompson on the occasion of the unveiling of her portrait at the University of Alabama School of Law.
Mr. President, move for immediate consideration and like all names be added.
Any objection? All right, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed? All right, the resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Singleton. All right, Senator Weaver, you're recognized. All right, desk read and receive the resolution. Send it to rules.
Senate Joint Resolution number 93 by Senator Weaver, establishing the Alabama Rural Emergency Medical Services and Volunteer Fire Department Study Commission, is referred to the Committee on Rules.
Senator Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right, Senator what? Senator Allen, you recognized.
Got SJR for rules.
All right, desk read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 94 by Senator Allen, commending the 2026 Exchange Club of Tuscaloosa Law Enforcement Officer of the Year honorees, is referred to the Committee on Rules.
All right, Senator Wagner. We're doing. All right, now move on to local bills. Secretary, call the first local bill.
Page 58 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 355 by Senator Price regarding Chambers County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Oh, we need a roll. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Yes, sir. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss.
Aye.
Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smotherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
31 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 355 by Senator Price regarding Chambers County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
Thirty-three ayes, no nays. SB 355 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 508 by Representative Butler, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Etowah County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 508 by Representative Butler, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Etowah County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, no nays. The HB 508 receives its third reading.
Mr. President, I move certification using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. Certification resolution is adopted. Secretary, call the next uncontested local bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 543 by Representative Yarbrough regarding Lawrence County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 543 by Representative Yarbrough regarding Lawrence County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 543 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 546 by Representative Yarbrough regarding Lawrence County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 546 by Representative Yarbrough regarding Lawrence County.
Senator Chambliss. Is
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 546 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 374 by Representative Ingram regarding Montgomery County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 374 by Representative Ingram regarding Montgomery County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 374 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 430 by Representative Morris regarding Montgomery County. BIR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 430 by Representative Morris regarding Montgomery County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 430 receives its final passage. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 447 by Representative Ensler regarding Montgomery County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 447 by Representative Ensler regarding Montgomery County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 447 receives its final passage. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 451 by Representative McClammy regarding Montgomery County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using the previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 451 by Representative McClammy regarding Montgomery County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 451 receives its final passage. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 383 by Representative Lamb regarding Tuscaloosa County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 383 by Representative Lamb regarding Tuscaloosa County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 383 receives its final passage. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 384 by Representative Bolton regarding Tuscaloosa County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 384 by Representative Bolton regarding Tuscaloosa County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 384 receives its final passage. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 385 by Representative Bolton regarding Tuscaloosa County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 385 by Representative Bolton regarding Tuscaloosa County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 385 receives its final passage. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 413 by Representative Bolton regarding Tuscaloosa County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 413 by Representative Bolton regarding Tuscaloosa County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 413 receives its final passage. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 538 by Representatives Jackson and Lawrence, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Wilcox County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move the BR using the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 538 by Representatives Jackson and Lawrence, a proposed constitutional amendment regarding Wilcox County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 538 receives its third reading.
Mr. President, I move certification using the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. Certification resolution is adopted. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 557 by Representative Lawrence regarding Wilcox County. BR pending.
Mr. President, I move BR using the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 557 by Representative Lawrence regarding Wilcox County.
Mr. President, I move final passage using the previous role.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
33 ayes, no nays. HB 557 receives its third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chambliss. And I would like to recognize some special guests in the gallery. The guest of yours truly, the class of Leadership Etowah. If you'd please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Senator Orr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thursday, we carried over the call of chair, SB 292. I'd like to call that bill up at this time.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, Secretary, call the bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 292 by Senator Orr regarding title fraud.
Mr. President, we adopted a substitute on Thursday, and we have, the gentleman across the way has an amendment to the substitute that was adopted.
All right, Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer an amendment.
All right, desk read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill 292 by Senator Gavan. Replace line 150 on page 6 with the following. Replace line 152 on page 6 with the following. Replace line 226 through 230 on page 9 with the following. Replace line 348 on page 13 with the following. Replace line 411 on page 15 with the following. Replace line 499 on page 18 with the following.
All right, the amendment fits. Senator Van.
So first of all, I want to thank Senator Orr for carrying this over to the call of the chair to allow me to look at this. Just some little technical, nerdy amendments. If there's no questions, I would move. Would like to move for adoption of the amendment using previous role.
All right, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I don't know what mic I need to go to because he's the sponsor and he's supposed to have the mic and he's the one who sent the amendment and I got questions. So what y'all want me? I get in the middle.
Yeah.
I will on the amendment and the bill too. But right now,
All right, Senator Smithman, you're recognized.
can
Yeah, I should be on that roll.
I don't mind yielding.
You're recognized.
I don't mind yielding for that purpose, Mr. Chairman, if they want to straighten that out about you being on the roll.
We're good.
Okay. What is this? I mean, I need a refresher course because that's why I need him for the refresher. But since we're doing the amendment, what are you changing from what to what?
So the refresher on the bill, not that I need to substitute for the sponsor, but it provides a mechanism for the Securities Commission to basically have some oversight over the scenarios where deed fraud might come up, and where they can also do an expedited review for expedited title. One of the problems that we have, and so many times, Senator, this involves people that don't even live in the state of Alabama. There's so many different types of fraud that occur. And so trying to, and sometimes it's probably like whack-a-mole trying to deal with it, but we're trying to do a broad-brushed approach that's equitable and reasonable for the people that are in the industry and for the victims that sometimes we talk about what to call it, whether it's deed fraud, title fraud, seller impersonation, but it's drilling down into making sure whether you're a real estate agent listing the property particularly, or you're a closing agent or settlement agent, I think is what the bill refers to it as, and you are handling the closing particularly that is Class 3 property, which is going to be your residential property, and it's going to be your agricultural property that is got no mortgage on it, and that's unimproved. Well, I say at least for the agricultural property. Because that's so many times where people will go out. You have so many opportunities if you're a fraudster to get online and get on the public records and go and see, okay, well, here's a nice piece of property that's undeveloped, and then you go and you can actually do a title search, sitting in a foreign country, you can do a title search and figure out there's not a mortgage on it, and then you used to say, hey, well, Farmer Brown owns that, and you just show up and say, I'm Farmer Brown. And we particularly had issue with some elderly people being fallen subject to this. So what my amendments do is it just clarifies that when we're talking about what's not covered in terms of having to disgorge profits, the title insurance is actually premiums, not fees, and so that's the first one. Then there was there are a couple of provisions that deal with the Securities Commission going after forfeiture actions and going out and people being able to make a claim against someone involved, whether it's a realtor or the lawyer or settlement agent or whatever. And we're clarifying that's a 4-year statute of limitations for both of those. It was already in there, but we're just clarifying for both of those functions. One thing that I did not like, the language that was in there before, that if you didn't like the result of the Securities Commission, I want it to be very clear that it's trial de novo. And so that language is in here now for trial de novo if you appeal from the Securities Commission. The next thing is it listed that if you, another thing this bill does is, not everybody goes to a realtor. Some people just go on Zillow or one of these, I can't think of anything else right now, but there are other third parties that go out there and will list your property for you. And so we're making them go through a verification process where I just can't show up and sell Senator Smitherman's, or more importantly, Judge Smitherman's property. And I've got to be able to show that I've got a deed to it. Well, what it didn't have was last will and testament. So because, you may not have a deed, but if your ancestors leave it to you, that's just another, again, technical thing that I did to amend it. And then there was a reference in there, I'm not sure how it got in there, it referred to foreclosure in the quiet title section, and it's not, you're not foreclosing, it's just, and so that language just says to expedite an action to invalidate a fraudulent instrument to one or more parcels of land. So the amendments are a bunch of nerdy stuff, but the goal in this bill is to combat what is becoming an increasing problem, again, especially when you're dealing with vacant land that has no mortgage on it. And so there's a little heightened security there when we're in the closing process, when we're dealing with that type of land.
Why, was there any reason why you omitted, just based on what you told me, you may not have omitted, because you may have only mentioned 90% of what they do, but I didn't hear you mention the fact that when there's a death and when there's a probate of an estate, that the then order from the court, this is what I would recommend, then the order from the court serves as the necessary document to establish ownership.
Well, you're right about that. It does say title history in there, which if you're going through the whole thing, you would, if I'm looking at it closing, I'm looking for both. But again, this is not to close it, Senator, because absolutely, because if I'm closing it, I'm going to pull the probate records and I want to make sure that either 2 years is run or the estate's closed and all that fun stuff. This is just for Zillow to list it. This is not to close the property. This is just for Zillow to list it.
For listing of the property.
Right.
And so in order to list the property, then
you got to prove who you are, you got to show an ID, and you got to show one of these elements that we have, deed, will, or probate. So you maybe hadn't even submitted a will to probate yet, but if you got it, and I would want to see the death certificate too, right? But anyway, just trying, and we're still working on it, but there's another little tweak that we're not ready on, and we're just going to see if we can get the House to work on that.
Where is that one? Because if you come back,
that is because I don't like the fact that it's the title companies were kind enough to work themselves an exemption, and I get it. Okay, if
what's
I'm
the
the
exemption?
title agent,
you remember what the exemption was?
Yeah, well, they're exempt from the penalty sections, and I'm okay with that because if I'm the agent for the title company, I'm the one with my hands on the transaction. They don't have their hands on the transaction. They trusted me to make me their agent, right? So, but there's times that they have direct operations, and my argument is if they got their direct operations, why should they be treated different than me?
Well, if I'm the agent, then what do I have to show based on this bill? If I'm an agent and I list some property, you're talking about like people who list property, right?
Well, list property and close. You've got to verify their identity. You got to know who you're dealing with.
And what verification would I need to provide if I'm an agent? What does this bill say I got to provide?
Got to get government ID, I think.
We got to go buy another ID?
No.
All these IDs and IDs we just making folk get and
see, right now,
invalid.
you can just go in and sign up with a real estate agent and they're happy to take the listing. Maybe you've never met them. Maybe you've never met them because you're sitting in Ukraine. And you just tell them, and you're emailing them stuff, and you're pretending like you're in Birmingham, Alabama, and you're selling something on Lake Martin, but yet you're nowhere in the United States.
Is that happening?
Yes.
I heard a big yes back here. And even here it's scary.
It's not one of those things that it's not as, I would say it's not as prevalent as wire fraud, But I mean, they're just all these people are sitting around trying to figure out, because the money is in the real estate transactions and in real estate, and they're trying to figure out how to steal it all the time. We're having to combat this all the time and be on guard about it. And there's a lot of times that it's been rooted out. There was a lawyer in Selma that got sent a closing, and he had done some work for the family a few years ago, and I think he was a little surprised by the price. Price seemed a little low to him for the land. And so he just called him up and said, well, what are y'all, just curious, what are y'all doing here? And the guy's like, we're not selling our land. It's a total fraud. And he was able to root it out. And so the bill is designed to root out the fraud by a combination of the listing groups, including the third-party Zillow types, and including the closing agents, or I think we're calling them settlement agents.
All right, now you shared with me the amendment and some about the bill. What, and I guess the responsible, you could probably, I don't know which one, but what is the nucleus? I hear the amendment and I hear the reason why, and I think that's very logical, what you're saying. But the initiation for coming, the bill had to do something before you brought the amendment. What was it?
Most of what I talked about is what the bill does.
It's about 5 pages, right? You better tell me.
We may need to swap mics, Senator. We may need to swap mics, because I've explained my amendment. If we can adopt the amendment and then, okay. At this time, let's adopt the amendment, and I guess we can have dialogue on the bill.
All right, using the previous roll.
Previous roll without objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. The amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
He recognized you.
Right. All right. So you want to know about generally the bill, and I don't want to repeat what's been said.
I got that part about the amendment, but the bill.
And the general need for the
what made you come up with this bill? That's, I guess. You were telling me some stuff. As I was talking, I got an idea.
Couple reasons. This is one. That's just an article I came across a couple of years ago about property being stolen out from beneath the owner. And then I hear advertisements on the radio saying, you need to go buy a service insurance for your title. And I'm not talking about title insurance at a closing, not talking about that, to prevent the fraud, to insure you against fraudsters from coming and stealing the title of your property.
I heard that on TV, something.
Well, maybe it's on TV now, and addition to the radio. But so fraudsters can come in and go up to the courthouse, record a deed, and say, and if you're the real owner, and then go up and record a deed, forge your signature, have a forged notary inscription, and say, Roger Smitherman sold this property to me, Arthur Orr, and I can go up there and just file it. And then I'll go trying to find me a buyer, and in the chain of title, it'll show Smitherman to Orr, and Orr's the owner, and then Orr tries to sell it to an unwitting buyer. I take the check, and I say, and you still think you own the property. That's the problem.
That's what
we have a system that's vested in the 20th century where these people, as Senator Gavan was saying, you can be overseas, and with electronic filings, I'm not walking up to the courthouse and handing a fake deed. They're filing them online and saying Smitherman to Orr, and I'm going to go find me a buyer and pocket the money, and you're going to go, what? This is still my house. This is still my property, and it's gone. And now, how are you going to get taken care of? I mean, there's it just sets off. And I'm sitting in Ukraine. I'm enjoying life, and the money's been wired to me. So it ups, to generalize, it ups the standards for the closing attorneys, for the realtors, for everybody involved, the probate officers, everybody involved in the transaction. It raises the bar a level to what I would submit would be the 21st century, and put some protections in there, trying to tighten the screws to make the accountability improved. And everybody, I say everybody, that's had their hands on this have been the Realtors Association, the Bankers Association, the Land Title Association, probate judges, county commissions, Secretary of State's, Bar Association, Department of Insurance, and others. So a lot of people have had feedback and input on this bill, and that's the reason we had the substitute, because after I filed it, there was a lot of commentary, and that's fine. And this is what we wound up with. And Senator Gavan had not read the substitute, and that's the reason he had his little, since that's his day job. That's the reason he wanted to tweak it a little bit and move it on.
Well, let me ask you this. Say for instance, using your analysis and his too, because he said something similar about Ukraine. I just said Ukraine. All right. What does this bill set up that if the person tried to do that in another country, does the bill lay out the mechanism from which they need to facilitate to be considered valid, a valid person that can move through these transactions? Is it anything that bill sets out that they have to do?
That somebody in the Ukraine has? I didn't follow you on that.
Well, some other country, but somebody overseas tries to do the electronic filing, as you mentioned. What is the safeguard against that happening? I see what the safeguards are if it was somebody here. You see what I mean?
Right.
You show me your business license, show me your whatever. But what takes place? Does the bill set out what takes place in that situation?
We're putting a little bit more proactive measures on the real estate agents. If there are agents involved and brokers involved. The settlement agents, that would be your closing attorney. And like I said, the State Bar and others have all had their hands in changing it. The notary requirements, using an enhanced notary requirement.
What's that? The enhanced notary requirement?
Making sure that we know who the notaries are locally, and making sure that they're listed and that we know who they are.
Where do they have to be listed? Because I read them asking that, I don't know. I mean, I know we made some changes when we said that the notary had to go to take some course or something like that. If you remember that.
Yeah, I remember that, Bill.
But I don't know where we said anything about they had to go sign up to be on a list.
Yeah, I think I gave up, Senator, my substitute.
You mean?
Bill. I don't have my substitute here to refer to. I filed it Thursday, so I lost it to the desk.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a spare copy to look it up. But I do have the sheet that summarizes that I showed you. And there's a system to help consumer victims of fraud that compensates fraud victims for economic losses. And, that is part of this bill. The criminal enforcement, we're using the Securities Commission as the enforcer. And also, if you experience, and this is a good component, if you experience title fraud, and, like I just stole your house, stole your property, there's a fast track way to quiet title, to get title back into your name once you discover that.
What is that? Tell me. I like that.
It's an expedited quiet title and expungement. So it gets rid of me as an owner in the chain of title. And it's a fast-track court procedure to void the fraudulent conveyance and restore title to the owner, plus an expungement process to nullify and remove the fraudulent instruments from the probate records. So 20 years thereafter, people won't say, well, hey, Orr owned that property. Where's Orr? It gets all taken care of. So some of those things for victims would be certainly a good thing.
Well, I know you don't have the amendment with you right now, but in your back of your mind, can you being an attorney, what is the how much time you think we save in that expedited measure? And I say that because I too do bills to quiet title. In fact, I got one I'm in the middle of right now and trying to quiet the title for someone. So you got your steps with your advertising for the unknown people. Then you got the GAL who got to represent them, and then you got to, so much time. Then they got to get a report back to the court, and you see what I mean. And then,
right,
then you got to set
and all
it
the
for,
time business is moving and people are stuck, trying to get this done. Well, as you know, due to your marital status with the circuit judge for so many years, quiet title actions do not get the high priority in the court system.
No, they don't.
They're down at the bottom.
They are.
Close to the bottom. So this moves what I would say from years to months to hurry it up and get it through the process so that you're not sitting there wanting to sell your property now, but you can't get clean title because I stole it from you for a while and you caught me, but now you got to clean up my mess that I created.
What about, let me ask you, this is really my last question I have to ask you. It's as we was talking, I don't know if you have ever had any dealings, but there are some companies that come in if a person has, say, got behind on a payment, okay? Not any court thing or anything, but they've got a behind on a payment. And then those companies come in and literally take somebody's property. Where they'll actually bust in the house and then they'll go in and they'll, try to change the lock on a huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about though, don't you? Yeah. But this won't address that part right there. Do we have a law on the book?
This is title, yeah. Yeah, not personal property.
No, I'm talking about they can take the house.
Is it a landlord-tenant situation or?
Well, it may be. I don't.
Squatters.
Oh, you talking about the squatters? Yeah, now I know. I looked that up. I saw a code section on the squatters. In fact, it's sitting on my desk at my law office right now because I was reading it. But now I'm talking about it's a company that come in for the mortgager. And I'm not saying the mortgager even sent them, but they are set up with a mortgager that come in to take possession of a house where someone may or may not have made the payments. I don't mean foreclosure where they put the notice and all that, but they'll come in. It was a movement about 3 years ago that they were coming in, and I mean they were just literally breaking, especially a house they think is abandoned. You're not familiar with that?
Not without, getting to some kind of court order to foreclose.
Yeah, no court order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless it's a landlord-tenant or a squatter.
And most of these comes out of state, so it's very hard to prosecute them, and collect. That's what I'm saying. You can prosecute, but to collect. So you see, I was bringing that analysis as it said that how. You don't have to answer because you really have, but I was trying to see if this could be applicable under that situation right there.
This is just strictly dealing with the title.
Okay. Well, I'm yielding back to you, and I appreciate your explanation.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
I'd move third reading using the previous rule, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. HB 292 receives its final passage. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, desk, read and receive the report.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 95, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that immediately upon the adoption of this resolution, the following business in the order set forth below shall be the special and paramount order of business for the 23rd legislative day, taking precedence over the regular order of business or any pending or unfinished business. On page 41 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 159 by Senator Williams and others regarding taxation. On page 12, Senate Bill number 75 by Senator Chasteen regarding public works contracts. On page 5, Senate Bill number 140 by Senator Sessions regarding juvenile proceedings. On page 55, Senate Bill 341 by Senator Carnley regarding the Alabama Work Zone Safety Act. On page 54, Senate Bill 330 by Senator Bell regarding courts. On page 53, Senate Bill 325 by Senator Singleton regarding the Department of Commerce. On page 22, Senate Bill 304 by Senator Albritton regarding municipalities. On page 53, House Bill 303 by Representative Bedsole regarding cryptocurrency. On page 49, House Bill 405 by Representative Bracey regarding crimes and offenses. On page 20, House Bill 289 by Representative Albright regarding vital statistics. On page 31, Senate Bill 179 by Senator Barfoot regarding the Uniform Trust Code. On page 30, Senate Bill 178 by Senator Barfoot regarding trusts. On page 25, Senate Bill 287 by Senator Hatcher regarding alcoholic beverage importers. On page 56, Senate Bill 340 by Senator Chambliss regarding public utilities. On page 32, Senate Bill 294 by Senator Roberts regarding public officers and employees. On page 55, Senate Bill 354 by Senator Albritton regarding solar power facilities. On page 51, House Bill 435 by Representative Myricks regarding manufactured homes. On page 45, House Bill 273 by Representative Datcher regarding municipal employees. On page 40, House Bill 341 by Representative Starnes and others regarding income tax. On page 16, Senate Bill 69 by Senator Gavan and others regarding income tax. On page 18, House Bill 267 by Representative Sells regarding the Forestry Commission. On page 23, House Bill 282 by Representative Hill regarding the Board of Pardons and Paroles. On page 46, Senate Bill 344 by Senator Orr regarding higher education. On page 33, House Bill 128 by Representative Lands and others regarding the Board of Midwifery. On page 49, House Bill number 86 by Representative England regarding parole. On page 52, House Bill 75 by Representative Robertson regarding public schools. And on page 43, House Bill 323 by Representative Moore and others regarding the state military.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the report from the Committee on Roads using the previous roll.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, desk call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. The special order calendar is adopted. Secretary call the first bill on the SOC.
On page 41 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 159 by Senator Williams and others regarding taxation. BR pending.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. If no objection, I'd like to go ahead and pass the BIR.
Using the previous roll?
Using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary called the bill.
On page 41 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 159 by Senator Williams and others regarding taxation. Committee amendments pending.
All right.
Senator
This
Williams.
time, thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I do have one amendment.
All right, desk read and receive the amendment. Okay. All right, you got two committee amendments pending.
You can bring them up. What I do. I thought they was already on there. Yes, can I adopt the committee amendments first?
All right, let's use previous roll.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, any objection? All right, you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I just want to ask, is this one of the bills on special order calendar?
Yes.
It is?
We're on the first bill.
Oh, I don't have a calendar here. Now, I don't have an objection to the roll.
Okay.
The amendment.
All right, hearing none, the desk call a short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. The first committee amendment's adopted. All right, now we're on the second committee amendment.
I'm good with it.
Move to adopt using.
Can you adopt the committee amendment, second committee amendment?
All right, using the previous roll.
roll.
Any objection? All right, desk call short roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. Amendment 2 is adopted. All right, now you can introduce your amendment,
I
Des.
have
Yep, Des read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 159 by Senator Williams. Replace line 11 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 24 on page 1 with the following. Replace line 68 on page 3 with the following. Replace line 120 on page 5 with the following.
All right, the amendment fits. Senator Williams, you'd like to adopt the amendment?
yes, I'd like to adopt the amendment, use the previous roll.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
34 ayes, no nays. The amendment's adopted. All right, now we're on the bill.
Yes, thank you. What this bill does is taking the excise tax off utilities, power and propane or natural gas. That's all this bill does. And it's for our farmers, for the poultry industry, biggest of all, but also for our nurseries and pivots in the fields.
All right, you want to speak to the bill?
Yeah, just a couple of questions, couple of comments. First, Senator Williams, I appreciate you bringing this. Been an opportunity for the last 8 years working with you in the Senate. Been a pleasure to have a farmer colleague here with me in the Senate to work on behalf of agriculture, and I think the public doesn't realize how tight agriculture is right now. Cotton, you're operating at a loss. Peanuts in this state, you're probably going to be operating at a loss this year. Most things have gotten really, really tight. This is one of the things that we can do to help production agriculture, and I appreciate you bringing it. But just for clarification, I want you to get the opportunity to point out, isn't this just adding natural gas?
All it's doing is adding natural gas and electricity. We have one on electricity on chicken houses, but it didn't. The way it was wrote up, nobody could use it. And our chicken industry is really, poultry industry is struggling so hard to stay afloat, as our other farmers are. I don't think people realize that we've lost 8% of our farms in the state of Alabama in the last 2 years.
And we also already get this exemption on diesel fuel and on propane already.
That's
So basically, all you're adding is the electricity and natural gas. Well, I appreciate you doing it. I think Senator Smithman was standing here. I didn't know if he wanted to ask you a question or not. Senator, did you? Any questions?
All right. Senator Coleman Madison, you recognized.
Thank you, sir. Senator Williams, do you have a fiscal note on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, ma'am. It's 2.2 million. Is what Auburn figured. Auburn done the fiscal note on it.
And these funds go to general fund?
Comes out of the
typically?
general fund. Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad Senator Sessions mentioned some of the things that we already exempt farmers for. I know last year, year before last, we had a huge exemption that all the fencing, and we did not specify if it is fencing specifically related to your agricultural farming, like fencing in cattle or whatever, or pigs or whatever. It's just fencing. And as I drive down through some of these counties or what have you, I see elaborate, nice white fences all around, just huge acres. Understand, if they put it up after this bill was passed, they paid no taxes.
No, ma'am.
And
Can I rebuttal that one real quick?
sure, because I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
my
It is,
information may be wrong, but I just remember the law that we passed.
Well, thank you. It did not cover any board fencing or anything like that. All it done was wire fencing, and you had to show your farm ID number to be able to buy it. It does not apply to everybody across the state. You have to show your farm number to be able to buy this.
And what type of fencing did it apply to again?
Barbed wire, base wire, and metal posts, wooden posts. Just regular fencing, what we call regular fencing. Anybody that's really in the cattle business is not putting up a wooden pretty fence.
I thank you for clarifying that because, I mean, I looked at all the nice wooden fences that just take in acres of land, so
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
glad. But we do allow right now a lot of tax exemption for farmers. We had the big center in Jefferson County up near Moody, driving up 65. People will see Dollywood up there pretty soon. Great development, but this body exempted all taxes, building taxes, permit. Moody's, expecting to capitalize this because it's in that city, but they're really not because they're not paying any taxes and they're going to have hotels and everything. School taxes was not exempt. That was an amendment that I added on to it. But I am concerned, where does this stop? I'm a supporter farmer. I support my farmers, and Jefferson County didn't really have farmers. We have a lot of farmers that come in because they own Farm Growers Association, which is where Findlay Farmers Market is in my district. And if you've ever been to Nikki's Food, I'm sure people enjoy eating there because they're right there next to the farmers market. But I'm concerned about where does this stop. We want to help farmers, but there are other businesses that are out there that we do not give tax exemptions for. But when the farm things come up about farm or anything that says farm, you can just start with the FA and it's okay, let's give it a tax exempt. I think we need to be cautious about this because every year there's something comes up about farmers. The formula the cows drink, there's no tax on that. At the same time, we don't do the same thing for baby formula. We fight up here to give basically exemptions or no tax or things like that on baby formula of a human baby, but still the farmers have the tax exemption. So I have some concerns about this bill because of that. I don't see an end to it, and every year it keeps coming up. I realize that we have a lot of rural counties. My folks are farmers that ran dairy farm and everything else down in Foster's, Alabama. But I do have some concern, and I came from that background, but I have a concern about all the tax exemptions that we're giving to farmers, and we don't make those same exceptions for other small businesses that are struggling as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Coleman Madison. All right, Senator Williams.
If I have no other, I'd like for a previous roll call vote, please.
All right, any objection? All right, we got an
Long roll.
objection. The secretary call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Woods.
29 ayes, 1 nay. SB 159 receives its third reading. Thank you, Senator Williams.
Thank y'all.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 12 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 75 by Senator Chastain regarding public works contracts. BR pending.
All right, Senator Chastain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to use the previous roll to adopt the BIR.
All right. Any objection to previous roll?
Do we need a good roll? We're good.
All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, 1 nay. BIR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 75 by Senator Chastain regarding public works contracts. Committee amendment pending.
All right, Senator Chastain.
Mr. President, I'd like to table the committee amendment if I could, please.
All right, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. The committee amendment's tabled.
Thank you.
Now we're on the bill. Okay. Senator Elliott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we have the amendment now.
Okay, all right.
Good.
Desk read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 75 by Senator Chastain. Replace line 29 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 131 through 132 on page 5 with the following.
Mr. President.
Replace line 241 on page 9 with the following.
All right, amendment fits.
Mr. President, basically, this language just removed the K-12 from the bill, from the system. At this time, members, the community college system had used a cooperative purchasing language, and the public examiners had looked at this and realized that they were not able to use it at that time, but then they did get some language that would allow them to use the cooperative purchasing agreement for long lead time materials and establish this. I see that my colleague from Baldwin has been working with me on this, and I want to thank him for his work on this and helping me with some amendments. So at this time, I'd recognize my colleague from Baldwin.
All right, Senator Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've talked about this, and my colleague and I have worked on this a good bit. This deals with cooperative agreements and the ability to purchase using cooperatives. And basically what the amendment that I have to offer does is require that those cooperatives comply with Alabama bid law.
Correct.
And so it's a pretty lengthy amendment because it goes through different entities that can use cooperative agreements, but it is repetitive in that it requires each one of those to use use Alabama bid law. And so at this time, I'd like to offer the amendment.
We need to deal with Senator Chastain's amendment first.
Okay, I wanted to table that amendment.
The one you just brought?
Mr. President, I want to withdraw that committee amendment.
All right, is there any objection to withdrawing the amendment? All right, hearing none, amendments withdrawn.
Okay.
All right, Senator Elliott.
Okay, Mr. President. At this point, I'd like to offer an amendment that encompasses part of that.
All right, desk read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 75 by Senator Elliott. Replace line 29 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 131 through 132 on page 5 with the following. Replace line 241 on page 9 with the following. Replace line 249 on page 9 with the following.
The amendment fits. All right, Senator Elliott.
Mr. President, move adoption of the amendment using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
Thirty-one ayes, no nays. The Senator Elliott amendment is adopted.
Mr.
All right,
President,
Senator Chastain.
I want to thank my colleague from Baldwin for his work in helping us get this place to where we could get it on the floor today. I see my colleague across the way. You have a question? No question. If no questions, I move for final passage as amended.
Using the previous roll.
Previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
31 ayes, no nays. SB 75 receives its third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chastain. Secretary, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
Page 5 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 140 by Senator Sessions regarding juvenile proceedings. BR pending.
All right, Senator Sessions.
Mr. President, I think there's been a little bit of a snafu here. This bill, we substituted last week the House bill, and it's gone. So I move to carry this bill over.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, bill's carried over. Thank you, Senator Sessions. Secretary, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 341 by Senator Carnley regarding the Work Zone Safety Act. BR pending.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Carnley, you recognize.
I request BIR using previous roll. No objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
Thirty-two ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 341 by Senator Carnley regarding the Work Zone Safety Act. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Carnley.
Chairman, I'd like to adopt the committee amendment using previous roll. No objection.
All right, any objection? All right, you want to speak to the amendment?
I'd like to be recognized. What does the amendment do?
Yes, sir. So this bill originally, which I'll explain the bill more in a minute if you want me to, but I'll specifically speak to the amendment. What the original bill had in there was it included the DAs to be the appeals process. We had them included in there, so if somebody appealed, it could go to them and then to the circuit. But what we did is, in order to try to simplify this, we just took the DAs out of it. They, wanted to figure out what their role would be. And so just because this is a pilot program, it's not a full-blown implementation. What this did, our language just removes the district attorneys from this, and the appeals process would go through ALEA. They currently oversee the appeals. If somebody has a mandatory liability insurance appeal, they can go to ALEA and get that appeal heard, and then that's what this will do for anything, any civil penalty that's given through this ticket process.
You want to, this amendment?
Yes, sir.
All right, we can go on and pass it if you want to, and then explain the bill in its totality.
Okay. Will
Okay.
do. Yes, sir.
I yield back.
All right. Request passage of the amendment using previous roll.
All right, call the long roll.
Call long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchens, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shellnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smithman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams, Mr. Woods.
32 ayes, no nays. The committee amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Carnley.
Yes, sir. So would you like to, you want me to explain the bill first and then we'll get started on it? Okay.
Yeah.
So what we've been working with is had a lot of our road builder friends, AlDOT workers, even Aaliyah, that have, for the last several years especially, we've seen a lot of incidents in work zones where we've lost people that were out there working, even just passersby that were driving through the work zone, that we've seen fatalities and very traumatic injuries. And we've got a contractor in our area that had an incident, and you know, they're just having a hard time finding workers to put in those places any longer because it's just, there's such a risk. You go out there, you put your life on the line, and you're out there working within sometimes 6-8 feet of just these vehicles that are passing by at high rates of speed. If something were to happen, then, you know, really there's not much chance for you to survive those incidents as somebody on the road. But what this does in SB 341 is strictly a pilot program. Originally, there was a bill that was going to implement it and make it permanent, but there was, you know, some issues trying to see what the effectiveness of this would be. And so what we did was we went back to the drawing board, came up with a pilot program. And what this program will do is it will allow law enforcement to use the traffic cameras in one work safety zone, and that's it. No other places, just one project that they will define. And in doing this, it will allow them to work to try to collect data. And what will happen is, you know, we're going to give plenty of notice and warning, and so we're going to give Aaliyah and AlDOT and the others time to work together to come up with the rules that they'll use in this program. It will be up to October before they get those rules done, and then hopefully have this program in place. We will not be doing any ticketing with this program until after November the 16th. This just gives ample time for people to understand how this program works, to be given warning before any issue or any tickets will be issued. And I do want to clarify that any ticket that is issued from this is strictly civil. There's no criminal penalty, so it will not, you know, ding somebody on their license for points. It's just going to be a civil penalty of $250. And the goal of this is not to collect any money. I know some people are going to look at this and say, hey, this is just a money grab from the state, but really and truly, our hope with this is that we collect $0 and people will go through these work zones with care and consideration for the life that's out there, that's putting their life on the line to do these projects that we as citizens want them to do because we want better infrastructure. And you can't automate these processes. You got to have humans out there doing the work. And so that is in essence what this does. One of the things, we've given a 10-mile-per-hour buffer. So if the work zone speed limit is 45, if you're going 46, you're not going to get a ticket. You got to be 55 plus before you get a ticket in those. So we did give a buffer because we want to, be as lenient as we can, but understand our goal is to slow people down. And I think my colleague across the way has some comments.
All right, Senator Coleman, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Let me first and foremost thank the gentleman actually for bringing this piece of legislation. I supported it in committee, and I would have supported a bill even outside of a pilot program. Your original version of the bill actually passed several pieces of legislation some years ago that dealt with traffic cameras in one of my local cities. And one of them was in a school zone. So I wanted to clarify that I am supporting you 100%. I believe this bill is going to save lives. The reason I am standing today is to talk about the pilot project portion, because I was under the impression that this body didn't like pilot projects. So I had a pilot project after just the unfortunate death of a 3-year-old in my district, KJ Starks Jr., 3 years old, was left in a hot car for 5 hours. So my request was $100,000 for a pilot project in Jefferson County that would then, to make sure that any of these third party or any contractor or even those vehicles with DHR, that they have the child alert that says check your back seat. There are states that have already passed legislation in support of these child safety alerts. A lot of the newer vehicles actually have them. My car was in the shop last week, and I was in a rental in it. When I was opening the door, it said, check your back seat. And that's all I was asking for, was this pilot project that we hope will save lives, just like your bill is gonna save lives. That not another family that has a small child that was actually going to meet one of the parents, supposed to be dropped off with one of the parents in DHR custody, that worker left that baby in the car for 5 hours. A small device that costs between $250 and $350 could have saved that child's life. So that was my request, and I didn't see that in the budget anywhere, because I was told we don't like pilot projects. Now, I know this is not apples to apples. I was in committee, and I was told that this particular pilot project, it was going to be paid for through whatever project costs, whatever that is. But that is still public dollars. It still will be public dollars that are going to be used to pay for whatever road project that is. So the same way that we want to help these workers and keep these workers safe, I just really wish we could have that type of passion and vigor to help and support children in the state of Alabama. Small device on these vehicles that are paid for with public dollars that transport our children. Small amount of money, $100,000 for a pilot project, so no other family has to go through what that family is going through. So again, I support your bill 100%. A lot of times when I come up here, it is to make correlations, because we're gonna probably pass this bill today unanimously, And I wish that we would unanimously support children in the state of Alabama. And I could use this soapbox also to talk about child sex assault survivors and those bills I've been trying to pass for years too. I won't do that at this moment, but I do hope that we can find a way to support children in this state so no other family has a child that was left in a hot car for 5 hours when a device literally could just say, cost us $250 per device, between $250 and $350, to say, check your back seat. So that's the only reason that I'm rising today. I support you 100%. Thank you to the gentleman, and I hope I get the same type of support when it comes to the children of the state of Alabama. Thank you.
All right. Senator Smitherman?
Yeah, he's going to come back. He has got something he got to do. But anyway, now I heard y'all, I kind of heard y'all talking. You know, she was talking with you. What is it? Is it an enhanced penalty if they violate the workplace?
No, sir. This would be a new because it would be only civil, so it wouldn't be criminal like if you got pulled over by a state trooper or a law enforcement officer. So there wouldn't be any points on a license. So this would be a new fine that would be put into place, $250. You know, we looked at, potentially doing something where it was tiered. You know, if you go in there, you see the orange sign says speeding fines doubled if you're doing it in a work zone. But what this does is it's a flat $250 fine if you're caught going 10 miles per hour plus over the speed limit. So, unfortunately, if somebody's going 50 miles over, it's the same as somebody that's going 15 miles an hour over. But I get it. I mean, I understand cameras are not something that people enjoy, but it's like I've told some folks that there's a small town where I go through every Tuesday morning and home on the way through Thursday, a little town in South Alabama that has a camera, and it tells you, hey, there's going to be photo enforcement ahead. And, I make sure when I get there, and it's in a school zone, and speaking to the senator's comment back there earlier about a school zone bill that she passed, that's the reason it's there. And part of it is because these people on a 4-lane road, their mind is somewhere else. I mean, I don't think they go into these things thinking, hey, how can I hurt somebody today? A lot of times it's just they're not thinking about the potential of harm that's out there. And, that camera is there, and it's very effective for me. Now, I'm sure there's others that, maybe they just say, hey, I'm just going to take a shot and go through there. But that's what this does. And really, I think we're open to any other suggestions. Things that could make that work zone safety, higher and better. But in looking at this pilot program, as we were talking about it with Aaliyah, I didn't realize this, maybe you did, but, you get to these work zones, you see usually a state trooper vehicle. They're there at the beginning of it. They've got their blue lights on. You start to see the brake lights up in front of you. Everybody starts slamming on brakes. They're trying to go from 80 miles an hour down to 45 or whatever the speed limit is. And, what happens, or these are generally off-duty law enforcement officers. So they're on overtime, they're out there, but they put them there at the very beginning of the work zone. They're there mainly for warning and if there's an accident in that work zone. They don't leave their post to go and, chase somebody down to give them a speeding ticket, because if they do, there's nobody there to warn the traffic that, hey, you're entering into a work zone. So they pretty much stay posted where they are unless there is an accident and they go work that. So you don't see those officers leaving trying to give a ticket. And we're just running out of resources. We don't have enough law enforcement to cover these work zones while they're active. So this is just an opportunity to try to see, is this something we can do? And I think the big takeaway for me is I hope nobody gets a ticket through this. I hope everybody slows down to 45, goes through there, we don't have accidents that back up the interstate because, people are being careless. They get through there, and these people can go home and see their families at night. And really, that's the purpose of what we're trying to do. The good thing about the pilot program is it gives us an opportunity to see if this is effective, and we hope it is. I mean, I think it's like anything else. It just takes time for people to say, hey, this is real. Here's this is a consequence of doing that. And, some people may have a lot of money, and $250 isn't that much. It's a lot to me, and it's going to make me very aware to say, hey, I'm going to slow down. I'm going to abide by the speed limit in this work zone, and I'm going to, do my part to try to protect lives as I go through there.
I have a couple of things I'm going to ask you, but Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield to the senator here. He has some dialogue he wants.
All right, Senator Barfoot, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to publicly thank you for bringing this bill. As I said in committee, it's an important piece of legislation. It helps those that are on the roadway, either working in those construction zones or driving through there. Hopefully, with the safety aspect of that, it's extremely important that we address that, and you're correct about that. I mean, the number of collisions that occur on the highways of the state of Alabama and the injuries that come from those, whether or not you're working, for instance, in one of those construction companies, or just a driver who's paying attention to what's happening, but somebody else is not. Just want to tell you, I appreciate you bringing this bill. The second thing I just want to point out, and I think you've already said this, but to reiterate, these are in the way of a civil action. These are not points on your record. It is limited in scope. It is for data collection purposes because it is a trial run, pilot type program. And so limited in scope on that. And if I remember correctly, your bill says it'd have to be doing in excess of, I believe, at least 10 miles an hour over before they would even get ticketed under this civil type of an action, which again does not create a point system or does not cause you to accumulate points on your driving record. So thank you for all you've done and the way you've worked on it to try to accomplish what you've done.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. President, I yield back to my colleague.
All right. Senator Smithers, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Senator, let me see. It was three things I wanted to mention. One being let me just say this to you. So you came from South Alabama. So everybody in here who came from Alabaster on up north. So that's all y'all came from that way. If you came down 65, then you came straight through Alabaster. Okay? 65, Pelham, Alabaster. When you hit Alabaster, they got some work being done on the road. Y'all remember that? I'm sure you do. The speed limit changes to 45 miles an hour. Now, you have two officers in that span, the cars in the front end, or when you first come into that, then toward like the middle or toward the middle back, not the back, but the middle back. Those cars that come through there, because of the flow of the traffic and because the voluminous of the numbers, and especially in the evenings or the mornings, they generally allow those cars to move at a little greater pace than the 45 miles an hour, okay? The reason I know that because I've been in that flow of traffic. I've slowed down and almost caused a backup for a quarter of a mile because everybody's trying to get through and keep going through that. Now, it go back to what you were saying there, is that I'm sure that officer is trying to gauge flow patterns. And I'm sure if somebody came down that road riding 90 miles an hour and everybody else is running, it's supposed to be a 45 mile an hour speed zone, and everybody else is running 60, that he or she would take out to get that person that's running 90 miles an hour. I mean, I've seen that happen. But now what we getting ready to do now, everybody that's on that 60, we getting ready to zap them because that's more than 10 miles an hour over the speed. So what we're gonna end up happening, we're gonna end up trying to protect one thing, we're gonna end up with a traffic jam up through there when everybody's got to go strictly at 45 miles an hour. It ain't gonna work. It won't work. That's why I think those officers kind of use the judgment on it. So is anything for that been taken in consideration? That's number one. I'm gonna ask you about 3 questions, let you go on and answer. Number two, I have a serious concern with Aaliyah being the prosecutor and the judge. There's no division. That's why all other cases like that go to district court, go to the circuit court, after the DA and police has charged them for what they are doing. I have problems with the police agent being the ones who gonna hear the trial and who gonna find and say whether they're guilty or not guilty. And even the same people who arrested them or gave them the ticket.
Right.
So how are we gonna correct that? I mean, that's a serious problem now. I mean that not in any kind of situation, not just your pilot program, but where you don't, that's why we have in the Constitution the separation of powers in 3 branches of government. In this bill, we only got 2 branches of government that's operating. Now, I just been educatedly informed of something. Is it so? You tell me what you want to do, okay? You hear that? You in full control of this process. I'm here bringing out some concerns that I see, and you would recognize I would kind of see that at having been a constitutional law professor for 25 years. And taught seniors in law school about the separation of powers. You can see I see that automatically when them kind of things pop up, so that's why I'm mentioning it. But now, are you familiar with what happened to the House version of this bill?
Yes, sir.
You are?
Yeah.
I won't mention it. I'm not going to say it.
Same as you, just
I just want to know where I'm talking about down there.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about up here. And I want you to rest assured that no, I'm not here to do anything but to try to kind of show you what that is. Now, if it comes back, if the bill comes back, have they amend them and we have to concur or not concur, I'm gonna request that you not concur so that we can correct that part of it. And that is where Aaliyah is being the judge, the jury, the prosecutor, all in one. That ain't right. There's nothing wrong with Aaliyah. Yeah. It's just that they can't be the one who, bam, pull out and stop them.
Yeah.
Bam, give them a ticket. Bam, say, come to my Aaliyah's office. We're gonna have a trial, a hearing on what I just gave you, and then be the judge of whether what I gave you was fair or not. You're not gonna get a ruling.
Yeah.
Unless it's real obvious that a mistake was made by the ruling itself.
So regarding number 2.
And my last one is this.
Go ahead.
It wasn't a question. I'm just gonna share something with you when you said about the 10 miles an hour, and then I'm gonna give it to you. You hear me talk about a lot of jobs and things that I've just kind of been involved in. Well, this is another one. Once upon another life, I was clerk in criminal district court. And our judge required that all of us be sheriff deputies. So we had to go through every step I went through the obstacle course, sure I was physically fit. Okay, I did with flying colors. I said, then, not now. and then the second thing, we had to go down to Holt, Alabama, because that's where the firing range is, to qualify shooting. And I tell people all the time, I tell them two things. I said, one, you can put a hat on your head, and I can shoot the hat off without shooting you. That's number one. No, used to. But I also tell them this. They said, you be riding, and we see you ride a lot by yourself. And I tell them, don't get fooled. I said, because when you see me, like if you see me pull in that parking lot out there, you just see me in there and put the badge out there. But I tell them it's 3 people in the car. Yeah, 3 of us. Smillerman, Smith, and Weston. It's 3 of us in that car. It's 3 folks when you see me go in there, so don't get confused. That is one. So but the other thing was this. We had to go to class on the weekend. And anybody in law enforcement know that back in the day, I don't know what they call it now, but they call it the big red book. And it was a big red book with all the procedures, like what 10-4 mean, how to package evidence for the FBI, and all of that, and about these things about stopping. So we in class, and one guy got up and said that, he said, they asked the same kind of question, the teacher, and he said, look, he said, I'm gonna tell you the way I am right now. He said, I do some part-time or whatever. He's trying to get certified. He said, but if I'm out there on patrol, he said, if my mama is running 2 miles an hour over the speed limit, I'm stopping and giving her a ticket. And the teacher said, yeah, you might well stop at the door because you ain't gonna get back in the house. You know, so you give your mama a ticket for 2 miles an hour. So that part I like. You do it 10 miles an hour. You know, you said that. Yeah. Okay? All right. But the other part is that, and I understand what you're saying about electronic. Yeah. You know, and because I'll tell you, I used to, I don't have to go anymore, but one more time, that's for graduation. But when my granddaughter was playing up at Arkansas, Little Rock, I don't know how many of y'all been to Little Rock up through 22, but when you hit right into the southern side of Memphis, the road's gonna start telling you got those traffic cameras and all of that. If you know, it's things that'll tell you that. So you'll know that those cameras are out there and you're gonna drive accordingly. But getting back to what I was saying about that part, about the judge and the jury, you know, it's got to be a separation of that, because that's just unconstitutional.
Yes, sir.
You know, so I'm yielding back to you now.
So I was going to address your...
Wait a minute, well, hold it. Can he answer me though? Yeah. And then, oh no, come on, get the mic. I'm through over here. Go right on. All
right, so Bert, you were talking about your question number 2 there regarding, you know, Aaliyah being kind of the judge and the jury. We do, and we included in the amendment, which it was in the original bill, but we redefined just to kind of shorten things up some. But here it says final order issued under Section 10 may be reviewed by the circuit court by the filing of the notice of appeal pursuant to, and it gives the code section. So we do give them the opportunity to go to circuit court if they've, you know, got, you know, some type of affirmative defense that they say, hey, that wasn't me. You know, they can go to circuit court and appeal that. You know, originally when the bill was put in there, we had the DAs, but the DAs came back and they were like, we don't know if we can handle this and the cost of it, how are we going to pay for it? And being that it was going to be such a short pilot program, we didn't know, you know, we didn't want to get it bogged down trying to figure all the minutiae out there, but you know, hopefully if we get there, we can do that.
I'm gonna let you come.
But I'm open to working and trying to figure that part of it out, because again, at the end of the day, I think what we hope for is, you know, that we can get people to abide by the speed limit. And maybe if all of them are going that, you know, within that 10 miles an hour, that flow will continue on. And I think one of the things maybe we can identify through a pilot program is say, Maybe it's not 10, maybe it's 15, trying to figure out what that variance is there to try to give people an opportunity, through a project like this. So I don't disagree that it's not bulletproof. There's some things that hopefully we can work through and maybe learn and understand. But at the heart of it is just, trying to create more safety there and awareness in these work zones to get people to understand, like, hey, we need to slow down.
Well, what it sounds like is that, to me, is it goes back to the little analysis that I use, and that is we're going down the runway. People who want you to push this bill, they're going straight down this runway. They see work, as they go down the runway, they see the workplace. Okay? Now, however, the wings, they're not looking at the incidental things that's happening because of the wings, because everybody wants to protect the workplace, and right now it sounds like that's, in other words, let me put it to you just like this. This bill is a clear example of why you have to broaden the umbrella and put a broad spectrum of people at the table at the same time. You have to use these new words now, so I could say other words to say the same thing, but I'll just use these new words I've decided to use. And that is, you have to, because if you don't, you only have a one-sided view of the problem that's before you. And that is the view of law enforcement as to why it needs to be done. You just said it. You just said, number one, we don't have enough people. You said it, several other things. But what about the person that's being charged? We just said that we could go through the appeals process if they don't like that. A fixed income is going to be able to hire a lawyer to appeal it. How are they going to be able to even pay the filing fee to circuit court? We raised them fees. I bet the fee, if I had to guess, I bet the fee would probably be anywhere from $200 to $380 something just the fee to file it. I guarantee you, if you're talking about a case like that, you're talking about a minimum of $3,000 to $5,000 for legal costs, because it's going to have to be a trial. That's minimum. For circuit court, it could go up to $10,000. Now, so we got this indigent, we're not even indigent. We got a person on a fixed income that we said that if they want their rights turned over, they don't like it, they can go appeal it. But ain't nobody sat down and talked about what I'm talking about right now. I bet you it hadn't. And I'm not saying bad or good, but I bet you that this conversation I'm having, I bet you, nobody has had in that circle who wants this has had this conversation I'm having right here. And so what I'm saying is that if it's going to be set up, it's got to be set up to handle that too. And the best way to handle that is that if they go to court and not a LEA that places them already in court, okay, already in court. And the same, because if they go to court, if they go to LEA, if the provisions allow for them to have other representation, they still gonna have to do what? Get a lawyer. Now we are saying that they're going to have to come over here in the circuit court, rehire a lawyer, because you don't get, unless you pay for a case that comes out that will cover both of those areas up front. You just paying for this right here. Now you got to turn around and pay. Yeah, and all of a sudden it gets in there's advantage that's going on, pay the fine and go on. But yet you got that against you, and you may be innocent. So now if I don't know if it's points or whatever, but now you got that against you, guilty, and now you see what I'm getting at now? You see the analysis I'm trying to say? Yeah, that's really what I said is really what's the way it's going to happen. You know, except unless you got big money where you can buy your lawyer and pay all of that. So how we address that, and this is not anything about you, but I'm talking about these are the prime example when I'm getting ready to say. We hardly ever in this building consider these folks that I'm talking about now. We don't never. I'm not saying we try to hurt them. We don't, if the thought don't come. And I'm gonna tell you one reason why it don't come. Because on the front end, I'm not just trying to make myself some kind of expert or something like that. I'll clarify that right now. But ain't nobody had a conversation with me with this bill. Not just this one, but I'm saying with this bill. And you say, well, I don't have to. No, you don't. But if you don't, you are not going to ever get the other side of it before you put the bill together. So that's why I would say other people, doesn't matter what side, part of anything, but that's why you have this conversation out here on the middle of the floor with the bill, because for people like me, this is the first opportunity I've had to touch these things we are talking about with the bill. And so I guess what I'm saying is that it's critical to have these pre-conversations, whether you change what you do or not, but you're gonna know the flaws of unintended, this is total unintended, consequences that's gonna happen over here. But the mindset that we have about considering that class of people, we don't have a good record. You say, what you mean? Take education. I'm sitting up here talking about $121 million for 121 priority schools all over the state. And what I'm gonna do for y'all, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna get a chart. And in every one of y'all Senate districts, I'm gonna show you the schools that are, how many y'all got in your district that are priority schools. And when I do that, that's gonna freak you out, because you're gonna see that some of y'all got twice as many as I got. I'm trying to help y'all, not just me. I said statewide, did I not? I didn't say anything about district or Jefferson County. So yet, I see people running all over past me to get to the choice to put $250 million in there. So the fat cats can get the money and decide, I want to go to this high private school. I want to go here with the money. But the little children down here who go to public school and can't afford to do that, we don't even want to help them. We want to get the fat cat $250 million. We don't want to get the poor kids, and poor being academically, okay? Okay, I want to say that. We don't want to get them a dime to get them out of being a priority school. I can't understand our mindset in here. I just can't understand it and feel good about it. We walk out with our chest smiling, we done gave 250 to that, and then we ought to be shaming our own self because we can't give 121 to the children to get their schools just up to the baseline, so they don't have a grade of an F. And it's coming. Let me show you how we be hating on them. It's a bill floating around downstairs, want to change the grading score and make it higher. We're going to take them to a higher grading standard, ain't going to give them a dime, and expect for them to take the pennies we give them, and then we gonna hit the wand like Houdini and magically make them rise up if we put our foot on their neck by telling you got to get 10% more. What's the logic to that? I can't. That's the way we thinking in here. What I'm saying is what's going on right now in our legislative branch. These things I'm saying, a lot of folks think I'm reaching out just saying stuff. I'm making everybody aware that this is what's happening right now as we sit in here. So I'm getting back to your bill. So how are we gonna handle that? You know, I'm talking about the judge, the jury, the fine, all that. Is there another way that y'all talked about that we could handle that?
Well, like I said originally, and you're going to know more about that side of it than I do, being an attorney, and you've seen this through your experience. But, you know, originally in the bill, we had the DAs in there where, you know, they could go through that, you know, for the appeals. But, you know, like I say, I'm open to listening to the expert, see what you got, and, you know, talk through it and understand it.
I'll tell you, I wish that it would go to district civil. That's where I wish it would go, instead of to Aaliyah. I wish it would go to district civil.
Okay.
Yeah, who is set up to do that. That's what they do in district civil court. The smaller civil cases, that's where you handle them down there. Okay. And see, that's where I think that part should go. I mean, I think that would make the bill a whole lot better bill than it is now. Regardless of what I said about the cameras and stuff like that, I think that the meat of the need is for it to go to civil district. Okay.
Okay.
So now, how you think we could accomplish that? I mean, I know it's just leaving here, the Senate bill, right?
Yes, sir.
It's just leaving here. But so how you think we could accomplish that then?
I think we need to talk about it, look at it, and if that's something that we're capable of doing, see if we can do that in the House. You know, see what we can work out there.
Who is your House sponsor?
So Representative Kirkland was carrying it downstairs.
You think he'd be amenable to that conversation?
I think we can get him to the table and talk.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna yield this to Senator Singleton, and I'm through with my questions and things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Okay. Senator Singleton.
All right, Senator Singleton, you recognize.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna miss
Senator Smitherman. Oh, Lord.
May I be recognized?
Re-recognized. Yes, sir.
Okay. Smitherman.
I got you.
Smitherman.
I saw him step up there.
Let me take these glasses off. Smitherman. Let me hear my name. You don't mind? Smitherman.
Smitherman, I got it.
All right, that's me. All right.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. I'm a single ton. I'm a heavy brother. A whole single ton. All right?
All right, you recognize.
Thank you. Senator, this bill has seen a untimely death downstairs on the House version of it. But I see you keeping hope alive, trying to get this pile of projects going up. And I guess that'll kind of tell you what's going to happen when it get to its final destination.
We'll see. Maybe they'll have a change of heart.
Maybe. Well, the thing is, it was just to be ours, so they can always come back with it. Your bill might be able to revive it. Once it get downstairs, it might be able to revive it. And if you can get in committee and get back up, it might be able to revive it. I have problems along the line that Senator Smitherman has in terms of where Aaliyah plays a role in this bill. And I too have problems with that appeal to the circuit court and the cost that it could be on a constituent to be able to try to get to circuit court. Circuit court is not always cheap, and then circuit court sometimes is so backed up, yet, you know, it doesn't necessarily, there has to be a a jury trial in circuit court. Judges have a right to do bench trials at circuit court, which this could happen also. But because circuit court sometimes gets so backed up, it may be 3 years before they hear this case in circuit court. And in most of our circuits, you know, we already talking about reallocation of judges. We don't have judges to do the work that we need to do. And a lot of these circuits just are so inundated with cases and overwhelmed with the work that they have to do. And you may have 2 judges and sometimes 1 judge in a circuit. And then you'll bring these pilot programs because you realize that how many actual tickets could be written in traffic in this pilot that, and even if you say, let's say if it's 100 written and 10% of them appeal it, that's 10%, that's 10 cases that's going to the circuit. And sometimes if it's in the same area of the circuit, it could be a problem in that circuit court before those cases are heard. We're not putting any kind of precedence on, preference on when the case can be heard, but to actually allow that Aaliyah becomes the judge and the jury at the initial cases, and then only if you want to appeal, you have the circuit court that you can appeal to. And as the senator said, the cost to go to circuit court could be detrimental to some indigent clientele because this is civil, so they may not be able to get that indigent representation that they will get under a criminal action. And so that means that they just got to eat it up. And I don't think that that's fair if I really feel that I've been wronged. And usually when Aaliyah writes the ticket, then they're gonna have you to come in and judge it. They're gonna always be right. They're not gonna basically say we were wrong about what we're doing. We were right. And you can take it on up there to circuit court if you want to. And so if you don't have the means to go to circuit court, then you're just stuck. And so I don't know if we should be putting our people in that kind of position to just get stuck when on a normal traffic ticket, they at least get to go to district courts, and the ability to pay it off or the ability to be able to go to traffic school or, the ability to be able to just kind of work it out with the judge or somebody. Here, under this pilot, it doesn't sound like they're gonna have those abilities to do that. And I think we should just let it ride through normal, what we're doing already through just normal traffic procedures and allow that to happen. That doesn't mean that they can't heighten the, just like right now, you run through a construction zone, it heightens the ticket based on what you have to pay. And so that doesn't mean that even in these situations, that it can't be heightened in some kind of way to get the same results that you're trying to get. And I'm not sure of what it is that we're really trying to achieve here with this. At the end of how long is the pilot again?
Sunsets in 2028.
So we're talking about a little under 2 years that we'll have a pilot. And what are we looking at out of this data? What are we looking for?
Well, I mean, the goal is just to slow people down, to let them know that because we don't have enough law enforcement officers out there to ticket people, especially, sometimes you see people, they see an officer's got somebody pulled over, they're like, well, they can't get me, and then they take off and, continue on. But the results that we want are just for people to go within 10 miles an hour of the speed limit through a work zone. And so just, general safety, just slow people down so that they'd be aware. And like I said earlier, I hope nobody gets a ticket. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we would be better off if we didn't collect a single $250 fine, but everybody went through there, within that 10-mile-an-hour buffer of the speed limit, slowed down, allowed these people to do the job that we need them to do. Because, if they go through there and we have an accident, then we back up traffic, we slow people down.
Now, I'm gonna say this to you also. The onus and the assumption is always on the driver coming through. We got to be able to say sometime to the construction site workers that they need to be doing things that are safe also, that sometimes distract. I was coming in Jefferson County last week, coming down 20, headed towards Tuscaloosa. Under a bridge, a gentleman, here you got a narrow way from where the bridge culvert is to, it was overhead bridge. He was doing something, but he's standing off of another vehicle, reaching across, almost with his parts of his body out over the highway. As a driver, I'm looking up, but what if I swirl over and hit something that caused him to go? They do stuff, and I'm not blaming anything to say that happens all the time. But in these construction sites, I've seen construction workers jump to try to run across the street and jump back.
Yeah.
Knowing all this traffic is coming. We gotta also say to them that you gotta do things that are safe in your zone that sometimes distract drivers that make them swerve over into you. Okay? Because I saw a gentleman attempt to come across the highway and jump back, and cars hit brakes, and just blessed that they didn't all crash. But it's a work zone, and you're asking us to be safe, but they got to do things that promote safety in their safe zones also.
Right.
And so we just can't always punish the drivers, and when people are making their safe, supposed to be safe zone unsafe. And I think a lot of people don't think about that, because that's the human element on that side also of what they're doing, and or just sitting there and sitting on the side of a guardrail, with when the cars are coming by with you hanging off the guardrail, or you standing up there, outside the cone. And we want to be safe, and we want to drive slowly through there, but also I think that we got to make sure that we do enough to make sure that the work zones are safe.
I agree.
Okay? Because, cars are coming by, people are trying to do other stuff, but as soon as we do something as a driver to the pedestrian or the worker who's over there, then now we're held accountable. We're getting lawsuits when sometimes the distractions are off that side. And it's hard to say to a driver, well, you should have just kept your eyes on the road when you hanging off the side of a truck. I don't know what you're about to do. And I'm sure I wasn't the only one that was looking up because it was distracted.
Yeah.
And some people could be, just make a swerve and there you are. Everything is over just like that. And in accidents, I've had accidents before, and in accidents, it doesn't take but that mere second, that blink of an eye, or, fatigue can sit in, anything, or a distraction. That dog run across the road that make you swerve, and you swerve into somebody else's car. That blind side that's right there. You just didn't see them because they was in that little blind area. Yeah, I looked back, but I didn't see him, and he was there. But in these work zones, I think that we got to make sure, because a lot of times they don't keep cones up properly. Cars might come through and knock them down. They don't put them back up. We got to make sure that the work zone itself has secured itself for safety also. I'm for what you're trying to do to keep them safe in terms of the driver. We got to make sure that they're safe also, that they're doing what they're supposed to do, and with their people are doing what they're supposed to do inside of these zones.
Yes, sir.
Because I see it. It happens. I'm sure you probably have seen folks on the side of the road and you wonder, what are you doing? You'll get hit. Get out of the road. I screamed at them. Get out of the road.
Blow your horn at them.
Blow the horn at them, you know? And, you know, you cussing on down the road. If I had done, state trooper ready to give me a ticket, you know? And so, I don't know where this bill gonna go, what it's gonna do, but I think that this pilot, you know, everybody out now trying to get data. Data's the big thing now. Everybody want data. We used to always talk about how big brother's watching over, but everybody want to be big brother, little brother, step brother, everybody brother now. Everybody getting that same data we used to always talk about we didn't want big brother to have. And big brother was always the government. So now everybody is getting data. It don't have to be the government. It's everybody want data. Data sells. Data sells. And we need to make sure that none of this data gets sold to anyone that they're going to collect, because they're going to be talking about coming out with traffic marginals and what it takes to be in a safe zone, and somebody's going to capitalize on it and run an advertisement with it. So I don't want to prolong this, because I think that, you know, it has shown us what's going to happen in that house. But I know it's a bill that you have and that y'all got to work out, and you probably have these problems going on in your community.
Yeah.
I know. And, but I do see a problem that's going to come up with Aaliyah having to handle all faces of the retribution part of it, and so then we'll possibly turn it over to a circuit court. Probably would have sent it at least to district courts, you know. That's where most traffic is done. Yes, circuit has a level of traffic division, but those are the only appeals have come over there. So what you're doing is allowing Leah to take up from the initial judgment is where the district court would have been, and now they're gonna make an appeal. I probably would have rather it went to district court. At least district court, you know, then we could at least leave those penalties where district court can allow someone to come to go to traffic school. The district court can allow someone at least to, you know, pay the fine before the court date comes. You don't get that at circuit, because at circuit, you would have exhausted all those avenues already, and now it's just time to come in, pay the piper.
Yeah. And I think Senator Smitherman had a good point about district civil and looking at that and seeing what we can do and trying to come up with some solutions to be able to address those problems.
So how do you? So when will we look at those solutions?
So I think work them out in the House, get it down there if we can, and get it down there and sit down here and come up with the language that we want to see. And
that didn't sound like a very likely House to do that in.
Thank you. Like he said, it had to come up here and work out the differences and try to come up with some things that we feel like will answer some of the questions that you guys have brought.
I got you. But why can't we just go and try to make it right now?
I think just understanding what that process looks like and trying to understand the details of it, is if we can come up with that, then, you know, work through it.
All right, I'm not going to prolong you. I don't know if I could totally support this bill the way it's written.
Yeah.
But I think you know, if everybody ready to vote on it.
Okay. All right. Hey,
long roll.
Long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton.
I'll vote for it over with.
Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
25 ayes, 3 nays. SB 341 receives its third reading. Thank you, Senator Carnley. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 54 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 330 by Senator Bell regarding the courts. BR pending.
Senator Bell.
Mr. President, motion to approve BR. Have to have a new roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 54 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 330 by Senator Bell regarding criminal procedure. Committee amendment pending.
All right.
Mr. President, motion to adopt the committee amendment. Previous row, no objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. The amendment's adopted.
Mr. President, what this bill does is allow a violation or misdemeanor to be sworn and issued by a judge, magistrate remotely, digitally, via video link, or by telephone without physical presence. And what this basically does, if little Bobby is driving down the road and the trooper writes him a ticket or sheriff deputy writes him a ticket, you know, they all do that by computer now. Well, that computer will transmit that ticket, where right now a lot of them have to go by and go in the clerk's office, or if they get off at 6 in the morning, wait around till 8 o'clock, overtime, allows them to either Zoom or telephone. In most of your small counties, they all know each other, but allows them to swear by the ticket on that way, which most states don't even have to do any of that stuff, but it allows us to do that. And really the main thing is saving the overtime for our municipalities, our sheriff's departments, and law enforcement in the state. So really it's going to cut back down on the overtime for a lot of them just to go by and say, hey, I swear I wrote those tickets. And that's really all this does. I know you got some questions. You looking?
That sounds simple. I'm sorry. Hello.
Recognize Senator Singleton.
That sounds simple.
Something so simple. Now,
That
little Bobby could not argue with that, could he?
Little Bobby gonna say, well, you know, so you're the guy who wrote me the ticket?
Well, yeah, I wrote little Bobby a ticket.
You wrote little Bobby a ticket.
Let me tell you the difference, though. Back when I was writing tickets, we had to handwrite every single ticket. And if somebody really made you mad, you'd write them 2 or 3 tickets. Now they swipe that license, hit a button, and they'll spit out 6 or 7 tickets. We never were going to handwrite anybody 6 or 7 tickets. That's the only difference you see today with computers is it's so easy to hit a button and produce tickets, where we had to handwrite them things. And if they got more than 3 tickets, then the judge already knew, they really pissed that person off. So that's one of the main differences. But I think little Bobby could probably get driving school or something like that if he come into court with his hat in his hand. It was real nice.
Well, you know, little Bobby gets a ticket.
Okay.
And he comes and so walk me again. And that ticket is going to go from the computer back to the courthouse.
That law enforcement officer, either if it's a handwritten ticket, which you don't have many of those anymore, then he could slide the tickets up under the clerk's office door. He could do whatever instead of having to wait for somebody to be there or having to actually go there and then call, Zoom. They could do whatever, set it up, whatever the clerk's office allows, and then swear to the ticket, hey, I'm Lance Bell. I wrote those tickets. And most of them know each other very well. I guarantee, especially your counties are like mine. They know their children. They know everything about them. So it just allows and saves on the overtime for law enforcement.
So it's still the officer who's swearing?
Yes, the officer's still doing it. He's just doing it remotely, whether it's by video link, and that's why video link's in there, telephone, because a lot of them, they talk anyway. It just saves them, like, if you work 12-hour shifts, you work 6 to 6.
Or if I'm going to be off tomorrow after I wrote this ticket, I ain't got to come in on my off day to swear that I did this ticket.
Just save some time, and it's more administrative cleanup. Most states don't even make you swear to them. You write the ticket, you turn them in, that's just all there is to it. But Alabama, we're still making them swear to them tickets.
That's right. We need to know that you were the man who wrote the tickets, and I need to know that, you know, that was the intent.
Make me go through an extra process because I wrote a ticket.
Yes.
Little Bobby probably deserved it.
You're making me go through an extra process by coming up there to pay the ticket.
Exactly. But if little Bobby hadn't been speeding, he wouldn't have to get that ticket.
Yeah, maybe if, you know, hadn't been speeding, or if he hadn't been sitting in a speed trap zone, you know.
Oh. Do those still occur these days? Because I see.
Of course they do. I got them in my little hometown.
I thought with media now, you have these Facebook accounts, you know, that alert you where they are. And what's the app on your phone?
Waze.
Waze tells you where the troopers are, the law enforcement are.
There ain't no Waze, and you know you got to be in big cities to get Waze. A lot of Wazes don't be in rural county.
No, there's still some Waze.
Now I Waze when I'm going through there. I let them know he's sitting there hidden back in the back. But you know, I think that in some, let me just tell you about. I go through a little city it's 35 right here, and less than 100 yards, it drops down to 25. So you're expected to drop those 10 miles per hour speed in 100 yards right there, right? So if you don't, and then when you don't really get to see the sign up until you get to that point. So they sit right there on that 25 miles per hour sign where you come in, you're at 35 and you get there, you're probably still doing 30.
But little Bobby's been through there so much now, little Bobby knows to slow down, don't he?
Nope. Nope.
You still get pulled over.
Yep. because
Are you a slow learner?
I am. That's why I'm little Bobby. I rode the short bus.
I know better than that.
So, I see, and especially I say to officers like in my hometown, you see people going to work. If you're in an area where he pulling up my driver record to show how many tickets I got.
It was bad.
So if you're in an area to where people are moving in the morning, trying to go to work, trying to get out, why are y'all? I mean, unless they're doing some reckless driving, why are you trying to stop these folks? Because you want folks leaving your town going to work, so they can come back and pay some taxes.
I agree.
Buy some groceries, buy some gas. But when you stop them and you making them late, or you sitting up there, early in the morning, slowing traffic down to 10 miles per hour because everybody's scared to move because the officer is there, especially if it's not reckless driving. If you're in a zone where people are driving 35 and you say, well, you was in 25, but you were doing 35 miles, they act like that is, really speed. You were doing 35 miles per hour at this 25 mile per hour zone. Yeah, you're speeding because that's the law, but are you, the car is just barely moving hard.
I got a place in front of my office, and it's hard to do the speed limit.
Yes.
Because it's so low. I mean, it's
hard.
I probably violate it every single day.
Sometimes if you just put the car in drive, and if it just coasts off on its own, it might do 20 miles per hour. Just
hey, I tell you one that you don't have to worry about speeding. That's Senator back there, Stewart. I've seen Senator Stewart drive. He's about 10 miles under the speed limit the whole way. He never has to worry about a speeding ticket, and that's where the troopers telling him to go fast. We were at a driving course, and I swear he probably could have got up to about 80, and I don't think he ever got over 25.
Well, they wouldn't say that about Senator Singleton.
Me either. Me either.
Senator Singleton be moved. I have places to go, and I try to do it expeditiously, and I try to do it safely, and as safe as I possibly can.
Me too.
And get there. I remember one time I got stopped by the officer. I was driving. He said, well, you moving so fast. I said, man, it's these new aerodynamic cars that just cut through the wind. That's when they first came out with aerodynamic vehicles, right?
So the aero is what made it go fast.
Yeah, the aerodynamic. Now cars used to be made on a block. The wind was holding them back. But now they was making these cars to where you just shoot and cut through the wind. It's new engineering, new dynamics. And you were able to move a little bit faster than when you were driving the old 57s and the old 60s and the 70 cars. They were just made out of a block, almost windshield that big, and it was pushing back.
So how much speed did you pick up when you got one of them new aero cars?
At least a good 10 miles an hour. At least a good 10 miles per hour.
Well,
you go down the road, you say, wow, man, you driving 55. I mean, but you have to understand that the engineering in those vehicles, when you were driving 55, 60 in one of those older cars, it looked like you were really going fast. Now, because of the sound and everything else around you, you really don't even know you're going that fast in a vehicle, for real.
If you get your music up a little bit, you definitely don't know.
You really don't. You're just moving down the road. Trees don't look like they're moving as fast going by you, but...
And now you got, your phone, Bluetooth, so you get to talking, carry on the conversation. Next thing you know, you're doing 85 or 90.
As long as you're not holding it in your hand now.
That's right.
Don't be holding your phone in your hand.
Well, when you're old like me and you got hearing aids, your phone goes straight to that.
Right, exactly. So you think this is a good bill so that we can save some money?
I hope it saves some money. That's the goal.
That guy don't have to come in on overtime.
Convenience and money. We all like convenience and we all like money.
Depends on who getting the money.
Well, in my house, my wife gets the money. I don't get it.
Cause it's not convenient money for me if I got to be the one that's paying it.
We give it, they taketh.
Yeah, not convenient for me.
My dad always told me, make sure you have the last word. Say yes, ma'am, and go on.
That don't always work. That don't always work.
All right.
'Cause now you're patronizing me.
You ready to get this bill passed? We can get on. That's probably that next bill's a pretty bad one, ain't it?
It really is. It really is. That's why I'm prolonging
That's why
on this one.
you don't want to get that next bill.
The little AID.
Senator Stewart's looking to see what the next bill is. He grabbed his calendar up to see what it is.
But I think,
Well, don't tell me you don't know what that next bill is. You're looking at the calendar too.
I don't. But this
It's your bill.
But this bill's a little bit better than the last bill, I tell you that.
That's why I asked for a new role.
All right, we can move on. I don't have a whole lot, stomach aches with this bill since it's just gonna let people swear over the phone and attest to who to. Now you just can't have Bobby can't have little Bobby to call.
Well, maybe little Bobby will slow down and won't be tearing up the roads in that new aerodynamic car. We know Senator Stewart driving that car, it's going to be going slow. He going to be like Barney Rubble back there, and Fred Flintstone put his foot out the door and slow that thing down.
Dallas County, we have to do that sometimes.
I mean, I've seen him drive, and I thought the one opportunity he has on a driving course to go fast, and he decided he wasn't in that big of a hurry for lunch that day. Of course, it was a brown bag lunch, so it wasn't the best. So, but that's the main thing. We get this bill passed and get on to the next bill and have fun. You ready? All right, move. Previous row, no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
Thirty ayes, no nays. SB 330 receives its third reading. Thank you, Senator Bell. All right, Secretary, call the next bill in the special order count. Senator Gudger, you want to be recognized?
Yes, I'd like to take House messages.
All right.
All right, sir.
Yes, call the first House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and adopted the following House Joint Resolution and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Joint Resolution number 259 by Representative Oliver and others, observing Military Appreciation Day and honoring members of the 99th Air Refueling Squadron and the 117th Air Fueling Wing. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion for immediate consideration, use the previous roll without objection.
Any objection? All right, all those in favor say aye. All opposed? All right, resolution's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next House message.
Mr. President, message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has originated and adopted the following House Joint Resolution and ordered same sent forthwith to the Senate. House Joint Resolution number 260 by Representative Pringle, convening of a joint session. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion using for final passage using previous roll without objection.
Any objection to immediate consideration and all members being added as co-sponsors? Sorry. Any objection to immediate consideration? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and is amended as passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 22 regarding the Commission on Uniform State Laws. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
All right.
Mr. President, I would move that we concur using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
All right, 30 ayes, no nays. The Senate concurs in House Amendment SB 22. Thank you, Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Pro Tem. All right, Secretary, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 53 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 325 by Senator Singleton regarding the Department of Commerce, BR pending.
Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, I move for the BR use the previous role without objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 53 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 325 by Senator Singleton regarding the Department of Commerce, committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, I move for the adoption of committee amendment, use of previous role without objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. Committee amendments adopted. All right, Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, if there's no other questions or anything, I move for the third reading be dispensed without objection, use the previous role.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. SB 325 receives
I
for third
forgot my
reading.
speech.
Thank you, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 304 by Senator Albritton regarding municipalities, BR pending.
Senator
Mr.
Albritton.
President, move for passage of the BIR using previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 304 by Senator Albritton regarding municipalities, committee substitute pending.
Senator Albritton.
At this time, I'd move to table the committee sub.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. The committee substitute is tabled.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
I'm ready to address the bill and discussion if we need at this point. What this bill does is basically it's a fairness issue with contractors. Right now, if a contractor has a job in Birmingham, but his office is in Mountain Brook, then he's going to pay taxes in both based on gross revenue on the same gross revenue in both towns. What this does is allow the one tax of gross revenue to be made and be split or be paid in the municipality where the work is done. That's basically it.
So,
all right, you yield for questions?
Yes, I'd yield.
All right,
Okay.
Senator Singleton, you recognize.
So, I'm in Singletonville, and Lil Bobby got a contract with the Albritton Company.
Yes, Dr. Nelson.
Okay, so I come in my headquarters in Singletonville.
Yes,
and I come over to Albritton's, and I do a construction contract to build a garage. And that cost me $10,000 to do that. So you're saying now that to pay the taxes over there, which Albrittonville could charge me, right? And then
both of us under.
that's what I'm saying. Then I have over here in Singletonville, I could charge also.
Correct.
So now I'm being taxed twice for the same job.
Precisely.
That's what's happening today.
Correct.
And so what you're now saying that we can now take it.
If we pass this bill.
If we, I understand that then either it could be split between the two, that one tax.
There's one tax.
One tax.
And then the collector, the one who gets that tax, is where the job occurred.
It's where the job occurred over in Albrittonville.
Correct.
So that you would be the one who collected, not in Singletonville.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just out of it. I just collect my regular taxes that I get off this person because they're headquartered in my town.
Exactly.
Not on the job and the construction
Exactly.
Anything, only where it is.
Exactly. And look at the effect that this will have. You see what the cost of construction are going out the roof. And one of the reasons for that is because of the cost continues to grow. And those costs are developed into what the taxes collect. And if he's paying tax upon tax upon tax, that's an incremental increase. If we can reduce that to where it's fair, it's not only fair on the contractor who's paying it, but it's fair for the consumer who's not paying taxes in Albrittonville and Singletonville. So that makes it a fair taxation policy also.
Okay, well, I know that one of these gentlemen say he had a substitute or something.
Yes, we have.
I'm a year to the gentleman.
Well, I would welcome any other. I do have a substitute to come in that after we get to a particular point.
All right.
Yeah, the sub be brought by a colleague over there. Yeah. All right.
All right. Senator Elliott, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the way the bill was originally drafted drew some concerns from certain municipalities about how mechanically they would make this work. And so the language in the sub is really starts on about line 86 and runs through about line 96 or so, that basically runs through the mechanics of how you demonstrate to the municipality that you have paid these business license fees in other municipalities.
If I might, part of what does this is because the municipalities were concerned that this was going to cost them more because they had to have more people to keep and check this. And this new sub is going to transfer that responsibility to the contractor themselves.
Exactly, and that was primarily the concern of the municipalities. And so with that, I'd like to offer the sub.
All right, Dennis, read and receive the sub.
And I'd move for the adoption of the sub at this point.
Well, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Substitute for Senate Bill 304 by Senator Elliott.
All right.
I'd move for the adoption of the sub using previous role without objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. The Senator Elliott substitute's adopted.
And now I see my colleague over there is getting queued up.
Senator Smitherman, you're recognized.
I ain't get queued up yet because the cake is on my table over there.
You've
I
always
ain't got in that cake yet. When I get in that cake, I have plenty of sugar.
you've always been cute.
But this is what I wanted to ask. Let me say it to you like this first. I'm gonna say it like this. So help ease your mind, and then you'll just see where the train gonna go. You just don't know what speed or how it's gonna go. But I'm gonna say it up front. I'm gonna vote for the bill. Okay, so that's don't misconstrue. You won't have to misconstrue what I'm trying to find out about though.
If I might, Senator, I understand what you're going to do. The only question remaining is when.
We gonna get there. Okay. I just wanted to say this. I heard that I've heard three things, and I think I know which one of them it is. But you know how we as lawyers, a lot of times we ask questions we already know the answer, but we just gonna ask the question to see if I answer what we know is right. Okay, that's the way we do that. I know. And so I heard three things. I heard one, that they're gonna split the money between the home office and there, especially with this amendment or how it's going to, so what he just put in. My perception is they're gonna split the money. Then one that I heard is that the person who doing the work, the area that's the work being done, they gonna keep the money. And then the third one, which hadn't been mentioned, is that I'm making a presumption that where the company is located, then they have to pay a business license, I'm sure, to operate in that governmental entity.
If I may explain?
Sure, you come right on in.
All right.
Okay.
If I have an office in Mountain Brook, and that's where I have my business office and warehouse, I have to have a business license there. That business
That's right.
is usually a flat fee license.
That's right.
Now, if I'm going to be doing work in Birmingham, I don't have to open an office there.
No.
But I still need to have a business license there.
Okay.
And then I have to pay a flat fee for that business license.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a business license for both cities. But if I'm doing a construction job, and that construction job is in Birmingham, under current law, there is also, under both business licenses, that flat fee, there's also a gross revenue tax, which is based upon, of course, the amount of the cost of the job. And that gross revenue tax is collected in both cities in which they're
The equal amounts. So if it was
Same
10,
amount. Well, it depends.
if it was
It
10, like he said, over in Birmingham, then are you saying Mountain Brook gonna come back and charge me another 10?
What I'm suggesting is, under current law,
Under current law.
it depends on what the tax rate is. The municipalities may have different tax rates.
Okay, so
But let's say it's a 5% tax rate.
Okay.
Then they're going to pay a 5% tax rate on that $10,000 job to Birmingham, because
Okay.
that's where the job is. And because they have a business license in Mountain Brook, they're going to pay a 5% gross revenue tax in Mountain Brook on that same job.
So so in that case, there'll be a total of 10%, just 5 and 5 what they're
Correct.
paying. And what you're
Correct.
trying to do in this bill, you said they pay the 1.5.
It'll pay 1.5% rate, or whatever that rate is, of that municipality in which the job occurs.
Let me ask this question. Now, like I said, I'm gonna vote for it. Okay, but I gotta ask this question. This kind of go back to what I was saying about the Senator, Senator Connolly. What I was saying to him up here is when I was talking about the, being on the fixed income.
Yes,
and
sir.
then being that. Now, I'm asking a question I know the answer, and I just ask that way. What's going to happen to the cities then? I mean, you got Mountain Brook, who now is not going to get $5,000. I realize that we making the contractor smile, because he done had to pay 10, and we passed this, he ain't got to pay but 5. But now on the other end of it, we making the city frown, because now their budgets are $5,000 less, and I'm not talking about the scheme of a city like Birmingham, but I'm talking about a scheme like a little city like maybe Argo or somebody like that, who their budget may be $100,000. 5,000 is big on a budget like that. So now, what happens to the city? And let me show you what I mean, and I'm gonna stop. Is that we put all these mandates on cities. Get police officers, do this, do that. But nobody in this state, include us, can crank up a manufacturing money and start printing it out. So now, this is another thing that we're taking money from the cities. I'm not talking about it ain't good to help the contractor. Yay for the contractor. But I'm talking about now the cities. So what are we as a body? I'm not talking about, we passed the tax. What are we gonna do condescendingly over here to offset the fiscal note that these cities are gonna lose? I mean, I keep saying this, and very few people but y'all with the budgets have really kind of acknowledged this. There's few other people, but acknowledge it. In the old days, if we gonna give these contractors a break like this, and then our cities are gonna lose money, and you can say a little bit of money or large money, it don't matter. If they're gonna lose money, we had a mean of revenue to put before, to substitute to offset what we doing for these contractors. In this world we in now, if you ain't the one that's getting the gold, you just out of luck. That's what's getting ready to happen to these cities. So what can we do under our present financial structure? And you know what happened to you now. I'm gonna tell you. They gave the right man to carry the right bill to be asked the right question. Because it don't get no better than having the man who handles the budget that affects this, what I'm saying. You the man. You know, I couldn't ask nobody better if they get for an answer, no matter what you tell me. Nobody else in here can tell me better than whatever you gonna tell me. And I'm not gonna ask you to tell me what it is. Because I could think of a couple things where we could take care of that. I ain't talking about from somebody else. I'm just talking about certain revenues that may allow that to happen if things go the way it ought to go, okay? So what are we gonna do about the cities? You know, they ain't got nobody, they don't have nobody that's speaking up for them right now but me. Because I ain't heard a soul in here get up and say that, well, the cities are gonna suffer whatever too. Nobody has said that. And so if I'm a Lone Ranger, I'm just a Lone Ranger. Okay, now, so what can we do so the cities won't suffer? I'll turn it back to you.
I appreciate your question, and I appreciate the aspect of focusing on what, when there's winners and losers, where's the loser wind up type idea. First off, let me make a couple of observations. When we're talking about the taxes, that tax is not paid by the contractor. He doesn't pay that. That's in his cost. That's paid by the consumer. That's paid by the individual. If you're getting a garage in, that person on the home, he's paying for that garage. In the current system, that person that's paying that for that garage to be put in Birmingham is paying a tax to Birmingham because that's appropriate. He lives in Birmingham. His services is provided by Birmingham. That's where he worships. Everything is centered in Birmingham. He should pay those taxes for Birmingham to receive those services. But now, under the current circumstances, he also pays the same amount of tax money coming out of the same pot, meaning his pocket, and it's going to Mountain Brook that he don't live in. He may travel through sometimes, but he doesn't live there. The services he gets from Mountain Brook is extremely limited. So why should he be paying taxes for his garage in Birmingham for the people in Mountain Brook to benefit from? So this is a means of fair taxation on the people that receive the services should be paying the monies for those services. Now, keep in mind though, that's just not a fairness issue, because now the guy in Birmingham finds out that his garage is going to cost 5 or 10%, whatever the tax rate is, less than he would have. That means he's got extra cash in his money, in his pocket. So he's going to take that money and he's going to use that money to furnish that new garage. He's going to put a new car in there. Now, that's going to benefit Birmingham, or maybe he'll go to Mountain Brook and buy the car. Then he's going to pay taxes in Mountain Brook. What that's going to spur is when you reduce the taxes on the consumer, they're going to spend it. That's going to be the benefit. And the same thing's going to happen with Mountain Brook. When that guy finds out that he can build a new tree house, because Mountain Brook has a lot of tree houses. Never mind, anyway. When Mountain Brook can build a new tree house, he's going to find out that that costs less. He's going to have extra money in his pocket that he can spend, and guess who's going to benefit? Mountain Brook.
Now,
that economic development is what we're talking about. By reducing the cost and reducing the taxes, that's going to spur economic growth
let me
in
ask you a
those
question.
same areas.
But now, what in this bill is going to assure that the contractor over here who had to pay the extra money is going to all of a sudden be a good Samaritan and not put that money in their pocket as profit, extra profit, and gonna do what you just said, versus just they gonna keep it themselves. It ain't gonna be no break to the person that's buying it. It's just gonna be a denial to the city over here that's getting it. And then that is money that person don't have to pay over there. So guess what? That's gonna be $5,000 more profit that they gonna retain or have over here. So the contractor gonna get profit. The person gonna have to pay less for it, but the contractor gonna get profit. The city is gonna lose the money, and they're gonna lose their ability to provide that level of services that the money lost. So now the citizen over here is worse. They're worse off. The citizens in Mountain Brook, the contractor is better off because he's got $5,000 more worth of profit. Now, I'm just laying it out there, and I'm not against anybody for making profit and money, but I'm just calling them for what it is. That's what the situation is. They go, and I mean, so all I'm saying is that I'm not even against the contractor making them some money. You okay? Because I'm a believer in this now. If you want a business to be a good corporate citizen, they got to make money to be able to give money.
Exactly.
So I agree with that. What I'm saying is that what are we as this body going to do for these cities who are losing their money, i.e. whether it's a tax break on their taxes that they get and have to report to us, on the same amount that the fiscal note says. In my case, Birmingham is $250,000. That's what we lose. When this bill passed, or more, as a city, we're gonna lose that. Okay, so now what is it that can be done, not just for Birmingham, but I'm saying, because this is a state for everybody, what is it can we do as a body to offset that so the cities won't suffer?
Senator, I love it when my opposing attorney answers his own question. Two things.
Okay.
Two things, if I might. One is human nature. Human nature. The guy in Birmingham is going to be looking at the market. He's going to pricing who's going to be the price that's whatever contractor comes in. So if the guy is going to try to gouge him, he's going to find it and hire somebody else. That's number one. Number two, you're going to have the guy, if you remember the scenario, the guy has a business and office and such in Mountain Brook, and he's going to Birmingham to do this job. And maybe he does get away with it. Maybe he does put an extra $5,000 on that thing because now he can he'll end up paying taxes, so I'll just put that in my pocket. And guess what? Where's he going with that? He's going home to Mountain Brook. And where's he going to spend that? In Mountain Brook. That's $5,000 more coming into Mountain Brook that grows as it tumbles through that economy. When he stops off at the Circle K, when he stops off at the Food Lion, when he goes off and gets more gas, and all that's in Mountain Brook. Mountain Brook just picks that money up just like that.
Now let me show you this though.
And all of that doesn't have to do anything other than your question was, what do we do? What does the state do? The state handles the policies that makes that great effort work, that makes that economy to grow and develop into both areas so that they can all benefit. And Alabama did the right thing. That's what happens.
All right, now, but you being a budget shadow and you the number man, I'm gonna take your analysis and show you what's finna happen in that city. I'm gonna say everything you said is right, and I'm gonna track it. Okay, the man gets the money, go over to Mountain Brook to spend. But guess what happens? That's $5,000. What's 10% of $5,000? What's 10%? 500, isn't it? Yeah, 500. That's all Mountain Brook gonna get, the 10% tax. I don't care what this man be buying and all that. I'm talking the city of Mountain Brook only gonna get his taxes when he go spend it over there. Right now, the city of Mountain Brook getting $5,000. Under your scenario, they're gonna get $500. So what we gonna do about the $4,500 that they losing under your scenario? That they losing. What we as a state gonna do to compensate them for losing the $4,500 then? I'm turning it back over to you. What we gonna do?
I think your scenario is short-sighted because you're looking at and most economists, most will tell you this. Of course, you know what an economist is. They're as bad as a lawyer by giving different answers. But when he comes in and he spends that $5,000 and only $500 comes into tax, well, guess what? That $4,500 goes into other people's pockets. And those $4,500 now is spent in other things. That's the tumbling of the economy that goes and goes and goes. That turns over and over and over, which generates tax revenue upon tax revenue upon tax revenue. Not to mention, he's paying income taxes on it. Not to mention that he's paying tax on his vehicles that he's paid, and on and on and on. And everybody in that chain that handles that $4,500 all live in Mountain Brook.
No, now that's the last part right there.
Brook,
they don't live in
just continues to grow and develop.
They don't live in Mountain Brook. That's the whole point. You're right on what you said about the money, but they all don't live in Mountain Brook. Well, I back out.
What did you say before that? What did you say before that?
Oh, I said you did a great job on a global
I thought you said I was right, but
you were right. I did say that. You were right about the global effect there, but in terms of the services that the city of Mountain Brook used them $5,000 to put in their general operating budget to provide, that could be a part-time officer, part-time. That could be a part-time or part-time resource officer, you know. But now, only thing we can do is buy them breakfast for $500. We can't pay them. So did y'all think through that part about? I'm gonna say this for you. No, you know, ain't nobody brought that up. That's the second bill I done said that I'm right. Ain't nobody brought up the fact that the impact. Get what I said the second time. This bill is the airplane. We talking about the wings right now. These are wings. We don't ever have no conversation about wings. So that's why I'm up here talking about the wings. What can we do without wrecking your budget? I'm talking general fund. Wrecking your budget. What can we do to help these cities to recoup the ability and the power that the 5,000 had for them? In my case, we talking about it'd be 250,000. Okay.
I'll follow you.
Is it something that really can be done?
I think, and this may get into the difference of the philosophies or our observations or whatever. The best thing that government can do is get out of the way and let the economy run. And that's when the best and the greatest benefit comes, is when individuals make the best decisions with how and where to spend their money, rather than the government coming in and dictating where they're going to spend the money and how it's going to be used.
Yeah, well, you know what happened last time that we got out of the way of government. We had people making less than minimum wage. People had no benefits. They had no insurance because business didn't want to pay nothing. They want to keep every dime for the profit. And I understand that, but you can't do that. You got employees. So you see what happened? When government got out the way, it was terrible for people. It was terrible, I'm telling you. I know folks that I don't want the government to tell me what to do. That's the people who got the goal saying that. The people who ain't got no goal, they want to get a chance to get some of the goal, whether working or whatever. And people ain't gonna freely want to do it. I hate to say it, but you know, people get a little selfish.
You make good, excellent point.
They get a little selfish.
Senator, if I may, we've had an excellent discussion. Are you ready? Are we at the when?
Yeah, I think I don't know if he has some questions or not. I'm at the when. Let me see. Where's Big and Little Bobby? Where's both of them? Yeah, because he was really getting ready to ask you something, and I told him,
okay.
Let me finish asking that. So I mean, I am just we'll give him a chance.
Well,
to come
I've
back out.
got the next bill on the calendar is mine too, so I'm not leaving. So he'll.
You got any more questions for this one? Huh? Yeah, on this one.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Thank you,
recognized.
Miss. So, I'm not totally against what you want to do because I was just in a community just on Sunday, and a similar situation such as this was explained to me, where a lady said that she was trying to get some work done, but the local city administrator was charging this contractor this X amount of money to come in and do business, which really was running the price up on her project. And so I think that in one way, yeah, the city that's going to, where the work is going to get done should receive the benefit, right? But I'm just hoping that some of these cities don't run folks out of their town for coming and doing business with them.
I concur. In fact, that's one of the issues that we have on some of these things. And we hope that we can work this. And that's one of the reasons we're putting the obligation and the cost on the contractors to keep track of this money. They have to do that anyway for their own tax and also for their billings with the jobs. So that they have to keep track of it and they have to report it to the cities.
So on the gross tax, is that percentage set in the IRS code that they could charge, or is that something that the municipality would say a percentage of that work would be charged?
All of that has to be tracked and reported with IRS.
But I'm talking about that number of whatever that percentage is. Let's say, for instance, you're saying if I came in, I get $10,000 job, and I'm gonna get what you said, maybe a 5% tax.
5% tax.
But is there any, what I'm asking is, under the IRS code, is there a certain percentage of tax that they can ask and they can't go over that, or they can charge whatever they want?
No, the IRS code doesn't give them a.
So the city can charge whatever they want?
Whatever the market will bear, yes.
Right, it end up being whatever they want.
Exactly.
And because some of these smaller towns sometimes feel like they need to charge higher because they get an opportunity to make some money.
Correct.
And so that's where I think, and that's not on your bill. I think it's just going to be on them to say, to outprice themselves, where people don't want to come in and do business with you.
That's the market coming into play.
Right. And so that's what I think I heard the young lady said. And she was like a manager of a housing authority, trying to get a contractor to come in to rectify a problem, and the city wants to charge them, now he got to charge her, X amount of money that's outside of her budget now that HUD doesn't want to pay. But the problem now still persists in the community, and it need to be fixed, But the city, for some reason, somebody can't visually see that you want to charge these people this high amount of money for this business to come into your town and do business, that you're not only messing it up for yourself, but you're only messing it up for your citizens in this town, because there's a problem that needs to be rectified that it affects the community. I think it's a sewer issue that they have in there.
Right.
Exactly. They need to get it. It's a construction piece that need to come in and get it fixed. And because it's a HUD project, HUD is only willing to pay X, Y, Z amount. They got a budget amount that they'll come in and send their engineers. They look at it and say, hey, yeah, we're willing to, and this is what we'll pay for it. So she thought she had a contractor who would do it in that amount. But when the contractor get to town to get his business license, they want to charge him
exactly
this huge amount, which takes it outside, because now they got to charge that back to her.
Exactly.
They're not going to eat that up themselves. So at least you're streamlining it to where it only paid tax once.
Exactly, exactly. At least they'll pay tax to the local city and
Right.
not to the city that they live in and come from.
Right.
So, yes.
Because the town that they're coming from, they already got their business license.
Exactly.
From whether they're then plus they're still having to pay the ad valorem tax if there's a building, there, or if they live in that town, they're paying sales taxes every time they buy something, buying groceries or whatever they're paying. So you're benefiting from that citizen anyway. So, but when they go out of town to make them a little money and come back in, they're gonna bring it back to you anyway.
Correct.
So you shouldn't have to pay them price. So I'm not here to prolong this one. We can move on. I think it's a good bill. I appreciate you for at least streamlining it to get it to the point to where there's only taxes being paid on one end and not on two ends. And maybe I just need to go down there and talk to that administrator and say, hey, don't tax yourself out of
Exactly.
business where people don't want to come in your town and do business with you.
Exactly.
Because now you're already struggling for income, and now you're getting people who don't want to do it. But at the end of the day, the kind of work that needs to be done, not only does it help you and your coffer, but it helps your city. Because now you're getting a repair to your sewer system that's running over there because it's on the public housing authority side, they're willing to pay for it.
Exactly.
And that should be an upgrade for you, for what you want to do. So I'm hoping that they'll see it that way. I
hope so.
I'm gonna have a conversation with them and say, guys, don't outprice yourself just because you have the authority to do so.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
There's a difference between taxation and extortion.
Exactly. But I did want to comment on the fact of government getting out of the way. We don't want government to get out of the way of everything, man. You really don't.
We say
that.
There is a role. There is a role for government. There is a role for regulation. I've got a bill, hopefully we get to today, that will help provide the regulation on some matters. There must be a protection done, and the government has that role.
Exactly. Because if there was if the government didn't have a role, people wouldn't want to pay for garbage. Garbage would be piled up everywhere. People wouldn't want to, stop at stop signs. People wouldn't want to do. It'd just be chaos. That's why we have order. Government helps us keep order. And without that order, we don't have a civilized society. People just running rampant. We already got those people who break laws inside of that civil society as it is. Just think if government wasn't in the way.
Well said.
So when you say that, it scares me. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So I understand what you're saying. Government has its role to do things, but at the end of the day, we do want government to have some means to play, if it's nothing but to play referee.
Right.
In the process, to keep people honest and keep people doing things in the right way and doing business honorably. Because if you don't, then there wouldn't be no need for contracts, for people to be honorable with each other. They just do what they want to do. Might get that contract and don't even pay it and walk away because we don't have no laws to make me come and pay it.
Right.
So let's keep government in.
Yes, sir.
If government's out, you and I don't, we ain't standing here.
Excellent point.
All right? Let's keep government around. We need good government, though. We need good government.
That's our purpose.
Good government. And I understand it in some points, limited government, So it takes government interference in a lot of stuff.
I would say government involvement.
Well, involvement.
Involvement and government oversight to ensure fairness and ensure protection, people and property.
I appreciate that. I'm glad you said that, because if it wasn't for government involvement, I might not be standing here with the right to vote. If there wasn't for government involvement, a lot of things wouldn't be happening for a lot of people,
Right.
So I get scared when folks be saying, get government out, because, pay their loans, everybody else be going crazy, everybody be doing whatever they want to do. So I understand that we're ready to move this bill. While he's talking, Mr. President, I'll move for third reading be dispensed with use of pre-roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. SB 304 is adopted. Thank you, Senator Albritton. Secretary, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 53 of the calendar, House Bill number 303 by Representative Bedsole regarding cryptocurrency. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for passage of the BIR using previous rule without.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so
Oh,
ordered.
boy. Okay.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 53 of the calendar, Senate Bill, or House Bill number 303 by Representative Bedsole regarding cryptocurrency. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President?
Senator Albritton.
I'd move to table the committee amendment.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the committee amendment's tabled.
Mr. President?
Senator Albritton.
This bill comes to us from the House, but it originated from the Securities Commission here in the state. This has to deal with crypto kiosks that are set up in facilities that are available where cryptocurrency can be exchanged and purchased and transferred. And this has created many times where people have become victims of those matters. This provides some regulation, state involvement in
Government
regulation.
involved. I'm about to tell you, this is one of those areas where we need to be involved.
Exactly, where the state needs to get control of this, and in which we have penalties and things established, and also means whereby those victims can get their money returned, and under most certain circumstances, and to a particular portion over time frame. I'd entertain questions.
So this bill will allow for, if a person has been frauded, to be able to get their
money returned.
money returned?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Walker to, is it you from Walker?
He has an amendment, an
Has
agreed
an
upon
amendment.
amendment
When he get finished, I'd like to speak to the amendment when he get up.
Certainly.
All right, Senator Woods, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment.
Yes, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 303 by Senator Woods. Replace lines 234 through 237 on page 9 with the following.
All right, the amendment fits.
Mr. President, this amendment would take the bill back to its form that it left the House in originally. This is an industry that is a little bit new, and there's a lot of fraud associated with transactions with crypto kiosk. We don't want to be a state that allows that to happen and take advantage of our vulnerable folks who might be scammed into using one of these devices. And so this would take the refund amount back up to 50% from the 25% amendment that was just tabled. There are some responsible operators, but for those who are not, we need to make sure we're protecting our citizens. Move for adoption.
All right, using the previous roll?
Previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. The Senator Woods amendment's adopted. Thank you, Senator Woods. Senator Albritton.
I'll yield to my colleague across
Yes,
the way.
Senator Singleton.
Senator, I have members on my side of the aisle. Want you to explain cryptocurrency.
I'd like to hear this one.
So we'll know what we're protecting here. You know, I understand, you know, let me just say this to you. I serve on a committee to try to do what you're doing now to curtail on the same committee together. And I would like to say that we have a security commission, and I like our security commissioner, the young lady, Ms. Seam. She does a really good job at focusing and understanding. And I think she've carried a lot of companies to court for fraud already. Because we have had senior citizens in our community here in the state of Alabama that has been defrauded by these crypto companies, selling people these dreams, and people not really understanding what the crypto is and how the investment should go and what their returns on the investment should be. And so a lot of people have gotten defrauded out of that. And so I would like to at least say that I'm grateful that we have someone who sits in that position who don't mind fighting. And she's very active and willing to come, and she's out in the public and willing to talk to people about it. So I want to thank her if she's listening because it's the first time I've really interacted with somebody in that department since I've been here for 20 some odd years. Nobody, I don't even think I ever known who our security person was prior to her. But she's open and she's willing to talk to you about it. And so I sat on that commission and I still don't know what crypto is. So that lets you know my investment portfolio don't have any in it. At this point, maybe I just need to watch the Donald. It's every time he say invest in crypto, maybe I just need to go invest in crypto. Since there's a whole lot of what they call insider trading coming out of the White House. And so I heard him say just the other day, well, gas prices are up. Maybe a good thing the gas prices up. Maybe I need to go invest in gas prices. Because, it'll shoot up, then it'll go back down and shoot back up, and that's when money's being made. And so, but I think that around this kind of stuff in AI, but in the big bill that passed, there was some measures in that bill that basically said, especially around AI, it was almost like we could not, as a state, make any laws to guardrail around AI. And it came up in the BEAD money for broadband, and in a meeting just the other day, and I asked a question, is it such that we cannot build guardrails around AI? Because if we do, then they want to take the BEAD money back if you set up something to regulate around AI. And I think that we're still so young at understanding the fullness of AI as a state and how we, utilize it for the betterment and regulations, that we need some guardrails around it. Because AI is a part of that helps people to commit that fraud on some people, okay? Images, things of that nature, voice overs, and so, and I think they're still waiting on your crypto. I'm just prolonging it for you so you can Google it. I'm letting you Google it, so you can go and get a good Google in. So when you answer it, you at least have. That's why I'm just prolonging. I was hoping that that's what you were doing over there.
Are you suggesting that I answer what cryptocurrency is by using AI?
By using AI, yes.
Somehow that neither of one of those seems solid to me. All
well,
right.
at least you. Well, if they don't know, then whatever you give them, might be a good one. It's more than what they know.
Which is the exact reason we need to put some parameters and protections on people, because many people don't understand what they're doing. And they don't understand the cost and the damage that occurs.
Yes. Yes, and and crypto been around for a little minute now, but
I've been told, I haven't seen one.
Right, but it raised its head, then it went dead.
Yeah.
Then it raised its head again and it went dead. Then comes along Elon Musk and those guys who got billions and billions of dollars, so they took a lot of it and stockpiled it and invested it in and sitting on it for a while, and now it's starting to catch hold. And
But I still, I can go into a bank and I can ask for some euros and I
Yes.
can get euros. I can
Right.
spend money and get euros.
Correct.
I can go in and buy pesos, get pesos. But if I go into a bank and ask for some
Bitcoin,
or some cryptocurrency,
they can't give you nothing back.
they can't give me anything. No, not even a certificate. Anyway, it's not regulated that way or protected either.
Right. And so if we can't put guardrails around it, if we're going to be punished for doing that from the administration, then we're almost in trouble as a state. How we can, because if we accept this money, especially under the broadband, we accept this money and whatever it is that they want to do with this, we got $1.4 billion. All of it won't be used on connectivity. A lot of it is going to be used in, some other wireless contacts in AI. And in that bill, AI could not basically, under those rules, basically could be touched in terms of, putting guardrails on what AI can and cannot do. And so when I asked that question, they were just like humping the shoulder, like, you said it, we didn't, kind of thing. So we need to make sure that we get some regulatory means around crypto, if nothing else, but we don't understand it.
I concur, and that's what we're trying to get done this evening, is
Yes.
taking a first step in regards to that.
But for nothing else but that.
Exactly.
And the thing about it is that while we still trying to understand it, it is advanced, and it's gotten to the point that we'll get to a kiosk now.
Exactly. It's
And
about
they're
time we started.
and they're running rampant without regulations. So if they're able to put a kiosk, who regulating the kiosk?
Look, this is not the only industry Alabama's not regulating that's functioning here either. But we'll get to that another day.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. I do agree with you. And a lot of money is being passed through that. A lot too. Yep. And that is an easy one. We can see that. Crypto is something that we just, we need to get a hold to.
So, any other comments or suggestions? If we're in agreement on this?
No, I really want I want to get this bill passed. I just want, I know that.
But if you're waiting for me to give a good, solid, real answer as to what cryptocurrency is,
Yes.
we'll be here for a while.
Well, just give me about 5 minutes of it.
Crypto is not a good, solid, known entity that can be identified other than those that with the, who was that guy in Back to the Future with the hat? Never mind. Anyway, it is something that we need to gain control of and understand it a lot better. This is the first step.
Well, I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing
I think we are.
here in this state. I think crypto has its place. I'm not one who want to stifle what the future is going to hold, because it's going to be here. We're going to have to deal with it. Whether you and I live to see through it, it's going to happen. Our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and all will have to go through it, because it's getting to that point now. You can go to some stores now because they're taking pennies out of circulation. People can't give you change like they want to.
Correct.
So I tell stores, I refuse to be the one to take the loss. So if you owe me 2 cents, then don't come telling me, here's your nickel, or you tell me I can't give you your 2 cents. No, you need to take the loss. You need to give me more than what it is. And so I've been able to get that out, because I can't, if I continue to give you as a corporation my pennies, all those pennies add up. Just think if a Walmart were to take a penny a day with all the Walmarts from every customer today come through their stores on a day, and they take a penny a day from everybody that come. That's billions of dollars. That's billions of dollars to Walmart at no cost, to nothing but the fact that I didn't have change to give you that penny. That's billions of dollars.
Yes, sir.
That's profit for them, just clear out profit that they didn't have to work for.
But think of how that turns over in the economy.
Does it
Think
really?
of how that money is then used to buy more materials and bring in and reduce costs on other products.
But the question is, are they going to use it on that? That may be that profit that they sit back over in the trust fund because it wasn't a part of the everyday operation that was on the cost. That's an extra penny they just got.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? They got the money for it. Okay. Before I close out, I'm going to yield to the gentleman from down in Mobile.
All right, Senator Sessions, you recognize.
Not to help my colleague here slow it down or anything, but I just want to, I don't know, is Fairhope in your district?
No, sir.
But anyway, how important this is to get some type of control. There was a couple down in Fairhope that was scammed, and the scammer used Bitcoin, Senator. They used Bitcoin. They transferred over $40,000 in cash in Bitcoin to a digital wallet, and within a week, that $40,000 that was in that digital wallet was gone. And then they even further scammed them. But that's the reason it's so important to have some government controls over some aspects of things that are going on. And I just wanted to point that out. That was an article about 10 or 12 days ago on Channel 15 News had it. And it's really sad what's going on.
If this bill had been in place, it might have prevented
that might have prevented it. Might have, Senator.
Or at least we've given them a means to recover it.
And it just, I'm sorry, Mr. President, if you would.
Yes, you recognize.
And little incidents like that. And there's a lot of those stories across the state of Alabama. And as I was talking to the, the SEC, I call them the SEC, our regulator, securities regulator.
Yeah, yep.
Ms. Amanda Singh.
Exactly.
And so I remember when we first got on that committee, how she talked about the number of elderly people in the state of Alabama that was being defrauded in the work that they are doing to try to make sure we do it and taking care of people, because we really didn't have any major guardrails already set up in the state of Alabama. But under federal law, there was some that they can go in and prosecute people under federal law.
Yes, yes.
Because we didn't have a lot here at the state to do so. So thank you for bringing this. Thank you for setting up some of these guardrails that we could better understand. I hope that the people with crypto and AI or all these other doesn't see us as a legislature that's trying to put a lot of governmental regulations on you to keep you from growing. We need you to grow responsibly.
Correct.
We need you to grow responsibly.
Within the guidelines of fairness.
Exactly.
And good operations.
You can buy all the alcohol you want. We won't tell you how much you can drink, but we want to make sure that you drink responsibly. That's why we have an ABC. That's why we try to make sure that it's regulated to adults and not to kids. And so we want to make sure that we regulate this to the point to where it grows and everybody can grow responsibly, and you can do the things that they need to do and build within the crypto world, whatever that is. Because I want to learn more about it myself, and I'm going to peek my head into it a little bit more and try to understand it some more, because not only are we dealing with AI, we're starting to deal with quantum now. Did you know that the University of Alabama is now building one of the largest quantum computers in the world right there on their campus right now?
No, I did not.
Right on the university campus. We went on a tour of it. I went on a tour of it. The room, just one room is larger than all of where the computer's gonna sit, is much larger than this room here. And I mean, with all of the water ducts that it's going to take to keep that computer cool, it's almost like a data center. It's just going to be one big, large quantum computer that quantum powers AI. That makes AI even faster and smarter. And that's crazy to me. And we're still right here talking about AI, and they're finna do quantum. We need to know how to regulate. The University of Alabama was able to recruit one of the foremost experts on quantum to Tuscaloosa. So now he's resident in Tuscaloosa at the University of Alabama, guiding that project, getting it all set up so to make sure that we, deal with one of the largest quantum computers that's right now, definitely in the United States, because I know China has been building on one for a while. I don't know where they are with theirs. I know it's been to kind of get to the race.
Right.
Who's gonna get there first, right? And so this technology is just taking over. I mean, just like you and I was in your office just the other day having a conversation with some gentlemen about technology and
Exactly.
and how that has come from something so huge and where it can be quantified down to a smaller unit to be able to get a maximum benefit out of it. And that is going to be powerful. That would be powerful if that gets to the point to where it can work. And so, but the world is changing, and we old geezers gonna have to get out of the way. And there's gonna be some younger folks who are gonna come through here after we are, and legislation is gonna sound different. Policy is gonna sound different. In 10 years, it's gonna be different. And if you and I are still around, we're gonna be able to say what the difference is. We're already seeing a difference in policy and how we're having to change because we did not look that far down the line to be able to make these things happen. And so we need to be getting ready for it now as we move forward and put some of these guardrails up. And I know people love to holler, well, we don't want to be the one to get in the way of business, but we got to make sure that business is good business. And in our state, we don't want to see, because it's not all the time people in your state will come in and rip your folks off. It's people from other places will come in and they will hide themselves, and people can't even find them just to be able to sue them. And you've seen that.
Yep.
People come and they go bankrupts and they go somewhere else and they start another business. You don't even know who they were from the start. All you know that the name of the company was Lil Bobby, Widgets Company, right? But Lil Bobby came in and took advantage of all the folks here in the state of Alabama, but he was from California. He goes to California now. He Lil Johnny Widget Company and with no association filed under something brand new, and you over here left with problems. That happens every day.
Yep.
But when you got something like crypto, you never seen it before, you don't have anything tangible, how do you put your hands on that?
Correct.
So thank you for bringing this bill. So I think I've used my allotted time that I want to use on this bill.
All right. Mr. President, I move for third reading, final passage, HB 303, using previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Thank you, Senator.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 303 receives its final passage. Thank you, Senator Albritton. Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
This one's going to take an hour here. It don't matter, David.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 405 by Representative Bracey regarding crimes and offenses. BIR pending.
Senator Sessions.
President, I make a motion to move BIR using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 405 by Representative Bracy regarding crimes and offenses.
All right, Senator Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see my colleague over there. I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to talk a good little bit about it, but if, this bill would provide that a person commits the crime of bail jumping in third degree if he or she violates any condition of his or her court-ordered electronic monitoring after having been lawfully released from custody with or without bail. Bill would also provide for the criminal penalties for the violations. What this bill come about from is right now in Mobile County, we did some transferring of the bail monitoring. This is just for electronic monitoring. And you have a violator who goes out and violates their area. They know exactly when they leave. You know, they know exactly when they're out of the zone of where they should be. Right now, the law enforcement can't go get them immediately. They have to basically go to court, get a judge, call a judge, get a court order before they can go. What happened in Mobile is they had a criminal that had ankle monitor left the zone before they could get all the paperwork done. The man had killed a woman, had committed murder. And so this basically streamlined it where if they violate that zone, they can go get them. There are provisions in it to where if it's unintentional or emergency or something like that, that they can, you know, can argue their case. So, and it's, let's see, I think it just is a misdemeanor for doing that. Bail jumping in third degree. And with that, Senator, I see you standing at the microphone.
So,
you'd like to
All right,
talk
Senator
about it a while?
Singleton,
Thank you. So we're going to say that the out of the zone is jumping bail, not leaving the state, not leaving the city, but just out of the zone.
Right.
It's jumping bail.
Exactly. Because you know it don't have to be far for somebody to go over and commit a crime.
Yeah, I mean, but person can do that without a ankle bracelet on.
Well, this is only dealing with people with.
I understand that. I mean, so
you can't. You know, there's no way to know if they don't have an ankle monitor on.
So,
but that monitor's on them for a reason.
But yes, the ankle monitor is on for a reason, and that was a judge's discretion to put the ankle monitor on the person based on that character of whom that person was, right?
Exactly.
So what you're saying to me now that, well, let me ask you this question. Aren't most those that are on ankle braces assigned to some kind of parole officer?
I would think, maybe, unless they're a first-time offender or something and don't have parole. I mean, maybe they're waiting trial and they're wearing a, you know, first-time offense or something. I'm not a judge.
Yeah, because what I'm trying to get is that because
of, you know,
because this one deals with police officers being able to go and arrest them in that zone. Because I know if a person being released and they're assigned by the court to a probation officer, probation parole officer, especially a probation officer, right? Usually that probation officer, and most of the times now these bail bondsmen, they got these monitors on them and they know when they in and out. And so the bail bondsman, probably if you come out jumping bail, need to be the person to going out and get them. Because they getting paid to do it. Why we put all the onus on the police? If they jump bail, he would be, if he jumped bail and if it wasn't for the bracelet, he would be responsible for having to bring that person back to court, not the police officer. The bail bondsman would be the one. They're the ones who are making the money off the ankle bracelet most of the time. And I know that in your county, your sheriff controls that.
Yeah, we had to change ours over because the contractor wasn't
Exactly. You get
doing
these contractors that are out here doing
quite
it.
as good a job
and
as
if-
they
if-
should have, and
but responsibly, your sheriff is doing it now.
Yeah.
Okay. But what you got these bail bondsmen out here who are making all this money off of it, what responsibility we want to give them? Because under a normal bail, they will have to be the one who makes sure, because it's a bail. They're guaranteeing under their bail, under their bond, that I will make sure that this person shows back up. But if we calling this bail jumping, then they'll jump the bail.
yeah, and I think the reason they were calling it bail jumping was because some of these people with ankle monitors probably don't have a cash bail, so they probably don't have a bail bondsman. Because it actually states in the piece of legislation, let's see, hang on, I'll find it and I'll read it to you. A person commits the crime of bail jumping in the third degree if, having been lawfully released from custody with or without bail, upon condition that he or she is subject to electronic monitoring, he or she violates any condition of his or her court-ordered electronic monitoring. So defense to prosecution under this section that the defendant's violation was unintentional or was unavoidable or due to circumstances beyond his or her control, the burden of injecting the defense of as unintentional violation or unavoidable and circumstances beyond his or her control is on the defendant, but they have that opportunity to prove that.
Okay.
So in this case, the case that we had in Mobile had the sheriff's department had the authority. This law would give them the authority to go ahead and go pick them up if they're outside their allotted zone, to where they can't right now.
Why not?
They have to get a judge
Court order.
court order. So basically, this is taking out that court order step. It's not saying that they're all hardened criminals, because they're not. You know, this is just precautionary to stop another murder or another violent crime. You know, because some of these first-time domestic cases may not have a bail. It may just be a monitor on them to make sure they don't get into the zone where their estranged spouse or someone is. You see what I'm saying? So there may not be a bail bondsman that's over them.
Okay,
but
let's
it would
say
give
there's not. Okay,
the police officer the opportunity, or the sheriff's department, or whoever's monitoring the bail, or monitoring the ankle bracelet.
And a lot of those contractors are the ones who
they do. But right now, see, they don't have the proper authority to go pick them up either, without the court order.
But if someone jumps a bail tomorrow,
If
a
they
regular
jump
bail,
bail,
they got to go get them.
They go get them. That's
They
right.
got to go get them.
If there's a cash bail.
Right. So if they're the ones,
I think that now. I'm not an attorney, and
I understand, but they're especially those bail bondsmen who are monitoring it over their phones or what have. Because I see on the internet they out there, you know, showing these AI pictures with them putting ankle bracelets on people, you know, and but at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that we're not putting the onus all on our officers to be able to do that, because there are people, let me say this to you, that are on ankle bracelets that have the opportunity to go work, okay?
Sure.
You got to go to work.
What the judge has ordered, I mean, it's going to be on that monitor where they're allowed to go.
Right.
And this is only instance if they're outside where they're allowed to go.
So what happens if a crime happens within the regulated area?
Well, I guess if they're going to get caught, they're going to be.
I mean, if I'm going to work and there's something happen, because I'm able to go here. It's not just outside of it.
Sure.
It could happen inside.
Oh,
the
it
zone.
can, and
It
I'm
happen
sure it
inside the
does.
zone.
I'm sure it does, but
You have it
this
inside the
is just
zone.
an instance to, you know, like I said again, if you have a domestic issue and someone's madder than they can control their, you know, emotions and temper, and they deliberately go outside that zone, looking
So
to
does
harm
it-
someone. We're trying to prevent that from happening.
So does the police pick them up and now they just go back to jail and they take away their privileges for the ankle monitor until the court decide
I
whether or
think
not they
the
can be trusted to do it again?
I think the court would hear the case and
Because what you're saying to me is that my affirmative defense is that I can come in and prove to the court that if it was something inadvertently, if I was out there a little longer than I was supposed to, it was something under my control, I might have been trying to get back and I had a flat tire on my way back from work and I couldn't get back at that 10 o'clock. And it may be 10:40 and then my phone had died, I'm on the side of the road, can't make that phone call, just that bad luck day. It's just that bad slept rock day. And now somebody gonna be looking for the police for me. I'm gonna get locked up because when they find me, they realize that I'm 40 minutes late back to my destination. He gonna just come on out there and get me now, lock me up. Tomorrow I'm supposed to be at work. Now I'm probably gonna lose my job, everything else. Because until I can be able to prove that affirmative defense that, man, I had a bad day, had a flat tire, I couldn't get there, my phone died, I couldn't make a phone call to tell you I was gonna be late. Now, I'm considered a bail jumper. And now I've lost everything all over again because I was trying to do right. I was trying to do right by my bail. Inadvertently, I was just outside the zone a little bit longer. I'm not committing a crime.
Yeah,
I know yours is based on somebody committed a crime, but this goes to those things that even if someone wasn't committing a crime, if they were just outside of the zone for a period of time, and that someone may deem to say that they weren't in that zone where they're supposed to be at the time that they were in the zone and violated the court order. There didn't have to be a crime committed. It doesn't have to be a crime committed based on what this bill is reading. It's just that they're outside that zone. And it's considered
bail jumping.
Bail jumping.
That's right.
And so the unintended consequences come in here more than not. Because now I'm being locked back up again for something that was totally intentional until I can get a chance to prove that. And who knows how long that may be that the hearing might get set.
You're right. It may take a while, but even if there was a bail on that person and the bondsman had to go after them, they have to get a court order to go after them too. So it could take up to a week for a bail bondsman to be able to go pick somebody up that's jumped bail. So, I think this is a step to be more protective of the public, but yet allow the person that's being charged with a crime that's on an ankle monitor to have some freedom. I mean, because, they've done something.
I understand
some
it.
reason to have that ankle monitor on there, Senator, and, they should be responsible. Once they've been ordered by that judge, they know what that order is. They need to live by it.
And I understand
that's what
that.
we're asking them to do. Live by that order, but if you don't live by that order, be expected to be picked up and explain it. I'm not saying they have to be heavy-handed, and I think in most cases, most of your local sheriffs, most of the judges are going to know the person. They're going to know whether they can depend on if it was an honest mistake or not. And I just do believe that there will give them the benefit of the doubt, because at the end of the day, you and I both know they're on ankle monitors. They don't want to incarcerate them. They don't want to have them in jails. Our jails are overflowing. We need to find ways. We're looking for ways to keep people out, keep them productive, keep them working.
Well, the other
we
thing
want that guy going to his job the next day. Our sheriff wants him to go to the job. If he broke down and had a flat tire.
That's your sheriff, but every sheriff ain't your sheriff. Every sheriff is not your sheriff, and there are some police officers who didn't want little Bobby to have that ankle bracelet anyway. I feel like he ought to have been locked up, and every time I feel like he's outside of the zone, I'm watching him and I'm gonna lock his butt back up. Because he's out there, and because he's somebody I locked up, and I don't think he deserved to have an ankle bracelet, because you know what? My lawyer was just swift enough to get me the ankle bracelet, right? But the rest of the officers think, no, he shouldn't have no ankle bracelet, and I don't like that.
Well, Senator,
because that happens.
That could happen.
Could happen. It happens.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute, Senator. It could happen, but more than likely, the officers that are monitoring these ankle bracelets are not arresting officers. There are officers sitting in that room that have those monitors.
It's the officer that they call on the radio because they say, hey, you're closer in that area, you go get him. And he said, yeah, it ain't that officer who monitoring it that's gonna go out there and pick up little Bobby. It's that officer who out there on the beat, the one that they're gonna call to go get him. Now you know and I know that. You understand that.
I disagree
and
with you on that.
no, you can't disagree with that. You can't totally disagree with that.
I don't totally
Senator?
disagree, but I disagree with that in every instance. I don't think
Every county ain't got somebody who just a monitor officer. Your sheriff department may be large enough to do that. Okay? I got a sheriff department that sometimes may not have two officers on duty. One can't just sit around and look at ankle monitors all night long.
Senator, if you only have two, they're going to know every criminal that they've arrested then, aren't they?
And every criminal going to know where they are, too.
And they're going to be careful not to get in their way again.
But what I'm saying to you is I think that there's a lot of unintended consequences here. And we may have to take our chances with it, but I think that there's a lot of unintended consequences that I hope that you and the representative in your house, who my good friend, doesn't come back and say, man, I wouldn't intend for that to happen to these cats, man, because now these folks just going out and arresting folks who they think that shouldn't be on ankle bracelet anyway. They're like, oh, I saw you outside my zone. You got to prove you weren't. You got to prove it. You the one got to prove it.
Technology's getting good.
I understand that, but at the end of the day, the question is, how much have we allowed technology to be admissible in court? Right. Not a whole lot of it. Not a whole lot of it. Rodney King had them beating him down on videotape. They still said they didn't do it.
Tragic.
Okay? They beat Rodney King on videotape. They choked George Floyd, put his knee on George Floyd's neck right there on the exhaust pipe till the man died with cameras on him. And guess what they said? Wasn't nothing wrong with it. So police officers does this. Your sheriff is a good sheriff. I like your sheriff.
Wasn't that guy convicted of murder or manslaughter?
Well, at first, they did come back and get him because he had a good DA over there, Mr. Ellison. Okay, but we've seen too many of these police officers who do this in public have gotten off with it. Amar Carter up in California, New York, got shot at the grocery store. Shot down, bam, bam, bam. The police officer who was in the bed with her boyfriend that broke in her apartment and shot her? Come on, man, police officers, because they got a call. It's these unintended consequences.
I'll agree with you.
Your sheriff's a good sheriff.
I do have a great sheriff.
Your sheriff is a good sheriff.
And he takes care of his community.
Yeah.
And he cares. And he cares about these prisoners. He cares about these folks. We have the county jail down there, we have a graduation rate. We have GED program and all that good stuff.
That's right.
You want them to be productive citizens, but we don't want someone, like I said, going in a rage and going out and murdering someone. And that's the reason, it's just a misdemeanor. That's why it's a misdemeanor. So it's not gonna be lock them back up and all. It's just gonna be, hey, you messed up, you can't do that, don't be doing that. But in the instance of someone that's gonna commit a crime, pick them up, we might prevent another death.
Yeah, and look, I get it. Because there are people who get that second chance, and they get that second chance only to mess it up. Okay?
A lot of people don't mess it up, though.
No, I agree with you. That's why I said some. Get it just to mess it up. Like you said, the guy, he got a second chance because he could have just been locked up and didn't have to be on an ankle bracelet. But he had a swift-tongued lawyer who helped with the judge, who convinced somebody to put him on an ankle bracelet. And in his criminal mind, all he was saying, yeah, if I get on this ankle bracelet, if I see her, I'm gonna take her out. Because it was already thought about. It wasn't,
More than likely premeditated.
Yeah. He knew what he wanted to do. And so But I just don't want that guy who want to go to work, who gets that work order and want to go to work, regardless of whatever his crimes were, whatever his record, his jacket look, who said and committed to changing his life. And he want to do that regardless of how you see him, that he murdered 2 folks over there 20 years ago, but this person is back out now, got him an ankle break, but he'll change his life and he wants to go. Now everybody's seeing him as that because we're easy to stigmatize folks in public because of what they did wrong. We as Christians don't ever want to give nobody a second chance.
We should.
But we ask the good Lord to give us one every time something goes, Lord, if you just let me get by this time, I won't do it no more.
Amen.
Okay? We asking for our second chances all the time. But
more than just 2 chances.
But in this life,
over.
You know, when we see people that committed a criminal act in the past, regardless of what it was, if you know, we always like, that's that guy that committed that murder 30 years ago, but not to think, well, he done did 30 years of his life, and the court allowed him to EOS out, so he ESO out, so now he got to live that all over again, but yet and still, he's a good law-abiding citizen, trying to go to work every day, maybe have a family, not have a family, want to take care of that family and do right by him, but we always, in our back of our mind, gonna have that stigma, you know? And I say this to you, I told this story once before. It's a funny, whether it's funny or not, but I didn't take it to be funny, right? I had an employer one time, right, called me up and said, Mr. Singleton, you know, I need me some of them inmates from over there in Bibb County to come over here and work in my warehouse. Listen to this, David, because everybody I try to hire ain't nothing but a criminal and can't pass the drug test. Now, how you gonna ask me to bring you?
I got another story I'll tell you when you finish yours.
Okay, now my question to him was that, sir, do you hear what you're asking me? You're asking me to help you get some inmates from the state correctional facility to come over to your warehouse to do some work, but you don't want to hire somebody with a criminal record, but you want them to come and work. No, you don't want to hire people, you just want free labor. That's what you want, free and cheap labor. You don't want to hire the people that you can pay a real wage to. You're using drugs and criminal activity to their excuse. But you want the same people that if they walked out of prison tomorrow, you wouldn't hire them back. But you want them to come to your warehouse now.
I think maybe he's hoping they couldn't get a hold to the drugs and alcohol in the jails, and they would come ready to work and be sober. Maybe that was part of it.
Maybe so. Maybe that's what it was.
Get anybody pass a drug test? Maybe those guys could at least pass a drug test.
Yeah, I bet you they could.
And all jokes aside, though, you're talking about the work release program in jails. You know, a lot of the inmates enjoy doing that because it gives them something to do other than being sitting in a cell in a building, and lets them get out of there and get some fresh air occasionally and all. And I know a lot of times companies wind up hiring those people when they get out, when they get their parole. So it can benefit the inmates to do that, and benefit the businesses that hire them. Because I've known several businesses that have actually hired them once they finish their sentence and get paroled. Companies have actually hired those people to be full-time employees.
Hey, through the prep program,
that's that second chance, and I know personally from a guy that worked for a company that I was a part owner with that was a work release program. He was he was the number 2 guy in the factory there, and was a great person. And he was the ringleader of a big burglary ring. But when he had a taste of prison for 5 or 6 years, he had had enough, and he was ready to change his life and get out and get him a job and be a productive citizen.
But see, but that's why, you know, a few years ago, I bought a bill called Ban the Box, because with the box, you had to check whether or not you committed a felony or not. It's one of those first boxes on an application, and it already kills the person before they can get in the door. That doesn't give you a chance to look at me as a person, my character, and what I stand for now. I made a mistake back then, and where am I today is not where I was 10 years ago. And so that's why we were trying to deal with that whole ban the box. So at least you can get me in there. I come in there clean cut, fresh, to come in and interview with you. Because if somebody else come in like that, you're just going to give it to them. You're not even going to think about it. And they may be the biggest criminal that you're going to have on your hand. Might be coming to extort your company and everything else.
I tell you, you never know.
You never know.
A lot of extortion goes on.
Exactly.
And it's not people you would think it
is.
is.
Not the person you think it is, you know? It's the one who think he's smarter than you all the time.
That's right.
And so,
exactly right.
So sometimes you letting the criminal in your door and you stopping the one who you're looking at, who may have committed a criminal act in their lives, but yet and still have changed their life. It's the person that wants. So that's why, you know, I bought that bill a couple of years ago, trying to get us to look at that. Let's change it and see where we go. Because now we talking about workforce. When you start talking about workforce and all the people that are coming out, if we're putting these people in work programs, right, then why shouldn't employers give them a second chance? You know, that's why at our prep program that we're doing over in Perry County, at the Perry County facility that the state, you know, I pushed the state to beg the state to go on and buy, and finally we got it up. And I think that Director Ward is running a great program over there under that prep program, because they even have the tree trimming services there. So when those guys leave and they graduate out of the tree trimming services, they can go directly to work with those tree trimming services providers that are over there. And they're hiring them because they're giving them the training while they're there in the prep program. They get to go out, do real life cutting of trees and cutting limbs down around electrical wires. So a lot of times when they need them, they can utilize them. So when they come out of prison and after they do their time at the prep program, they go directly to work for the tree trimming program. And so they're taking advantage of it, you know. So we see some companies, like you say, they do allow folks to come and go back to work. They don't mind taking on criminals. A lot of people in warehouses would do that, you know. And you don't have to say who they are, because if they're on work release today and coming to your warehouse today and coming on work release, then when they get released tomorrow, they come back and file an application. You got an application, they got to check and say they've been in prison. Then then the people in your HR are gonna say no.
Well, but the good thing about, though, if they have an opportunity to build that relationship and go several weeks or several months,
yes,
they get to know that employer or that supervisor gets to know that person, they're more apt to hire them. They don't worry about that box, is what I'm saying.
But that's what we want. We want that to happen.
Exactly.
We want that to happen. We want to see that happen, because then that way you can put a lot of people back into your workforce. I know that there are more than 250,000 men that are walking around that has a check on there, but they're walking around every day, never been to prison because they pleaded and they never had to go to jail.
Sure.
Pleaded and never had to go to jail, but if they had to check that box where they have a felony, they have, but they never been to prison or to jail a day in their life. They pleaded to a lesser crime or something, and they just did work release or paid a fine or something, but they had to plea. So in that plea bargaining process, they never really spent no time in jail or in prison, but they still have that felony on them, and they'll have it there, you know, unless there's some expungement or something, it's going to be there for the rest of their lives. But again, sometimes we block that sector of people out of jobs, and they're walking around in our streets every day, coming in and out business. You don't even know who they are, you know, but because there's nothing to say he's the one who did it. You know, a lot of these crimes, you know, people do them, and they're petty, but it's a felony. They go on, and that's why DAs don't want to lock them up. So, but bail jumping here, let's get back to bail jumping.
Just a misdemeanor. We're not going to be heavy-handed with it.
Okay. Just a little misdemeanor?
Just a little misdemeanor.
All right, well, we can go on move to Mr. Miller.
Mr. President, I move final passage using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. HB 405 receives its third reading. Thank you, Senator Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Melson, you're recognized.
I'd like to bring up SB 91 at the call of the chair.
Any objection? All right, Secretary call the bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 91 by Senator Melson regarding counties and municipalities. BR pending.
All right, Senator Melson.
I'd like to move the BR using previous row.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary call the bill.
Senate Bill number 91 by Senator Melson regarding counties and municipalities. Committee substitute pending.
Senator Melson.
I'd like to adopt the committee substitute, please, using previous row.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
30 ayes, no nays. The substitute is adopted. All right, Senator Melson.
I'd like to add an amendment, please.
All right, desk read and receive the amendment.
It's nothing. Clarification.
Would you please, when they go on, let the desk finish what they're doing, and then we can talk about it.
Amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill number 91 by Senator Melson. Replace lines 60 through 64 on page 3 with the following.
All right, amendment fits.
Mr. President, all this amendment does is make a clarification on ability to continue continue with the current tax status in the new economic development. So it just allows them to continue, the wording allows them to continue to do their own economic development if they so choose to separate. It doesn't force anybody to separate. It gives them an option. In this situation, they didn't have an exit strategy or didn't have any way to get out of it. So this just allows them, if they ever so desire, to get out of it, a way to continue their own. So like if you and another city had an agreement and you wanted out, and there, according to this, there is no way out, but if you wanted to get out and continue your own economic development, instead of going back to a local bill to be able to have a county tax, this just says you can continue with a current tax model.
So what you're saying, if you're in a district, you're in an economic development district, and there's 2-3 counties in that economic development district, if I want to pull out, so now I'm able to pull out and to continue to do the same thing. Isn't this the same bill like Senator Hatchett had? Didn't he have a bill similar to this one? That never got an opportunity in committee to be heard.
No, I think it got heard, didn't it? Or did it? I don't know. I'm not on that committee, I don't believe.
So they voted his down and let yours through.
I'm sorry, what?
So they voted his down and let yours through?
No, I don't think it's the same thing, but it's the same principle, and I respect that.
Well, anyway, we good.
Okay. I'd like to move for final passage.
No, I ain't say you can pass it yet.
Oh, I thought you said we're good.
No, I'm good on that, because you still need to explain to me.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We got to adopt the amendment first.
Right.
You're trying to get too fast. Okay, so I'm just still trying to understand the amendment here, because I didn't get a chance to understand what the committee substitute did. So let's talk about the amendment now.
The amendment, again, allows you, if you're in a previous one,
and kill it. That sounds like what I need to wait for.
so if they wish to get in another one or form their own. This allows them to do the same mechanism to continue the current one would be allowed to be used in the reform one. Or the
I think I passed a bill here just recently to talk about these economic development districts. When they get together now, you can be able to allow more than one to come together to do business here. But you're trying to get out of the.
That's correct. In I think 07, when they created this, there was no exit strategy.
So you want an exit strategy out of this?
Well, just want to have that option.
Okay. Yeah. To get out.
That's up to the county commission in this case, or it could be to whatever municipality.
And you want to be able to start your own.
Want to have that option.
To start your own.
Yes, I think in case there's, in the current situation, there's no ability to leverage your, whatever assets you have, there's no way to leverage it to get what you want. In other words, put it in 66%, the other one puts in 33, but they have equal say where it goes, and it's been spent in just the opposite. 66 have been spent in the other side, and 33 only in the one that's putting it in.
And when the money comes, they divide the money equally?
They don't, that's right. They're not putting in equally, but complete opposite of how it's being spent, which is fine, except when you, in our situation, they have to boil the water lately in one end of the county because of contamination. And, you know, when you have those needs in your own county, you're not really worried about somebody else getting a port revitalized. It's important, but you need to at least be able to pull your funds out to get your new water lines or whatever put in, and they just want to have that ability to have leverage.
Okay, so you really got a local problem with the general application.
That's correct.
Okay, and this really at the end of the day affects nobody but your area.
County.
Your county.
You have to be a county located with a different state to the north and to the west, and there's only one county that fits.
I got you. So you uniquely added that in the bill, so we won't have to do a local.
and I had to have somebody get hunger pangs.
You needed because all the local folk might not sign that bill out, huh?
Well, we tried that last year. Yeah. You know, you do what you have to do, right?
Well, y'all are clever with this. You know, y'all are so clever with this general with local application, man. Y'all are the best at that. Your side of the aisle is the best at that, dude. Getting around local bills. Yeah. Y'all come up with some amazing. I mean, how you put it? It said that you had to be a county with another state to the north and one to the west of you.
Line 40 says members appointed by the government of the county that borders other states to the north and west.
North and west.
Yeah,
and when you look at the map, you're the only somebody like that.
Yeah. You got to think outside the box, don't you?
I love it. That is ingenious, man. That is too smooth.
I wouldn't call it ingenious. It's creative, but.
Well, call it what you want. I'm going to call it ingenious, man. That is, you know, when I first started hearing that around here, I'm like, local bill? Well, it's local, just general bill with local application. We either got local bills or we don't, or we got general bills or we don't.
Well,
but the way you just did it, you sweetened it. That's the sweetest pot I have ever seen in here. That's the sweetest pie of the pot I've ever seen. Other folks go and they come up with these little, little means, and I'll question some of it, but the way you did it, I mean, you used 2 other states to get you.
Hey.
You used 2 other states.
Yeah, well.
Tennessee and Mississippi.
I did have. I had to do what I had to do.
I'm not mad. Look here. I love it. I learned from y'all. I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to say that because where I live, maybe I need to say it with a county above me and a county below me here there who has population of or something. I don't know. I can't get that swift from where I live. But I like that. You can come with a lot of local legislation like that.
Well, I hope I don't have to.
That's a key. I'm going to watch that from now on. That's a good one. Wow.
I'm not sure if it's a compliment or what, but I'll take it. Be ashamed to do all this creativeness and not pass it.
It's probably the or what.
Oh, me.
It's probably the or what. But I love it though. So I know you beat your butt around this time. Larry and Larry. Wow. So we get to be able to get out. So if I live in in my county, even under this bill, if I wanted to get out, I couldn't because I don't have one to the north and one to the west. State.
That would be accurate in this case.
In this case. So even if there are other situations in the state, and this is a statewide bill with general application, local application, I still couldn't get out of it because of the criteria that I wouldn't meet what this bill said has to be met. I love it. You know something? That was too slick. I'm going to go and let you pass this one, man. That was just too slick. Go on. Just go on.
I'd like to move for final passage.
Let's go on.
We're on the amendment.
Huh?
You got to adopt the
I'd like to
amendment.
adopt the amendment.
All right. Using the previous roll.
Please.
Okay. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
$28 ayes, no nays. The Senator Melson amendment's adopted.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to move for final passage using the previous row.
Any objection? All right, we got a call for the long roll. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
$17 ayes, 5 nays. SB 91 receives its final passage. Thank you, Senator Melson.
Mr. President.
All right. Secretary, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page,
Mr. President. Mr. President,
Oh, Senator Melson.
I'd like to lay it on the table, please.
All right. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, it's tabled.
Thank you.
Secretary, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
page 20 of the calendar, House Bill number 289 by Representative Albright and others regarding vital statistics. BR pending.
Senator Kitchens.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the BIR using the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens.
Aye.
Mr. Livingston. Mr. Milson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shellnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
25 ayes, no nays, BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, House Bill number 289 by Representatives Albright and others regarding vital statistics.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is one that removes the requirement for the date of disposition on death certificates. I'd move for final passage using previous row, or do we need to talk a little bit on this?
Hey, we got to talk about that.
I told you I'll read the entire sentence that this bill changes, but.
New president.
Yes, sir, you're recognized, Senator.
You know, the lieutenant governor better watch yourself. We don't need him after a while now. We can swap the chair out like that. After a while, you know, he better watch it how he leave here. You know, we had a little bill a while ago. I think it was last year or so, a couple of years ago now, that I called killing grandma in the middle of the night. And so, and that involved, you know, somebody, you know, a notary at that time being able to sign so grandma could go on and transition. But they wanted to do it in the middle of the night. It was something about that. So tell me about these death certificates, because I want to know whether or not grandma, you know, transition would have been put on that death certificate in the middle of the night. based on what your bill is going to do.
Well,
for
this
death
doesn't have
certificate.
anything to do with Grandma dying in the middle of the night.
Well, yes, it do. If she's going to die.
If she does die in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
The problem that we have in Alabama, we require you to be buried or cremated before you can get a death certificate. So when it comes to insurance policies, you can't get life insurance till you get your death certificate. The issue that we ran into dealt with a veteran. To be buried in Arlington Cemetery, you have to have a death certificate. In Alabama, you can't get a death certificate until you're buried. So there's kind of a contradiction there. So this is to help speed the process up, not only for veterans, but for individuals. You know, if there's going to be cremated, it might take a week or a little bit longer on that. Sometimes the family needs that money. They need that life insurance policy to come quicker so they can pay for the services. And that's all this bill does. It removes that requirement where they can get the death certificate a little quicker and be able to move forward.
Is that all the time that the insurance company is going to pay that fast? Because sometimes they don't want to pay that fast.
And they may not pay that fast, but it is required for them to be able to get.
Yes, it
you know,
is.
to have the death certificate.
It is. I just lost a mom, and I understand that. So you got to have that. Some of them want a copy, and some of them want the original.
Yes.
You know, they want it. And so now what you're trying to do is to speed it up. In Alabama, we don't require you. But still, but if they're requiring a death certificate at the insurance company, don't we still have to have it?
You'll still have to have the death certificate, yes, but you can't get the death certificate currently until you've either been buried or until the cremation process is finalized. So
okay, so you're saying now I can get the death certificate on the front end.
You can get the death certificate
so
on the front
therefore
end.
the date of death don't have to go on there.
Well, the date of death would be the same because once you're dead,
it's going to go on there.
Yeah, it's going to go
I
on
thought somebody
there.
told me it was going to change the date of death.
No, it wouldn't change the date of death. It would
I
just
was about to say, because you can't change the date of death.
No, you can't change that at all.
Right. Okay. So you're just trying to make sure that we can move the process up faster.
That's right. We're trying to move that process up. Like I said, sometimes there's a burden on families that may not be able to afford. I mean, I know I've got constituents that, you know, there's a GoFundMe page to try to cover funeral expenses. They may not have life insurance, but if they do have life insurance, it's to try to speed that up and allow them to be able to move forward a little bit quicker.
So Grandma transitioned in the middle of the night because UAB still haven't told me about Grandma and why we needed that bill yet. They was going to give me a report on Grandma. I still haven't gotten the Grandma report. Why they needed that bill that time to not allow for a notary to be around. It could just be by some custodial worker or somebody else. Didn't have to do it instead of a notary. They couldn't wait until the next morning until the notary got there to make sure that Grandma was all right. But they had to have it in the middle of the night. That was a crazy bill. You know, so it was killing Grandma in the middle of the night. So it's just pulling the plug on Grandma. UAB still haven't given me a report because they told me, so we'll get back with you and report that how much this is being used. Never got anything from them. I haven't asked them for anything either, but just never got anything. I don't know how often that's being used. I still didn't understand the urgent of having that at that time. So now you're telling me the urgent of this is that we want to be able to move forward to give families some kind of consolation that they can be able to go on and bury their loved one without having to worry about whether or not I can get the insurance money before or until after death.
That's correct. Well, I mean, you get the insurance
after the burial.
After the burial, yes. So it will help our funeral homes. They'll be able to be paid quicker in those cases.
How would it? But okay, so now the funeral home, after the coroner announces the death, that's when they're eligible now to go on and get a death certificate.
If this bill passes, then they would be eligible to get the death certificate.
After the coroner announces the death, and they can go on and start getting a death certificate for that person at this time.
And it does say may not include. It doesn't have a shall not in there. It has a may not include. So, you know, if there's a relatively quick funeral, quick cremation, you know, it could go ahead and follow the same process. But this just tries to remove that burden. Again, it's I would say it's a handful of cases that you have to deal with, and some extremes, like I mentioned with the veterans, not something that you're going to face every single day, but in those cases, it does make a difference for both the families to be able to have that closure for their loved ones.
Because every veteran don't get the opportunity to be put in the veteran cemetery.
That's right.
Some of them had to go back in the old church yard that we have, and some of them don't even get, the salute that they should get. But at the end of the day, I think this is a good bill. I don't see a reason why we should have to wait, because once the coroner pronounced them dead, that's the reality. They're dead. That you're really not dead until the coroner pronounce you dead in a county. Even though you're laying up there dead, D-E-A-D, dead. But if the coroner doesn't pronounce you dead, you ain't dead. He pronounced you dead. And so,
even if grandma dies in the middle of the night,
even if you're in the middle of the night, even if little flies started flying around your eyes and nose, you ain't dead until he pronounced you dead. That's the power of the coroner. Coroner has some power. They're the only somebody in the county can arrest the sheriff.
That's right.
That's powerful. And the sheriff been around longer than Mac Dillon. And they've been having that power longer than Mac Dillon. They're the only constitutional officer that you have in your counties, basically. And so, being that they're a constitutional officer, they can only be arrested if they do something wrong by the coroner. That's a powerful dude. He don't just get to lay you down, but he can lock you up too. That's interesting. That's interesting, But that's what our Constitution gives them, that kind of a power. And I know you're saying this little bill one but one line. Why are we wasting this time on a one-liner? But it matters to me.
It does.
I
It's
need
an
to
important
know
piece of legislation.
because grandma, they started killing grandma in the middle of the night, but they still, before this bill, we're gonna have to wait until they bury grandma before somebody was gonna be able to get grandma inheritance. Because they had to start to go on and get a death certificate to prove that grandma was dead to the insurance company. Because the coroner has already said she was dead. She dead. Coroner said she dead. And so, but this is just a further proof and documentation to the insurance companies or whomever else that they have to present this to, even to debt collectors. You send it out to debt collectors and let them know that the person has passed on and da-da-da-da-da. So if they're going to charge something, now they have to charge it back to the estate versus, still sending mail to that person home. And so, and if there's going to be an estate, then they can try to get their money from the estate. But if there's just an estate never opened, they might as well write it off. Just write it on off. And so, but, it was interesting to me how they tried to do grandma. And I asked them, I said, well, why we can't wait till in the morning to get a notary to be able to pronounce grandma dead, or not even pronounce it, or even to pull the plug on grandma. It was about pulling the plug on grandma. It's about those families making those hard choices. And I'm not, making fun of families to have to do that, because I never had to want to do that myself. They're making that hard choice. But the thing about it is that they made it like, it was just, I knew better, but it was when it came to me, they came to me and said, well, some of these situations happen in the middle of the night, we want to do this. So I took that. Hey, y'all want to kill grandma in the middle of the night? You can't wait till the morning when the office open, because every hospital in their business office probably got a notary sitting in that office, the notarized paper for them. They just could have waited to that. So now they wanted to allow somebody who could witness that, and it could be the janitor or anybody, to witness it. You took it out of the legality of a notary and just put it in the hands of somebody who just walking around the hospital. And so that's what they did on that bill. So now all you have to do is get a witness to say, hey, yeah, I told the doctor to go on and we could pull the plug. But instead of notarizing that paper, because they said they couldn't find one in the middle of the night. And honestly, that was what they came to me. We can't find a notary in the middle of the night. Well, if she's on the machine and she ain't breathing, the machine had grandma breathing anyway, you could have waited till in the morning till somebody got there. You had to do it in the middle of the night. So it was something more to that than what they really led me on, you know. Because when you started throwing out all of the obvious, they can't come back with anything. And I still would love to know why. Why did they need that so bad? I mean, they started putting a rush around here on that bill. You were probably in the house at that time.
I think I was.
They were putting a rush on that bill. You know, grandma got to get out of here. You know, and I was like, why we got to get grandma in the middle of the night? You know? And we just had to, you know, I still got to understand that bill, you know. And so now you're saying that here we are, we can now go on, let it go, but in order to get a death certificate now, we're going to go on and give that death certificate after the coroner has made the pronouncement that legally dead. Now you can start processing the death certificate if a family were to request it now.
That's correct.
So that way that family can now take that on to the insurance company. Even though we're still waiting a day or two before the funeral, we could probably be getting that money now to be able to bury that family.
For the funeral, or, you know, like I
Whatever
said, cremation sometimes takes a
last
little longer
expenses,
than that, so.
things that they need to take care of.
Sure.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I think this is a great bill to do that. I don't know why we've been making families wait that period of time anyway, because sometimes people have to prolong the funeral until they can get the money. You know, and if they, especially, you know, especially in black family, we wait till our cousins and aunties and everybody else travel from Detroit and Chicago. They got to wait till they can get all work and everything and get down. So it may be 2 weeks before we had a funeral sometime.
Yeah, and if that's the case, currently, you got to wait 2 weeks before you can file anything. And
Exactly.
you know, you named it earlier. I mean, there's a list of 100 different things that you have to have a death certificate for. So you got to wait 2 weeks to get that. There's a lot of things that need to happen in that 2 weeks.
There's a lot of things that need to happen.
This allows the family to go ahead and start working on that closure that they need. They can move forward, and then when the funeral does happen, they've already got a lot of things done.
Gotcha. All right. Well, with that, since you only had a one line on this bill, I'm almost at my 30 minutes now, so we're gonna go and let you.
Well, I appreciate it. So with that, I renew my motion for final passage using previous roll without objection.
Any objections? Please call the short roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
$26 ayes and 0 nays. Is that what you said? And 0 nays. That
We
particular
ain't been talking on no BR.
bill passes. That's it.
Thank you, Mr.
Secretary,
President.
call the next bill. Congratulations.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 179 by Senator Barfoot regarding the Uniform Trust Code. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Barfoot, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you much. Mr. President, I use a move for adoption of the BR using previous rule.
Any objections? Having none, Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Albritton.
Roll.
Mr. Woods.
Yes. 27 yes, no nays. Secretary, please call the bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 179 by Senator Barfoot regarding the Uniform Trust Code.
Mr. President, be glad to explain a little bit about this bill, and then I see my colleague across the way may have some comments he wants to make. SB 129 is a bill that brings Alabama trust law into conformity with the law of surrounding states and with permitted federal tax practices since the last amendments to the Alabama Uniform Trust Code. The purpose of the amendments to permit flexibility to trust settlers, that is, creators, trustees, and beneficiaries in the tax treatment of distributions, powers of appointments, and withdrawal rights. These changes are optional and not mandatory, and that's an important part of the equation. Surrounding states have already have these provisions in place, and that creates a competitive disadvantage for Alabama banks and trust companies in securing trust business. If enacted, the bill would apply to all Alabama trusts to which its provisions would otherwise be applicable, including those established before the effective date. And with that, I see my colleague across the way. He may have some questions.
So this is when a person sets up a trust.
That's correct.
All right, this bill will provide that the trustee has the right to reimburse the trust's creditors for trust income taxes paid or payable without the payment being subject to the claims of the creditors or the trust creator. The bill will also make non-substantive technical revisions for the update of it. All right. So it's my understanding of this bill that this bill limits the ability of creditors to reach the assets of the irrevocable trust by aligning state law with the Alabama Qualified Disposition in the Trust Act. So it limits them from being able to go into the irrevocable trust, creditors. I also understand that it authorized trustees, as I said earlier, to reimburse the settlers for income taxes attributable to the trust income without those payments being subject to the creditor's claim. This bill also overall strengthens the assets protection features of the trust and expand trustees' authority in administering tax-related obligations. So basically, we're not just trying to let anybody get to that irrevocable trust.
That's right.
You're limiting the asset to it.
In which the law already allows, obviously, from that standpoint, because an irrevocable trust is like you said, just as it is, it's irrevocable. It's something that when an individual makes that trust, it's for a specific purpose and cannot be revoked. I'd add, if I could, just kind of clarify, this may get a little wonky, but the code sections that amends, we acknowledge that the 2021 enactment of the Alabama Qualified Disposition and Trust Act limits the ability of the creditors of a settler or a beneficiary to reach certain trust assets and a beneficiary to assign beneficial rights in trust to creditors, which is essentially what you were alluding to, talking about. Now, I'm going to say, law school for me was 27 years ago, 28, 29 years ago. But it deletes the crummy withdrawal provisions and replaces those with provisions of current best permitted practices and tax treatments of withdrawal rights. And again, I think that puts us in line with other states so that we can remain competitive with that.
So under the Alabama Uniform Trust Codes, then it puts us in line with other states, and it allows us to be able to allow the creditor, number one, not to have access to the irrevocable trust.
That's right. I mean,
but also allows some taxes to be paid back.
That's correct. It is a mechanism. We want to be fair to all involved, but at the same time, we want to make sure that Alabama is not at a disadvantage from the standpoint of surrounding states. Whenever there's a trust to be set up, we want it to be administered fairly across the board. We're updating. This is an attempt to update Alabama's law to put us in a position with other states that we are competitive whenever those large trusts are set up.
So, like you said, when a family sets up an irrevocable trust, they set it up for a particular purpose. And exactly what it says is irrevocable. A revocable trust, you can revoke it and do something different. But that irrevocable trust, you can't. And it just as it says, irrevocable. And And when you get that trust set up, I like the fact that you're limiting creditors' access to that trust. And so if there's going to be any settlements out of it, then the trustee definitely need to be totally in control of that,
Well,
of that irrevocable trust.
You know, that's true. I mean, you know, trustee under Alabama law has certain rights held to strictly to those responsibilities as well. To make sure.
A large fiduciary responsibility.
100%, you're correct.
Yes.
And you know, there's been plenty of case law surrounding that fiduciary relationship and the responsibilities that trustee has, you know, to the, I think as well, the creditors is certainly as well as the beneficiaries of that trust. And I'd go on, and I don't mean to, but let me switch gears a little bit. I think this is a major provision. It provides that a power of a trustee to make trust distributions to a settlor to satisfy or reimburse settlor for income tax payable or paid on income generated by the trust shall not be considered amount that may be distributed to or for the settlor's benefit for purposes of 19-3B505. And what, in essence, as I understand that, is that, for instance, there may be monies out of a trust to a settlor for instance, taxes to be paid, and that's not counted against that individual. I mean, why should we punish that individual for having monies sent to them so they can simply pay the taxes that are due on that? So I think that's an important clarification of the law, and again, one that helps bring us in line with what other states are doing and just makes us more competitive along those lines. I'd go on to say that the changes here provide that when a holder of a power who is not a settlor exercises that power for the benefit of another, that other person is not a settlor for purposes of Alabama law. And so I think that's also a clarification that needs to be made, and we'll certainly try to do that here. And then one other thing, it expressly permits an independent trustee, in other words, a trustee that's unrelated or unsubordinated to the settlor under our Internal Revenue Code, to make trust distributions to satisfy or reimburse settlor or owner of the trust for income taxes payable or paid on income generated by the trust. So that's a new addition. It would be found in, assuming we pass this and it becomes law, 19-3B-816B. And I'll tell you also, and let me just be completely candid, I think I told you I've been practicing law some 25 years or so now, and so law school before that. I took a trust class a long time ago.
Long time ago. I took that trust class a long time ago, too. I'm sitting here trying to...
So you know who taught trust class at Jones Law School?
Who's that?
Thurston Reynolds.
Ooh, that's been a long time.
Long time ago. And do you know who Thurston Reynolds' son works here with us?
Wow.
Does a great job. Sure does. I don't know. I saw him earlier in here.
I was looking at this bill, page 5, 131, that the power of the trustee of an irrevocable trust, whether arising under the trust agreement or any other provision of the law, to make a distribution to or for the benefit of the settlor for the purpose of satisfying or reimbursing the whole or in part the settlor for income taxes, which you had just mentioned.
Right. Where are you? What page? What line?
Page 5. Started 131. I started reading.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, but if you look back up at 128, it said a beneficiary of an irrevocable trust who holds a power of withdrawal is not a settlor of the trust upon the lapse of the power.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so, you know, in the trust factor, you got the trust, the trustee, and the beneficiary.
So potential creditors.
Those, and the potential creditor, but those are the three major parts: the trust, the trustee, and the beneficiary. Then you bring in your I guess the beneficiary or the settlor or whoever, but the beneficiary. But those are the three major parts of a trust.
That's right.
So you set it up whether it's going to be revocable or irrevocable, It's what you make a determination is going to be based on the asset that you sit in and what your determination of where it's going to be.
That's correct.
Yeah, and where it's going to lie.
You got it.
And so if it lies in the hand of in an irrevocable trust that can't be revoked, so it has to be carried out by the trustee based on the terms that was set up by the settler, by the person who set it up. And so that trust has to operate in that manner. So he can't be veering off and doing something else with what he or she thought that you may have wanted, but you got to do exactly what it says that it has to be done. Even family members may not like it. They may not like what it does because it may say 10% of it go to Boys and Girls Club, and they don't want that money going over there. They want the money staying in the family. So whatever that 10% is going to go to the Boys and Girls Club every year that the trustees are going to make that payment over there. Because that's where they directed that money to go in that trust.
That's right. And when you talked earlier about the fiduciary duty and the responsibilities that that trustee has, he is obligated, duty-bound to follow the letter of the trust. And to your point, sometimes that doesn't make others happy. But guess what? That trust was set up for their benefit and set up by somebody who had a specific idea in mind as to how those distributions should be made, to whom, for what. And that trustee has that responsibility to make sure that those monies flow exactly like that instrument details that they should. So it's not always a pretty position to be a trustee, but you are duty-bound to follow the letter of the law and the words that are part of the trust.
Especially in an irrevocable trust.
That's no question.
You may have a little flexibility just in a revocable trust, so you may be able to do some things here and there, but you still can't veer off that much even in it. And a lot of times, putting money in accounts, making sure that it's getting interest, things of that nature. But in the irrevocable trust, if you say, I just want you to have my money in Wells Fargo Bank and don't put it nowhere else, that's where you need to have that money, in Wells Fargo Bank and nowhere else.
I don't think you'll ever see a Barfoot trust, though. I just be honest with you.
Say what now?
I don't think you'll ever see a Barfoot trust. I think it takes real money to set up a trust, right? You may
And
see
not a Singleton trust.
No, you don't. No Singleton trust. Well, you got a town named after you.
Well,
I heard in the earlier conversation.
Singletonville, but hey, but it was a broke town. You heard me talking about we didn't want to have to pay the money over here, right? I got to be able to leave little Bobby something though. It may be an insurance policy, but it might not be a trust.
Beneficiary, but not a
yeah, but then you could take that insurance policy and make that money as a beneficiary and turn it into a trust.
Yeah, and smarter, much, I'm going to say it again, much smarter lawyers than I do that handle these kinds of things. I think they can probably give good advice on the estate planning, which is actually, it sounds easy. Somebody comes to you and say, hey, I just need a simple will done. Well, there's no such thing as a simple will. I mean, you can put words on a piece of paper that amount to what people would say is a simple will, but they certainly, you can get into all kinds of problems if you don't dot your I's and cross your T's, even on wills. Certainly true on trust as well.
That's real. And you're right. It's not that simple. Folks come in and say, well, I just want to set up a will. Can you just do it? It's just not that simple.
Look back periods for transfers of assets. Medicaid has a clawback provision. I think that's maybe 7 years now.
Yeah.
Again, high level kind of conversations that I'm not involved in because I don't handle estate matters, but there are certainly things out there, pitfalls that you need to be aware of, leery of, and you certainly need to not do it on your own. I wouldn't feel comfortable setting up a trust on my own. I would go to somebody who's
without a doubt. Because you're right. You have all those clawback provisions and things of that nature. You have to sit up. I was looking at. I got in my district. There was a company that came in and currently are looking at buying Judson College for the purpose of industrial development, using those grounds. They'll use the dormitories because I think they got a couple of international companies that'll come in and some people that come in and stay.
Judson's in your district? Okay.
Well, no, it's in Roberts district, okay. But it's next door. I represented them for so many years, but I've been instrumental with this company that's coming in. But when you start looking at and I want to give thanks to the senator back here from Watauga Clyde, who helped me get into that door to get it open to where we can try. We first we tried to save Justin. We had early morning meetings and sitting down trying to find a way to save it before it went into bankruptcy. How do we do it? You know, we even brought Alabama State over to look at it and see, because Alabama State was started in Marion, Alabama also. Can you put in a ASU West Alabama campus? They were interested, but then the bankruptcy came along. But when you started looking at that, and you started looking at all of these folks who put money into trust, into those schools, the trust that is involved in it, and if it ever fails to be a school, the reversionary clauses that are there that say it has to be reverted back to those families, and you have to go through and have those, you got to resolve all of that, have all that revision done before you can actually even sell the property. You know, so they had to go through all of that process. And, you know, you get a lot of that with colleges and universities, churches. You know, churches does that. I know my home church, a family gave the land initially for the church, even though we went and built across the street. But it had a reversionary clause that if for whatever reason it fails to be a church, it reverts back to the family. So even though that older building's still sitting on it, but the land actually goes back to the family again because you're not using it as a church any longer. So the reversionary clauses sit in. And when you start looking at these colleges and universities, all kinds of trusts are get involved because people gave money through their trust, and they gave money to the university, you know, through their endowments, through their trust and all. And so that money now is reverted back because of reversionary clauses and all. So you get a lot of that going. Like you say, it's real complicated. And I think it takes those people who study that law on a daily basis to totally understand how it works to put a person in position to be able to handle their money for financial gains down the road. Because even if you set it up, that doesn't mean that a lot of times it's what it needs to be. There's a lot of people who have set up trusts and thought that their assets was secured, and the asset wasn't secured under the trust. It's simply because they didn't do all of those things under the codes to make sure that their assets were. As nobody else, like you're saying, you know, there were other people who were able to reach into that trust creditors and be able to pull out of it, where your bill here is limiting person asset to those irrevocable trusts.
You know, you mentioned Judson and those types of situations, and the reversionary clauses that are there, and you think about it, I mean, those would not be easy under normal circumstances being in pretty close proximity to time, but the further that has been long ago throughout history that's been set up, and trying to revert those monies and put them back to what that reversionary clause said, and trying to find those individuals who are heirs of that. I mean, that, I'm sure in your case, had it was very difficult to accomplish.
You know, very, I mean, you know, I personally didn't have to go through it, but I saw some of it, and I knew that was there to do it. But I'm sure some of those families that didn't even have heirs left. You know what I'm saying? People all died off, and there was nobody around, and there's nowhere to revert it back to, no more than an estate, you know? And so I do know a lot of that happens, and I've seen that happen in other families, to where there just were all the heirs are basically gone. There was just nobody else around to have the revert, to take it, you know? And
what happens in those? I mean, I guess it escheats to the
just go back to the state. Yeah. That's why it's probably sitting over in a state auditor's office, unclaimed property somewhere.
You know, we had a bill earlier this session about unclaimed property as it relates to crypto.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I think I got some over. They told me I need to come over there and get mine. I got some unclaimed. I need to go get that money, whatever it is.
I might need to do a name change and change my name to yours if you got money over there.
You still gonna be hustling backwards.
I hear you.
You're gonna be broke. You're gonna be doing practicing. You're just gonna be hustling backwards, brother.
I hear you.
You're gonna still be P.O. Poe. You ain't gonna be able to afford the other OR.
Yeah, I hear you. Just
the problem what they got over there for me, I ain't gonna be able to pay taxes on it probably. couple dollars.
Well, the good thing about it, come back to this bill, is, and like we talked about on income tax purposes here, if there's a settlement, if there's an amount to be distributed, that doesn't count. If you had to pay income tax on that, I don't think that is weighed against you in any disbursement. So
I could be reimbursed that.
that's right. That's I believe that's a portion of the bill that changes that as it relates to reimbursement for tax purposes.
Okay. So
Which,
they're giving me
again,
an
I think
opportunity.
that makes us competitive with other states.
Okay, so if I pay the income tax on it, then I can come back and get my money back from the trust.
Yeah, I don't think it's counted against you
Right.
for receiving that amount. You need to pay X number of dollars, and trust gives you X number of dollars. Well, that's not, as I understand, a distribution counted against your distribution amounts. That's just so that you can continue to pay that tax.
That's good.
It is, yeah. I think
But that's the biggest piece in there is the paying those taxes.
because you think about it, if you were, I'm just using round numbers,
Mm-hmm.
but $1,000 distribution, now you got to pay taxes on it. You don't really get the $1,000, do you? Because you had to pay taxes on that. So the
Right.
intent might have been to give you X amount, but when you're having to pay taxes on that, that doesn't really follow the intent of the trust as it was set up. So this would allow that portion of taxes that you had to be paid to not count against that distribution.
Okay, all right. I know the gentleman from Jefferson who left out of here wanted me to hold you because he said he had a couple of questions he needed to ask. He's just running down to his office for a quick question, so he'll be back. I hope he ain't running down there for some cake,
He may.
Oh, that's right. He got 2 boxes of cake over there already.
He may want to school us a little bit on the finer points of trust.
Of
Alabama
trust,
law.
he's a law professor, so I know he taught constitutional law. I don't know if he've ever taught wills and trusts.
Well, I don't want to take his final exam. So
But wills and trusts is a very interesting piece of law, and a lot of people make a lot of good living off of that. If you get in good, because you just think about the number of people that die every day and leave air property and the problems that air property causes
major
in our society, the major concerns that it causes.
a 1/100th interest in a 1 acre piece of property.
Exactly, which is a fight sometimes.
You're trying to get people that have no idea that they're even related from other areas of maybe to sign something that they just get blindsided by. And it's like, what? I don't have any relatives in Alabama. Why are we even talking about this? Who are these people? What am I giving up? Do I need to go hire a lawyer? And you wind up spending a lot more money, potentially, the person who's trying to resolve that and those individuals who may have a 1/100th interest in that. Then spending more, what's that old saying about good money chasing bad or bad money?
That one.
Good money chasing bad. So
Well, I know a family, and that was close to me, that they were all. It was just, I think it was maybe 200-300 acres of land, and it was families in terms of their relations. Well, one of the brothers died. His children took in their part. And so when they got their part, there was a landowner next to them, a large landowner that had a high fence and all. And the family was trying all their days to keep that big landowner from taking their property. So they hunted on their property too. And so, and then plus they had some flat land in there where they had some cattle on, maybe first 100 up front, right? And they did a little hunting on the backside. And so until this guy started running his fence. Well, those family members no longer lived in Greensboro anymore. They were up north. They sold their portion of the property unbeknownst to the rest of the family. And all of a sudden, over the weekend, here comes this long, high fence almost down the middle of their property. And everybody wondered what's going on, but their cousins had sold that portion of their dad's land and didn't even give them a first right of refusal as family members to even purchase it.
That don't make for a good family reunion.
That doesn't make a good family reunion at all. So now, instead of us having this free reign to be able to do, now we're tightened up here against this fence that we got to go around to get back around to the other part of our exit over here, and now it just broke up the land the way it did, and you know, when you go down there now it looks strange because that fence was never there, you know, as a part of that, and it just looks strange, even though they still have a significant amount, you know, of the property, but it's still not able to do all the quiet enjoyments that they were able to do on it. Now this other landowner is doing that on that portion of the land where all the good hunting was, because he came in.
Oh, he got the cream of the crop.
He got the wooded areas with all the timber on it and all of that stuff. So they sold it and didn't say anything to the other, because the other family members could have afforded to buy it from them. They could have done that. It wouldn't have been a problem had they given them the rights to first refusal. They could have paid that price, and they were willing to do that.
If that property had been in a trust, though, that trustee would have had control over that and could have said, no, family members outside the state, you're not going to sell, you don't have the authority to sell that.
Or even if there was a will.
That's true, yeah.
That directed who it belongs to instead of all this air, you know? Right. Because if it had went on and divided it off early on, then everybody would have known who was what. So after they got divided, and they never talked to them more after that person died, they got carved out their little share of it, and they sold it.
Right. It created a problem for everybody, probably even the person that purchased that part of the, you know, whether that person knew or didn't know what was going on the family side of the equation, it probably created issues and problems for that person.
It did, because at the end of the day, while they wanted to purchase that land from them, they became friends. They knew that, you know, that they never were going to sell it to them, so they became good neighbors. And then after that happened, it just kind of cut off. Right. People just stopped kind of talking to folks, even though it wasn't the buyer's fault. Right. You know, the onus was on the family members who decided to sell it without letting you know.
But emotions get in the way of things, and you know, you turn and you say, hey, listen, I can't believe that guy didn't come talk to me about it. And
Exactly. Because if you're going to sell it, at least let us have it, give us the right to first refusal.
Same dollar figure, right?
Same dollar figure. We're willing to give you the same dollar figure. We're not asking you for it less just because you're a family member. Same, what you ever sold that to him for per acre, we were willing to purchase it also, if you just had given us an opportunity to do that. And they didn't.
Splits up, those kind of things can split up families. And to the point about the trust, I mean, that's a way that, you know, even though maybe one individual may think that they're due something or the other one may, but the trustee could say, I'm sorry, this is the way it is because this is the way the trust was set up.
Yep. And I mean, when I looked at that piece of property, these guys came in and did a survey right quick, and the next weekend, the hole was going in the ground, we went back down the poles up, and then the fence was being pulled.
You know, those surveyors, those folks that come out and do the land survey and all, sometimes they're running into a hornet's nest that they may not realize they're running into, too. You know, they're coming out there and they just think it's another day and they're going to go shoot their elevations and do whatever they're going to do. And the family members say, wait a minute, what are you doing out here? You say, well, this guy over here bought this piece of property, and, you know, they kind of get caught in a situation maybe.
They do. I'll tell you, recently in my district, there was on the brand new highway we're building, the 43 quarter.
Congratulations, I've heard some discussion about
that is coming through. There's some opportunities at a crossway of 43 and 80. Two major highways are going to connect there, right? And there's an opportunity for some economic development in there. So the land that's around it, some of it is in Hale County and other parts of it is in Marengo County. So situation is that there was going to be I guess for the lack of a better word, that lasso annexation from one city to come out there in that area over into the other counties, similar to what Huntsville does. Huntsville really has been what, they in about 5 counties now? The city of Huntsville is about
We're
5
working on
counties?
5, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So something similar to that, they was gonna ease over into it. But I'm telling you this story because a surveyor went out, surveyed the property. People put it in the newspaper that land was being utilized for this economic development project, and nobody had talked to the real owners. They only had talked to like a nephew or somebody in the family who gave them the rights to go over there. And so here it is, the surveyors like, you know, we just were told that we can go over here and do this, and they did it. And I got in a meeting, and the real owners was like, the audacity of you all to put it in that we didn't know about. Our own land might have been up, not for sale, but just the fact that it was going to be utilized for economic development project without even saying anything to us first.
That was an uncomfortable conversation.
I was sitting there like, it wasn't me. But it got resolved. Maybe not with that family, but we're still able to do the economic development piece in that area. It got resolved, but I can't fault that family for, you know, for putting a hold on it, you know, because that thing is, why should, you know, we don't want to sell our property. Nobody asks us about selling our property. So you have to be very, very careful about those kind of things and what you're going to do and how we're going to get property sold. I told him when you get back, you wanted to say something to him.
Uh-oh, we got the professor over here.
I just want to ask you, the question is that, and I heard y'all out there talking, but what was the problem that had to be fixed? And you know, and I asked that because I've done a little dab in the trust, you know, a little bit, enough to hey, I'm just dangerous enough to understand them, you know, pretty decent. So, but tell me what brought that change on? And what is this Law Institute bill or your bill?
It's a Law Institute bill.
Oh, I understand then what brought the change then, because they committed probably. These guys are the super professionals.
The cream of the
They're the cream of the crop in the state. And so they've looked at this. So just, I'm gonna give you a short, you just tell me really the answers to the question. You know what I mean? I'm not
right.
You know, then you go and do your thing. What was the changes? I mean, you know, why would they say it was necessary to make those changes? What were they? Right quick.
So let me kind of give you at least a brief synopsis as I understand it from that committee, who, as you're right, they're the cream of the crop, the piece de resistance of lawyers, right?
They are.
The best of the best. And judges and everybody who deals with this. This was an attempt to make Alabama more competitive, put Alabama more in line with sister states as it relates to trust, and make it more, the law in Alabama more compatible with federal regulations and those other states around us to protect those trusts, to give some elements of benefit to trustees. And one of those, for instance, is, let me find it on my sheet. It gives the power to a trustee to make trust distributions to a settlor to satisfy or reimburse that settlor for income taxes payable or paid on income generated by the trust. And as I understand it, again, that's one prong of that, is that you know, if you were due as the settlor a certain amount under the trust, and I used an example earlier of 1,000, but I'll use 10,000 now, and so you've gotten a portion coming to you pursuant to the trust agreement of $10,000, where you are going to owe now taxes on that amount. So the intent was to give you $10,000, but in essence, once taxes are paid on that, you haven't received 10. You've received an amount less than that. So it simply allows, in that regards, to that amount that you received would not be considered a distribution. So as I understand it, in my non-trust lawyer mind, it would be an amount given to you to make sure that you're made whole after those taxes are paid to equal the amount that you should have received under the trust.
And I think that's wonderful, because you're right about that. You know, that's a false illusion when you think you're getting 10 and you're getting 7 7.5
Right.
or 8. So, okay. Is that the main thing or is it something else?
That's certainly one of them, and I'll go a little bit further into some of this.
In your own words, you just tell me what you
Well,
think about it.
you're stretching me there. My own words, I think, will fail me at this point in time. 25 years ago or so, I mentioned this earlier, I took a couple of trust classes. That's a long time ago. But you may be familiar with the Crummy Trust. I remember that from 25, 27 years ago. I couldn't tell you specifically what it does now, but it deletes crummy withdrawal provisions and replaces those with provisions and current best practices permitted tax treatments of withdrawal. And again, I think all of that's an effort to put us on par with what surrounding states are to make it more beneficial for individuals and quite honestly, corporations, companies, other entities within our state to allow that trust to be set up and managed here. And you know, and we had this discussion earlier, you probably won't ever see a barfoot trust, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you don't put 2 nickels in a trust. It's something that's significant. A lot of times it's significantly more money.
Yeah.
And so from that standpoint, you've got banks who a lot of times manage trusts, these large trusts. And so it makes it more, it provides a benefit to the businesses here in the state of Alabama to use Alabama businesses for the benefit of Alabama Trust and the citizens that stand to benefit from those trusts.
And I think you're right because, you know, back in the day, if you want to get a trust, go to Delaware. You remember how many times you've heard that?
Yeah.
Go to Delaware. They got the most favorable that it is, you know.
And we're chipping away at that, though.
Yeah, and that's what I think we're trying to do here with that. Well, with that in mind, Senator, you've done a yeoman's job in discussing this and bringing. If people don't know this by now, you ever heard this song? If you don't know it by now, you're gonna never know it.
Yeah.
So that's it. So with that in mind, unless there's some other question. I gotta go to the principal. Okay, you on this one? Yeah, we need to let this one go. It's on you.
All right, very well. So, Mr. President, with that in mind, I'd move for final passage of SB 179 used in previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, no nays. SB 179 receives its final passage. Thank you, Senator Barfoot.
Good job, Senator.
Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 178 by Senator Barfoot regarding trusts. BR pending.
Mr. President, I'd move for passage of the BR used in previous rule.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 178 by Senator Barfoot regarding trusts.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is another bill that is an ALI bill that, as we talked about previously, you know, the best of the best kind of sit around and figure out what we need to do to improve the Alabama law and the lives of the citizens of the state of Alabama. And so here's the second bill as it relates to that. I'm going to just give you a kind of a little brief synopsis. The Alabama Uniform Principal and Income Act was first established in 2000. Senator, I wasn't here then. I think you probably were. I'm sure you voted on that bill one way or another, I hope in favor. The act governs how fiduciaries of trust and estates allocate trust receipts and expenditures between income and principal of the trust for fiduciary accounting purposes. When enacted, Section 104 of the act required the trust instrument to explicitly provide that a trustee may adjust between income and principal as necessary to conform with the purposes of the trust. At that time, many trusts provided that a current beneficiary could receive distributions of income while remainder beneficiaries would receive the principal, making it necessary to establish clear rules and ensure fair treatment of both types of beneficiaries. Current trust best practices generally give the trustee the discretion to distribute income or principal to a beneficiary subject to whatever standards the grantor may require. Thus, while sufficient at the time of enactment, Section 104 is now outdated. It is important to note that this amendment imposes no new mandatory duties on a trustee, but rather gives the trustee an additional option or discretion for the benefit of the beneficiaries. Accordingly, the bill amends Section 19.3A.104 to conform Alabama law with current best practices and the current Uniform Model Act, which permits trustees to adjust between principal and income to the extent deemed necessary under the terms of this section and chapter. And so with that, I would say, Senator, I think you and I both agree as it relates to judicial discretion, this provides some discretion as it relates to how, if according to the trust and the language there, but how that income is distributed. And it's not mandatory, it just simply gives some discretion.
And I think that's very important because one of the first things we learned, the law is not an exact science.
That's a fact.
And that's what this does, allows that flexibility that's needed under those circumstances to facilitate what's necessary for that trust. You know, and I think that's very important. You know, that it will allow that to take place. You know, and so I see it, and I think that's it, and I think that you know, it was only fitting that you were handling both of them. You know, because
fitting, I don't know, it was the word I was thinking about.
Right hand and left hand. It had you to come in there with both hands as it relates to the trust, you know. And I think that's good. You know, one of the best things that we've had for years has been that Law Institute, you know, because you just like we said about this bill, look, I'm picking a number, you got 25 lawyers from every aspect of this state. They don't bit more. They don't think about no politics. That was it is never. I have never been, whether it's in a meeting or some of their work, few of their work, I call it sessions, and I've never heard them talk about politics or anything. The only question they ask is that, you know, do you think that there'll be any other questions from legislators, you know, about what we're trying to do, and hey, are you or me, are we adequately prepared to be able to answer the questions, you know? And but other than that, I have to say that it has been one of the most pure kind of situations that we've had in this body for the years that I've been here, you know. And I just admire the fact, because like I said, these are not political people. These are lawyers, you know, who just, they love this law probably like people love other things that they do. And they focus on it. Free time, they put in all their time traveling all over the state to wherever they meet up at to have these meetings. Not one dime, they only get paid for expenses, nothing. They just come for the love of the law and trying to do what's right.
You know, and the little nuances that, you know, you have a law on the books, and everybody thinks they know what it means and what it says and how that's applicable to different situations. And then 5 years, 10 years later, you got different cases that arise, you know, opinions that, you know, maybe you say, well, this really didn't mean this, and then you find 10 years down the road, maybe you've moved from what the original intent was, or other circumstances have arose that nobody then thought about. For instance, in 2000, when this piece of legislation was originally enacted, there are probably things that have happened since then, and maybe even in other states as well, that the ELI folks, who look at and know what they're talking about and said, you know, maybe we need to address this, maybe we need to make some changes to better define what Alabama law is, to give more ability to a trustee, for instance, to better manage a trust, to give them that discretion if it's not prohibited in that trust document. Mm-hmm. And so they do a really good job, not just on these types of trust bills, but anything that, I would agree with you, anything that we've seen that comes to us, sometimes they're not without pitfalls that maybe they hadn't thought about, right? But it's always a good starting point for sure that, you know, this is where the law needs to change. Here's how we need to adapt to different times and different things that we've seen, and even those changes, as I said, through case law that have changed things. So.
Mm-hmm. You're right. You're right. I can remember when we had to come together related to a bill about emergencies. You know, I remember that plain as day, and they asked the Law Institute to look at it, and that's when what his name? He was a legislator, and he was back then. He was probably lawyers. You know, Pat last night.
Lindsay.
Lindsay. That's it, Lindsay. Yeah, he was a lawyer's lawyer, and but the one thing that he really loved, that was a Law Institute, and he would, you know, he would lay out. It's kind of like cutting open a sandwich where you got two sides. He'd lay the whole sandwich out there.
You know, one of the things that I didn't have the opportunity, the benefit of knowing him, but and I'm probably going to mess this quote up, but he said, "We've got too many laws before we pass another one. Let's do away with something we've already got."
Oh yeah, that's him. You guys are just right. He didn't believe in a lot of brevity, and he didn't believe in a lot of laws. You know, and I had a chance to be here with him, and I picked up a whole lot from him. You know, a whole lot. You know, his ability to move. I mean, he could move meetings and just get you through. You be sitting there, what next? And you be through.
Something to aspire to.
It is. Now, you I see the teacher, but I don't see the student. Sometimes I have to take you to the closet. When the teacher you take you to the closet, you know, because they don't want nobody else to know, and you come out that closet and you be real quiet and kind of peaceful walking.
There's a song with some lyrics that says something along the lines of things going on that you don't know.
Yeah. And I've heard another song that things going on you don't want to know. It was just, well, now we got to crank up early in the morning.
We do.
I mean, we got judiciary. I was looking at the calendar. There's a lot of
pretty big calendar on there. There's one of them on there that if it hadn't been taken off, it will be taken off, and that was not an effort to. We're trying to take care of some House bills, and that was just one that was left on there, and but that won't be. There's one that won't be on there tomorrow. I know Senator Coleman has an important piece of legislation to her and others across Alabama that we've mentioned.
You got a piece on there.
I do.
Which one you got? I mean, I got it sitting at my desk, but which one? Huh? Yeah. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something about the breakfast. In about 30 minutes, if they hadn't gone to eat, they're going to be waiting on that breakfast. Because here in Montgomery, ain't nothing going to be open but the Waffle House. You know, so if you waiting on breakfast, I'd rather have that breakfast in the morning. You know.
It's always good breakfast. And, circling back on this piece of legislation, the income and the principal division there. I mean, that's what this bill does. It gives that ability, like we talked about earlier, for that for income and principal interest to be divided accordingly in different proportions. And I think that's again, it gives the trustee the ability to look at what's there and divide that accordingly, as long as it fits within the boundaries of the trust.
Yeah, and I think that I wish it was some way that we could on laws that make substantial changes. If we could have a review on Zoom, well, you want to understand what the new law does, especially for lawyers and judges, just be able to go into that Zoom and sit there and just listen? You know, kind of like a bar review.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I was in court before we came in earlier today, had a case that I was in there on, and I had a few, 45 minutes to an hour that I didn't have enough time to go back to the office and work and didn't have to be here yet. So enjoyed catching up with some of my colleagues at the courthouse, but more importantly, I was listening to some of the cases, and you can learn a lot just by listening and those factual scenarios that you've never been a part of, much like on this piece of legislation. It'll be really interesting to see if we're fortunate enough to get this passed and the governor was signing into law, is that who's going to be the first lawyer to handle a case under these new laws, and then wonder if they'll even know it, and the toll and the work that went into putting it on a piece of paper and to get it on the floor and to get it through the Senate, hopefully, and then through the House, and all of that work, that ALI has done, and probably not just 1 year, quite honestly. I don't know the behind the scenes, but a lot of these are over many years of discussion. So there's a lot that goes into it, it's poured into it, time, energy, and effort. And circling back to your comment about them, we certainly are appreciative of all their work. So.
Well, I tell you, one of those evolutionary things about a bill, it's the Grandparents Visitation Right Bill. With the help of my colleagues, I always have to say that because, you got to have help when you're doing stuff in a unit like us, but with the help of our colleagues, I passed what I think is the first one that we have, which has changed considerably. Courts have changed it some. Of course, we've had other people come in with those kind of bills. But to be able to, when you were saying about the interpretation and stuff, it was after I had passed the bill, and I was in a court hearing in the Bessemer Division of the courts, and it was about grandparent visitation. And the lawyer got up, and he said, we don't know the intent. He didn't know I had passed the bill. He said, he didn't. He said, we don't know the intent of the legislature, about this bill. And so because of that, we can't do that. So when he got through, I'm, like this.
Now, you're on the other side, or are you just sitting there?
No, I'm the lawyer on the other side of the case. I'm the one who brought the action for them to have visitation. And that's another story. I'm going to tell you about all the integral workings getting there. But the judge smiled and judge said, Turner Smith, raise your right hand. I'm looking at him. He said, raise your right hand. I wave my hand. He said, you solemnly swear the truth, the whole truth, never but the truth. I said, do. He said, get up on the stand. Now, I'm the lawyer on the other side. He didn't put me up on the stand. And you know what? He sat back and smiled to the other lawyer. Now you may proceed to ask questions.
I bet you won the case, didn't you?
We won, because he asked, he said, because Judge said that, he said, if you really want to know the intent of the legislation, you can ask him. Lord didn't ask many questions like that. He got the point the judge was trying to tell him. He said, he going to tell you what he thought his intent was, so.
One thing that I will never be asked to take the stand on this legislation, because I don't handle trust, so they won't ask me what the intent was, at least in the courtroom that I'm a litigant or a participant in. So.
I don't think from that standpoint they would call me in as no expert witness. I'm like you, That's if you're gonna do trust, that's about all you need to do, in your law practice. It's on a few other little things, but trust is so in depth and it changes, so it's so involved in so many other legal aspects, and not just trust. It's the fiduciary, what you're supposed to do as the trustee, not just the trust document itself.
If you're going to do it, don't dabble.
That's right. That's right.
Because you get yourself in trouble and hurt your clients if you dabble in something like that.
That's right. That's right. I agree with that.
We've got a law degree, I guess, technically speaking, we could, but that don't mean you should.
Yeah, I like the way you say that. You could, but you should. That does make a big difference. That makes a big difference. When I see folks walking in here, they look like they full. They rocking in here with full of food.
You know, I don't know if the Senator for St. Clair County has ever handled any trust, but he come closer to handle some of this that would deal with this legislation than I have. So,
I know a lady that does this. I think her office is down in Shelby County, but she got an office in Tennessee. And she does, she just do trust. That's it. And she is good. I can't remember her name, but she is good. I mean, real good. Yeah. She just knows this stuff inside out, outside in, all around.
you know, there's something to be said for knowing your craft and your area, practice of law. There was I won't name his name, but an attorney in Montgomery that dealt, I guess, almost exclusively with DUIs. And I've seen times where on DUI case in a courtroom setting, mainly in district court or municipal court, where somebody be trying a DUI case and they'd be arguing about a finer point of law, and the judge would say, hold on one second. And he'd call that lawyer up there. He said, not associated with the case, but he'd say, tell me, what does the law say about this? You know, I mean, that's when you know you're an expert.
That's right.
Kind of like what we talked about ALI. Those are the experts.
That's right. Do you know, you ever meet McElroy? No. Attorney McElroy?
Evidence.
Just those books, you ever did? No.
Never had an opportunity.
Awesome. I mean, awesome. Awesome. Know it inside out, outside in. Yeah, I've been to a couple, back in the day, those seminars. Oh, I leave that car be leaning. I been bought every book he got. And I could duplicate what he said by having them books, you know.
It means something whenever you need them and you got them and you can flip open and find, you know, evidentiary rules and how that applies in your particular case, and they put it in a way that, you know, you wouldn't ever thought about, and you know, sometimes you find stuff in there that hurts you, but you just keep flipping past that. You don't.
Yeah, you're right. You keep going past that. You're right about that part. You sure telling the truth. But no, you know, is there a House companion to this bill?
I'm not aware of one. If there is, to my knowledge, it certainly hadn't made it up to Senate Judiciary. If it has, it may be stuck down in the House, and this may be the fastest runner of the two if there is one. But hopefully we can get this down there as well as the last bill, and maybe they'll deal with it in the remaining days that we've got, and maybe get over to the governor's desk and help the citizens of Alabama. So,
Let me ask a question. Are we in a 3-day week this week?
We're
in a 2. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Then we move to the next one. Okay. Pass the mic back to you completely.
You sure you don't want to talk about trust anymore?
No, not right now. I come down to your office. We have some coffee. We'll talk about it.
Well, we can have coffee, but let's don't talk about trust. Let's find something else to talk about.
I'm with you on that.
Mr. President, with that, I'd move for final passage of SB 178 using previous rule.
Any objection to previous rule? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, no nays. SB 178 receives final passage. Thank you, Senator Barfoot. Secretary, call the next bill on special order calendar.
Page 25 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 287 by Senator Hatcher regarding alcoholic beverage importers. BR pending.
Senator Hatcher, you're recognized.
Mr. President. Move for passage of the BIR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Page 25 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 287 by Senator Hatcher regarding alcoholic beverage importers.
Mr. President, I have an amendment I need to offer.
All right, desk, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 287 by Senator Hatcher. Replace line 31 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 34 on page 2 with the following. Replace line 38 on page 2 with the following. Replace lines 342 through 343 on page 13 with the following.
All right, we're good.
Mr. President, members, this bill amends existing law governing the importation of alcoholic beverages by clarifying that licensed importers may import products manufactured anywhere outside the state of Alabama, including those produced within the United States. That's the gist of the bill. It clarifies importer authority and it streamlines licensing consistency. So that is the gist of the bill. See my colleague across the way.
Would you like to adopt the amendment?
I'd like to adopt the amendment first, using the previous role.
All right, any objection?
Question.
All right, you recognize Senator Singleton.
Okay. Okay, go on and adopt the amendment.
All right, any objection to previous role? Hear none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, no nays. The amendment's adopted. Okay, now we're on the bill.
Okay,
Senator
so
Singleton.
Senator Hatchett, so this bill's for the, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of this bill. So this got to do with licensed importers.
Right.
Okay, so does this bill also have something to do with hemp products also?
Correct.
So if I'm a licensed product, if I'm a licensee and I'm out of the state of Alabama and I'm shipping into the state of Alabama, does this have to do with that? Or is this people who are shipping within the state?
You mean the alcoholic beverages or?
Or the hemp, yeah.
Yes, within the state.
In the state.
Within the state.
In the state, okay. That's what I'm trying to, because
and they have a special permit as well for that.
so do they have to have a special license to do that under this bill?
They do. They're permitted especially as retailers of electronic nicotine delivery systems to obtain consumable hemp products retailer permit or license. They do have to have a special license for it.
Okay. So if, like right now, if I wanted to ship some wine, I have to ship it in to ABC, to that board, right?
Right.
So if I'm looking at here, all liquors and wines whose label has not been registered shall be considered contraband and may be seized by the board or its agents or law enforcement officer of the state of Alabama without warrant. The contraband shall be delivered to the board and disposed of and provided by law. Right. So I get liquor, it has a seal on it. It has that seal. So if I'm shipping something that doesn't have that, then it is deemed to be illegal.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I was just trying to find, in terms of where we were with this being the importers of the alcohol and the hemp products.
Exactly. Current law only explicitly recognizes importation of alcoholic manufactured beverages outside of the United States, and this bill expands the authority to ensure some consistency in how domestic and international products are treated.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm good.
All right. We're good? All right. If we're good, let's move for our final passage using the previous roll.
Any objection to previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, no nays. SB 287 receives its final passage. Thank you, Senator Hatcher.
Thank you, sir.
Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 56 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 340 by Senator Chambliss regarding public utilities. BR pending.
All right, Senator Chambliss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move the BR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 340 by Senator Chambliss regarding public utilities.
All right, Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, as you all know, in the state of Alabama, we have a one-call system that provides for the location of utilities so that when excavation occurs, we don't damage those utilities. There's another part of the law that provides for the location for design and surveying so that we can get those lines located ahead of time, enter that into our design process, and avoid those utilities. Well, the problem is that those locates are not being done. They're closing out the locates, saying that they're marked, and no paint out on the ground showing where the locations are. So it's obviously, this is something I've been dealing with for several years now. It's a problem all over the state. And what I'm trying to do here is to try to fix the system so that those who are closing these tickets out without doing the work actually are held accountable for that. So what the bill does is several things. Number one is it says that if any locate is incomplete after 30 calendar days, which is 6 times current law, that the operator would be liable for any delays in the project cost. As you all know, in a lot of these projects, you've bought property, you've bought equipment, you have a lot of money invested, and in most or a lot of situations, interest is being paid on those loans until the construction is complete and it's put in service. And this would make that operator responsible. The other thing it does is it removes the ability for a contract locator to close the tickets. So right now they are closing the tickets, saying they're done, and they're not done. So we would just take away their ability to close the ticket. So what would happen? We would, the next paragraph, we would require that the operator field verify the underground facility had been marked, and then the utility, or operator as the law calls them, they would then be able to close out the ticket. So, as you can imagine, there's a lot of discussion about this. One other provision is if they don't complete the ticket within 20 calendar days, they take precedent over all other locates. Once again, that is 4 times what is in current law. So there is a large grace period. If anything, that probably needs to be shortened. But those are the main points of the bill. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of people interested in this bill. And as late as tonight, I'm getting information from different operators to help us resolve this problem. So with that being said, what I would like to do, I would like to get that information. I'd like to incorporate it into the bill, adjust the bill, because now they're trying to help me solve the problem. So with that, I can move to carry it over to call the chair. With that, Mr. President, I move to carry SB 340 over to call the chair.
Before you carry it over to the call of chair,
All right, you want to speak?
Yes. I think you're doing a good thing here, because as we're building out, we're doing a lot of broadband right now.
right.
It's a lot of digging. We're hearing a lot of times, on right-of-ways, whether or not people got permits, did they get it in time? And some of this stuff that you're talking about is holding up the job. Because if locators are not out there doing what they're supposed to do, let me know where the gas line is, where the water line is, and those things. As we dig, we need to know if we're bringing in these new utilities. Because broadband is not a utility. We might as well accept that.
That's right.
In our state. And we need to go and define it as a utility now. Because it's here we're investing too much money for it not to be seen as a utility. And so as we develop that, I'm seeing it every day, whether it was a blue marker or orange or something. And sometimes in these hearings, we're hearing that they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
That's right.
So I think that this is a great bill to try to bring them in, give them a timeline that they got to do, because other than that, they can hold up an economic development project.
They really are. And
They can do that.
It's been a problem for a while. We made an attempt about 3 or 4 years ago, and it was better for a year or so, but it's really gotten bad now. And in some instances, we're actually talking about life or death. And if you're dealing with gas especially,
yes.
You're dealing with power especially, but even water under pressure.
Yes.
You hit it the right way and it hits you the right way, that could be very, very catastrophic. So not to mention, if it's a big fiber line, there's a lot of economic impact.
Yes,
Maybe
it
not
is.
hurt anybody, but it physically, but it could fiscally. So anyway, what we want to do is avoid those problems. We don't want anybody out of service. We want to design around everything we can. And then when our contractor gets out there, he can go to town. But what's happening right now, because we can't get those locates in a timely fashion, we're just having to use the best information we can. So then when we get out there in the field, either we do get a locate at that time or we don't get it, and then we run into problems in the field and we've got to field engineer everything, and that causes the contractor to have to sit and wait, and then he starts losing money. So it's just a drain on everyone when we're not able to get this information up front.
And so I see this, it has a one call, so are you sitting up somewhere where this could be reported once they get it done in this bill?
Well, we actually have
the one call already.
We have the one call, and then we also have a board that listens to complaints and that sort of thing. And that's part of the information that I'm getting is that process is too cumbersome for this. Now, if it's somebody going out there and digging and disregarding all the law, well, that complaint process is fine for that. But in these instances, you have to have a bunch of information that you don't know.
Right.
You can't know before you can submit the complaint. So one of the thoughts is if a locate ticket is closed out and the contract locator says, we marked it, then you ought to be able to have a way to dispute that without going through some long drawn out process.
I got you.
So we're working on some of those things now. So
Good bill.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Mr. President, with that, I move to carry over the call of the chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, the bill's carried over to call the chair. Thank you, Senator Chambliss. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Page 32 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 294 by Senator Roberts regarding the public officers and employees. BR pending.
Senator Roberts.
I'd like to move the BR using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
Mr. President.
Page 32 of the calendars. Senate Bill number 294 by Senator Roberts regarding public officers and employees.
Senator Roberts.
Yes, this is really a bill that's about protecting officers and who have to have bonds for the work that they're doing. And we as a state have what are called blanket bonds under Code 3652. An elected official fails to file a bond within 40 days of election or appointment to office must vacate their office. Removing an elected official is a serious punishment for what may indeed be just a clerical oversight. The Department of Finance Division of Risk Management has authority to administer programs of insurance, including a bond program for state officials. This bill would give a state officer a curative period of 15 days to file a bond once they are notified that they have failed to do so in a timely manner. Allow the Department of Finance of Risk Management bond program to satisfy the requirements of the state blanket bond for state officials and employees, and it deletes a redundant provision regarding bonding for county officials in the law governing bonding for state officials. County officials' bonding requirements are separately established in Title 11, so this change avoids duplicative requirements. The language was included at the request of the county commissioners. It will amend a provision mandating that the state blanket bond for state officials be provided to the local officials and employees, authorize the Division of Risk Management to assist in procuring bonds for local officials, and delete references to repealed law. And with that, if there's no questions, I'm happy to move final passage and use the previous role.
No, we got a little talking to do.
You want to talk?
All right.
That'd be
Senator Singleton,
great.
you recognize.
I can't imagine there's anything you'd want to ask that hadn't been covered here, but I'm good with that.
I understand. We're going to get out of here in a minute. But so let me get a full understanding. This is public official bonding.
Yes, sir.
This is bonding on us.
Well, it's also
county commissioners.
officials.
I'm just
Yes,
public
sir.
officials.
Yes, sir.
County commissioners, tax assessors, all those folks require bonds, and sometimes when they in their official capacity.
Correct, so that if there's any malfeasance of any sort, that's covered by these bonds.
So if there's that malfeasance and somebody misappropriated XYZ dollars that was under their leadership, their rule that they had control of, and it comes back that they are guilty of that, which they can be removed from office. They can be removed from office. So where does the bond kick in then?
It would kick in covering their mistakes or.
So if they stole $150,000, that bond will kick in and recover back to the county the $150,000
Yes, sir.
that was removed by that person.
Yes, sir. They could also individually be sued for that and have to do restitution as well.
Okay, so they can individually they could be sued in their capacity
In
and
the case of
individually.
criminal that you were to discuss.
Sir?
In the case of criminal actions like that
Right.
could be the case.
Yes, and most of the times, in order for you to set the standard that you need to use the bond, you need to at least file some kind of action which says to the bonding company that you're taking the responsibility
Right.
of making sure that that person has done wrong. Because if you're just saying, well, we want to execute on the bond, but, he's a good guy, we don't want to put him in jail, or we don't want to have to cause nothing, bonding company might be saying, hey, we don't want to be out here on the limb by ourselves.
But it could also be kind of like we were talking about the bail jumpers. You could have something like that too.
Might have to put an ankle bracelet on them.
But this can also be someone's in office, everything is going well, and all of a sudden someone brings the attention, little Bobby or whomever is currently serving, they don't have the bond, and immediately they would have to be removed. So it gives them a 15-day period to cure that situation.
To get a
So
bond.
that they can continue to go, and you're not jeopardizing someone that was elected and missed the 40-day time period to put their bond up and all of that.
Do you know what the bonding capacity is on those?
I do not.
I never knew what that number was either.
We'll see if my cell phone pings.
So that, I know that when circuit clerks have to be bonded because they are handling a lot of money in those offices, or they used to anyway, especially when they was doing like bad check units, when people were writing a lot of bad checks. People would come in and pay it off, or sometimes they would come in and pay with cashier's checks, and other times they would come in with cash. To pay it off, and there was always a deposit, or even court costs when people come in to pay court costs. When lawyers used to do court filings, sometimes not with just checks, but sometimes with cash, if that's what they had. Yeah, I can see a lot of that, especially like in the probate judge office when you're taking tags. Those people who are working in those offices need to be bonded, and your tax collector's office. Everybody that comes in, you know, especially in some of my rural areas, who have not got automated to pay these things online or just with credit cards and things of that nature. Some of them are still taking, you know, a lot of cash. And I sometimes think that in some of these little areas that it's dangerous that they can be robbed or what have you, because sometimes they, especially the first of the month, or at the end of the month when it's time to, especially like in October when it's really time to pay property taxes, everybody lining up, courthouse be wrapped around the courthouse, because we still don't have online, payments that could be done. And I think once a lot of these government officials can get to that point, it saves them a lot, and it may hold down a lot of that fraud and dishonesty that these people carry. I don't have a lot of sympathy for I remember when I was working in water systems and had a little small town clerk stole this was back in the early 80s. She stole like $140,000 from the water system. Yeah. That was a lot of money. And, quietly did it. Nobody knew what had been going on, because when you're in those little towns, she was the only employee that was working in the office, because she's the clerk. You had one water operator outside, so she did all the billing, and then she took in all the money. So, even though there was a board, the board really was just taking whatever report she gave them.
Yeah.
Because nobody's there doing day-to-day operations but her, so it was almost rubber stamp, whatever that report was, until then came an audit.
Yeah.
Then the audit came.
Yeah. The Department of Finance Division of Risk Management is currently authorized to administer programs of insurance and currently provides a bond program to state officials and employees. This legislation would specify that the Division of Risk Management bond programs satisfy the requirement of the state blanket bond for state officers and employees, and that the officer or employee must request in writing to participate in the bond program of the Division of Risk Management. Current law mandates that the state blanket bond, which is available to state officers and employees, also be made available to county officials under certain circumstances. To date, county officials have not taken advantage of this program. The legislation removes the mandatory requirement and instead allows risk management to assist in procuring bond for local officials and employees. And groups that we consulted with in doing this were the Association of County Commissioners of Alabama, Alabama League of Municipalities, Alabama Association of School Boards, the Office of the Governor, and the Office of the Secretary of State. And so in doing this, I think we've put together legislation that will allow our Department of Risk Management to meet the requirements of law and pull together that which will be useful going forward as we move. And I have no other questions.
You're recognized.
Senator, this is removing elected, appointed, banking insurance.
SB 294 on page 32, sir.
Got it. Additional details, bond program administered by the Division of Risk Management.
Yes.
Department of Finance Division of Risk Management is authorized under the current law to administer programs of insurance. Is that correct?
Correct.
And from that currently provides a bond program to the state officials and employees.
Yes.
So your legislation will specify the Division of Risk Management's bond program satisfies the requirement of the state blanket bond for the state of officers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Having said that, I think that is great, and I appreciate this as we move forward. And that the officer and employee must request in writing to participate in the bond program of the Division of Risk Management.
Correct.
I appreciate you pulling this together for everybody so we can view it anyway.
Glad to do it.
Senator Singleton, you recognize?
Yeah, again, I think this is a good bill.
I thought you would think that.
Yeah, I think it's a good bill. The more I talked through it, I didn't have no problems with it. I think that, you know, as public officials, we should have a fiduciary duty to do the right things at all times. That duty should be high because the people entrust us with that ability to do it, especially those of us who are handling public finance and public money. And if the public is trusting you to come in and do that job, that's why we bond you, put you under bond, just in case some of these things like mistakes like that does happen. Well, I ain't gonna call it a mistake, but if those kind of things does happen, then at least the county, the city, or whomever, it can be made whole through the bond process. And at least it being replaced back to where it was, whatever it was. And so, and that doesn't stop us from going after you in your public capacity, in your individual capacity, to be able to bring criminal charges based on the act that you did to violate that public trust. And so I really don't have a problem with that. And I'm fine with us moving this bill and moving it on and looking forward to the next bill to come up so we can get in and get on out.
I agree, and I'm excited to get this done and working together with the Department of Finance. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to move third reading, final passage using previous rule without objection.
Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, no nays. SB 294 receives its final passage. Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. South Alabama is 10 and Auburn is 8, if you want to update on the score.
All right. Thank you, sir. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Everybody's just beating on Auburn.
Page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 354 by Senator Albritton regarding solar power facilities. BR pending.
Mr. President?
Senator Albritton, you recognize.
I'd move for passage of the BIR using previous role without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 354 by Senator Albritton regarding solar power facilities. Committee amendment pending.
All right, Senator Albritton.
Mr. President, if I may, I'm going to, first off, I'd like to table the amendment, if I may, and if I can do that, then I'll carry it over, straight over.
That's fine.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
I'd move to table the amendment.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? All right, the committee amendment's tabled.
And now, Mr. President, I will move to carry this bill over. This is an important bill for South Alabama and for me, but under the circumstances and such, I'll move to carry it over.
All those in favor say aye. All right. All
No,
those
let's
opposed?
work.
All right, the bill's carried over. All right, thank you, Senator Albritton. Secretary, call the next bill in the special order. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that we've had a good night and everything has moved a little bit slower than we expected, but at the same time, it's moved. So that's always a positive. And we're made some progress tonight on everyone's bills as we move through to help the state of Alabama. So we're going to make a motion to adjourn until 9 a.m. March 19th.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.